you can see why the players, when you can make, let's say, easy money. That's not being harsh. That's not being a bit unkind. But T20 cricket would be viewed as being an easier option for making more money and for devoting less of your time to play. So I have to say, I don't think it's not that much of a surprise when you sit down and think about it for a few moments.
And then the ICC brought in the World Cup Super League, didn't they, to give ODIs context, and then they have scrapped that. They're scrapping it. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't bode well for the format.
But if you're an ICC chief exec, the World Cup makes a lot of money. It's sold for millions and millions of US dollars for TV. It's not a great spectacle. I've covered World Cups of which the first couple of weeks has been no one watching. It takes they are slow burners, and I just think if it wasn't for that, the money that the ICC makes out of it, given that there's T20s World Cups every couple of years now, I don't think the 50 overs would get much of a look in, but it is valuable for television. You can stick it on at 10 o'clock in the morning and it's still chugging away there at 7 o'clock at night, crammed full of adverts depending on where you watch it, and so it's a money spinner from that perspective, but it's very time consuming, and the players do now have an easier option, we'll put it that way.
We'll have plenty of time during the ODI at Durham to reflect on Stokes' career, because that will be his last when England men take on South Africa.
There, by the way.
At his home ground.
Fairly typical of him, really.
Yeah.
To finish on his home ground.
Yeah. Well, you wonder how many other players might follow suit. Somebody like Ben Stokes has sort of got that luxury of he's got the Test captaincy. He's had a really fulfilled career. He's earned good money.
What's changed, Ali, is that players don't need to, they earn enough without having to make that sort of commitment now. Not so many years ago, before T20 particularly, you had to play those games to earn a wage. That's not the case anymore.
Aggers, I'll be handing over to you for commentary at the start of this match.
Looking forward to
it. We've got a couple of World Cup winners alongside me here in the commentary box as well. Georgia Ellis and Alex Hartley with us for this match. Anya Shrubsole is here as well. You'll hear from her later on in the afternoon. Georgia, Alex, good afternoon to you. How are you?
Hello, Ali. Yeah, lovely, thank you. How are you?
Good, very well. What a sight Grace Road is. The outfield is looking a little bit more parched than it was at the start of the season because of all the hot weather. But this match, England have been dominant so far, haven't they? And are you expecting more of the same today?
Yeah, I think so. They've had the luxury of being able to rotate their squad as well. So I think the performance that we saw at Bristol was as complete an England performance as I've seen in the last 18 months to 2 years, and it's something that they've been working really hard on to get up to totals of 300 and really put the opposition under pressure when they've batted first. They've obviously rejigged their batting lineup a little bit. Heather Knight is coming in lower down the order because of those middle order collapses that they've had, but also it gives opportunity for someone like Sophia Dunkley to come in earlier in the innings and provide that really positive impetus, because we know the way she plays is so positive. So England dominant in the first two ODIs, and I think we just expect the same today.
Yeah, definitely. I think with no Sciver, Brunt or Ecclestone, that's setting a precedence, isn't it? That's saying, we're backing our next generation of cricketers to go out there and have some fun and play as well as these three can. But the caps on the bench today is plenty between the three of them.
Yeah, I mean, what's going to be interesting, I feel, is with obviously there's no Brunt, with no Sciver as well. That opens the way for Wong and Bell to open the bowling together, and that is a proper glimpse into the future, isn't it?
It's so exciting. I thought the way that they both bowled at Bristol was fantastic. The way they come into international cricket in that Test match, they just look like it's just a seamless transition. And I was especially impressed with Wong. She plays this enforcer role. She's allowed to go at 6 or 7 runs and over because she takes wickets, and she picked up 3 in Bristol, and I thought she bowled really nicely. Hostile short stuff that really ruffled the South African batters, and that's what we've been missing, I think, in English women's cricket. Somebody who can bowl that sort of pace, and we're showing that the depth's there, and both of them play with a huge smile on their face, and that's just fantastic to see as well.
Alex, I neglected to say well bowled to you when I introduced you, by the way. 6 for
I
in your
was
last game.
Wondering when I can bring it up, but you've done it for me.
Exactly.
So yes, well, thank you very much.
There you go.
The old girl still got it.
You still got plenty. That pace, it was fabulous to see. Wong take batters by surprise, because those South African players, or many players around the world, won't have come up against just that bit extra that she's got.
Yeah, they won't have, but all the South Africans will have faced Ismail that bowls at a similar pace. But what I think Izzy Wong has is a presence at the crease, and like she looks like she means business. She looks like she's competitive, and I think that adds an extra couple of mile an hour onto your bowling, because she's not frightened of bowling the short ball. She's not frightened of, as G said, going at 6-7 runs and over, because she knows she's going to pick up wickets, and that's exciting for English cricket. We haven't had anybody like that since Catherine Brunt all those years ago.
Other bit of news which has been surprising, I'll ask both you as well, just how surprised you were by the Ben Stokes decision. But another decision, obviously Tammy Beaumont is opening the batting here in ODIs, but Tammy Beaumont has not been picked for the T20 international squad and therefore the Commonwealth Games as well. Big call to leave out someone of her experience, Georgia.
Yeah, massive call, and she'll be bitterly disappointed. I know she's given so much to the English T20 side, and she's got the numbers and the stats to back it up, but obviously the England management and selection committee feel like they want to go in a different direction, and I think that power play is so important in T20 cricket, isn't it? And they're looking at people who hit boundaries consistently, and that's one of the areas I think that they've looked to target for this Commonwealth Games, and perhaps bring some new faces in to do that.
I think it would make her want to double down in this match to kind of almost, prove a point, score quickly at the top of the order today.
Yeah, definitely. We saw that in the last game, actually. She knew she hadn't been picked before the squad obviously got announced on Saturday morning, but it's one of those, isn't it? She did go quicker on at Bristol, and whether or not it's something to do with that selection or not, who knows, but she will want to improve. She will want to get back in that side. She's captain of the 100 team, and that's a great opportunity to really prove what you're about. But what is exciting is England aren't frightened of making these calls anymore. 3 or 4 years ago, Catherine Brunt would have played all 3 of these ODIs that we've had in this series, and she'd have been in the squad, and everything was always safer. Whereas now we've brought in 3 or 4 new girls that they're looking forward to the next World Cup in February. Are they good enough to play? Let's give them the opportunity.
Yeah. Just paint a picture up here for the moment as the young mascots have taken to the outfield, holding aloft the cross of St George, the England flag, and then there's a larger England and South Africa flag on the outfield, getting ready to welcome the players onto the field. A reminder, South Africa winning the toss and opting to bowl first. If you can hear a bit of wind on our effects microphones, we've got the window open. We're in the sort of potting shed commentary box on the roof of the pavilion, and there's quite a lovely breeze, which is much needed at the moment, blowing in. It's quite a warm breeze, and if you hear a bit of a rattle, that's because myself and Emily Windsor were doing a bit of DIY at the start of the day and constructing some fans, which were here in boxes when we arrived. So there were screws at one point sort of all over the place on the floor, and anyway, the fans got a little bit of a rattle, but more importantly, it's given us a bit of air movement.
Yeah, and if you don't like the wind, you're gonna have to get used to it, because we are not shutting that window, because with that window closed, this would be a hot box.
It would be. What was South Africa's decision to field first? Surprised at that?
I think they feel like that's their best way of winning. Can you get a few early wickets, get into that England middle order? Heather Knight has been batting 5. She's at 4 today, so it's 1 less wicket that you need to take earlier on, or 1. Do you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say? So that their best way of winning is to bowl England out cheaply. Whereas England, they'll be happy. They'll be more than happy batting out there.
It feels unlikely they'll bowl England out cheaply the way the series has gone.
Yeah, I think England I think Heather Knight would have batted at the toss, and I think the 2 openers are in fantastic form. Lamb 100 in the first game, 50 in the second. They won't mind that. They'll want to get out there and bat. It looks a cracking wicket, and I think for South Africa, I think that they're probably trying to look at areas where they can improve and make inroads, because they're a fantastic side, and we just haven't seen the best of them so far this trip. I think we all know that the quality that they've got in their lineup, but for some reason at the moment they're not gelling together. So for them today, I think it's about trying to take some pride out of this ODI series, and then gives them some momentum going into the T20s as well.
Yeah, and never mind our comfort or otherwise in the commentary box, the players out in the middle, all the news bulletins are full of the heat today. Currently Leicester saying 34, a high of 36, so not as severe as the sort of 38-40 that's predicted, but we'll wait and see how it gets towards 5 p.m. But for the players, Agatha's about to come in to start commentary for South Africa and making their way out. But just tell us everything the players are going to have to think about to stay cool, because you guys have played in India and Australia when it gets to 35 plus out there in the middle. Give us a bit of insight on that, and then Agatha's coming in.
So I think today the players are having a drinks break every 10 overs because it is a lot hotter than we're used to out here at Leicester. You know, in England we're used to playing in 20 degrees max, aren't we? So the players are having regular drinks breaks, and there's always a tubey grip that's tied on one end, filled with ice, and then tied at the other. So you have a ice snake is what we call it, and then hydration tab. So you know, keep taking on food, keep taking on water. Just do everything you're taught as a kid, really, but a bit more during the heat.
I didn't see you taking on too much water last night, if I'm honest with you, Alex. So there we go. That's another story. We had a very nice evening. Hello, everybody. Lovely to be back at Grace Road again. It really is the old home ground, and it's looking parched, if I'm honest. It really is. It's so dry, and of course, well, you've heard about the heat you're experiencing yourselves, but it's going to be pretty tough. I'm surprised South Africa chose to field in it, I must say. I thought you might stick the opposition in to do some fielding in this, but they've had some problems, haven't they? So they've decided that this is the way that they're going to play today and try and win. Ismail will bowl from the far end, so the players all take a knee at the moment, including the umpires as well. So the crowd quiet for that, and you can hear the wind rattling around up here a bit, which actually I'm not going to complain about that.
No, it's quite nice.
Thank goodness for the breeze. So we're just about ready to go, and Emma Lamb's going to face the first ball. There's a couple of slips there, and then a backward point cover, and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a long leg. And Ismail's going to bowl down the hill with his wind actually pretty much behind her. So she'll enjoy that, loosening up. She's got a long ponytail. She's bowling to mid-on just to get herself ready, touching her toes and so on, and we're ready to go. So Lamb is over her bat, and Ismail down the hill from the Bennett end comes in and bowls the first ball of the match. It's chopped away neatly down towards a square third, and the fielder comes in there, throws it back in again, and they take a run. So that brings Tammy Beaumont down on strike, someone who I always love watching bat.
Yes, going through a bit of a tough time really at the minute as well, not being picked for the Commonwealth and the T20 squads against South Africa next week, or actually start on Thursday, so no ball as well, first ball there.
So it was one of the later calls for a no ball, so Ismail has to go and try that one again.
Well, that's a good start, isn't it, for Tammy Beaumont? First ball she's going to face is going to be a free hit.
Yep. So they can change the field around, of course, because it's a new batter. So out goes deep mid-wicket, and they've only allowed 2 out, of course. So they are at deep mid-wicket and fine leg. Imagine we'll have a swipe first ball.
Big Christmas, that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean there are a few of us who wouldn't actually be able to tell the difference, but you can actually do it. There she is, bat raised anyway. Ishmael comes in, bowls to her, and she goes for a little uppercut there from a short ball from Ishmael. He gets away with that. The one short ball for the over, but quite brave. I think that's what they had the 2 fielders out there, but to come up and bowl a short ball. But it did go through, because this pitch has got a little bit of grass on it actually.
Tammy Beaumont is a batter that you would bowl short at first up. She's been hit on the helmet a few times over her career with a short ball early on, so it didn't surprise me that Ishmael went for that ploy there.
So mid-wicket comes in, and just inside the 25-yard circle, Beaumont waits, bat raised, and that hurries her a little, plays it rather late, and almost into her stumps actually. It's picked up by the wicketkeeper, and so there's no run. People sort of drifting in. It's strange. I don't know what it's like around the country, but certainly in my little neck of the woods it's almost deserted. It's almost like lockdown.
So where is everybody?
I don't know. It was a Melton Mowbray. It's not. I mean, it's not a. You know, it's a quietish part of the world, but there's just no one there this morning at all. Ismail again in the burning sunshine bowls, and Beaumont a little bit squared up there. She got that slightly wrong, looking to tuck the ball away into the leg side. Thick leading edge, and fielded out there in the covers, and there is no run, so it's 2 for no wicket. And Mlaba having one of those, and there was that no ball as well. Beaumont's doing some gardening, twiddling a bat. And now settles in again as Ismail walks back to the edge of the circle. Silence, people are sort of nodding off after lunch or something. It's very quiet here. Ismail again over the wicket, moves in bowls, and Beaumont right forward takes that on the pad, and the bowler walks through to pick it up again. So 50 overs per side. Let's talk about 50 overs at the moment, isn't it? Ben Stokes having called it a day. I think when you actually sit and think about that, it's not actually that surprising.
No, it's not.
It's a very time-consuming format. Financially, players like him don't have to play it anymore. It gives you a lot of time to do family things, or of course play in the IPL, which I see is going to have a 3-month window from now on. You've seen that? 3 months. Ismail moves in, bowls short, and Beaumont pulls that. Nice shot, that. And she picks up 4 there through deep square leg. The ball skimming away over this very parched outfield. And so she's off with a boundary. Yeah, a 3-month window. I mean, it seems extraordinary, really. No international cricket in that time. So lots of franchise going on, and Ben Stokes will have obviously a big part to play in the IPL that'll be around then. So that is the news if you're just tuning in our way, that Ben Stokes will play his last one-day international up at Durham in the first match against South Africa. Ismail still coming in, bowls, and Beaumont tucks that away off her hip out towards mid-wicket. The ball just trickles away for the fielder there to pick up. And that's the end of the first over. There was a free hit in it.
It's a long one,
it felt like a long one. England 6 for no wicket. And when was the last time we saw cricket grounds looking like this?
Oh, a while ago.
I'll tell you when it was. It was 1976.
Well, therefore, I've never seen it. Not to make you feel old or anything, I guess.
But I was only 16.
Oh, there we go.
1976. And if you look at that famous test match at the Oval, in which Michael Holding bowled at the speed of light, all you could see, like a brown carpet, was the green square in the middle. That was it. It was just absolutely parched. Even more parched than this, because of course it just didn't rain in 1976. So, yeah, that's how things are looking at the moment. Marizanne Kapp will bowl up the hill. She's going into the breeze. She's got top knot, I think I'm right in saying, is that
yes, very tight bun. So I've turned our effects mic right up to the max, so we can actually get some noise. It's just me and you at the minute.
It is. In goes Kapp then. She bowls right arm over the wicket, and lands on the back foot. It was a bad misfield there at backward point. She might have got a bad bounce, but it's given a run away anyway, deep into the offside. And so England move on by 1 more to 7 for no wicket. Anya's next door. Migrained off yesterday.
Yes, I think
she's looking all right now. I think she's okay now. She's got the fan on.
I think Phil's got something for us at the end of this.
Has he? Poor old Phil.
As well. I feel sorry for Phil.
I feel sorry for Phil. I mean, he'll take it. Look on the bright side, Phil. He'll shed a few kilograms today, I think, up here. But, so perched on the roof. But yes, Phil's scoring. He's doing a side-on, but it is a side-on game, so that's good to see you adopting that, Phil.
He's really getting into it.
He's going to get a stiff neck as well.
He is.
Watching an entire game sideways on. Kapp bowls full length, and Beaumont leans forward, plays that carefully into the offside. Go on then, Phil. Good afternoon to you.
I'm trying to open up my stance a little bit, otherwise, my neck will
It's a bit of a Peter Willie, that one.
Yes, that's right, yes. So slowly moving in that direction. England have played 10 ODIs here over the years. They've won 5 and lost 5. Rather more surprisingly, South Africa, 3 out of 3 wins. All came in the 2017 World Cup. I'll tell you more about one of those in a moment.
Okay, here's Kapp then bowling. A little bit of outswing there. And Beaumont carefully plays out to point. And there's no run.
Yeah, they took on the West Indies here in that 2017 World Cup. Bowled the West Indies out for 48. Let me give you Danny van Niekerk's bowling figures that day.
Go on.
3.2 overs, 3 maidens, 4 wickets for no runs.
That's not bad, is it?
South Africa knocked the 51. They scored off 6.2 overs.
And that was it, end of the game. In goes Kapp again, down the leg side, and signalled a wide. So another one there to the score. Mind you, Alex, what's 4 for?
What's 4 for? Well, 4 for's nothing, is it? I guess
4 for?
4 for is absolutely nothing.
Go on, tell everybody.
Go on then. I bowled on Saturday, having not trained all week. So the theory of best when fresh is correct, because I got 6 for 24.
In goes Kapp again and bowls outside the off stump, and that's chopped away hard by Beaumont, and that'll be 4 off the back foot out through extra cover. I felt a bit sorry for those nursery kids. I mean, they obviously hadn't seen anything like it before.
Now was a professional game of cricket. I just had a good day.
6 for 20. Oh, well bowled.
Thank you.
Nice.
I did turn up to Beaver last night, and you said, I can't believe you got 6.
No, I know. It took a bit of getting over. 12 for no wicket. Beaumont's on 8. Kapp again, kicks up her heels, bowls on that middle and off. And that's easily played by Beaumont there with a nice straight bat down to mid-on. And it's fielded there by Lara Goodall. Has a long, hard look at the ball, tosses it back to Kapp again, who's very slender, dark-haired. Swings round again, she's got number 7 on her back. And Tammy Beaumont with that bat raised so high, it's almost like Graham Gooch used to. There's a nice ball though, fullish length, swinging away. And Tammy Beaumont was on the back foot there when perhaps she might have thought about playing 4, but she let it go. 12 for no wicket, 2 overs gone here at Grace Road, which hasn't changed that much over the years, you know.
No.
It's a new scoreboard. Floodlights, of course, didn't have those back in the day. Standing up, so the permanent featured ones, if you like. But much is still the same. The trees around, the old meet over there, that building, that's been there. Well, it was there before I played here. It's still standing.
So they still haven't set up the Jonathan Agnew stand pavilion?
No. They tended to go for some of the older George Geary, his stand over there to that score box.
The Jonathan Agnew commentary box we need then.
Yeah, it might need to be sort of
revamped.
I think revamped first. Ismail comes in, bowls on off stump, played by Lamb quite late, or runs to point. And there is no run. Well, it used to be just one little box. There used to be literally a potting shed up here.
Oh, okay.
And that was it. In the old days of Radio Leicester and so on.
I think if you got given this now, you'd be quite offended, I reckon.
Well, it's decrepit. I mean, it'd be quite apt, perhaps. In need of a bit of TLC, to chip paint and so on. But well, it's all right. It's got a bit of carpet in it.
Yes.
What more do you want? Here comes Ismail again, ponytail swinging, and that's steered firmly off the back foot this time by Lamb. A loud cry of no from one of the two, and so there is no run. But it's always been a friendly place, Grace Road. All the members and so on, you know, it was just one of those little county grounds that everyone knew each other, and it was always great when you got to a semi-final or a final, which we did once when I was playing at Lord's, and those familiar faces were there, and they were so thrilled to be at Lord's. Yeah, there were huge events in those days. They'd be packed out. 12 for no wicket. We're in the 3rd over. Ismail again moves in and bowls. Steered off that back foot once again. She's a little bit short here. She could do with just pitching it up a couple of feet, really. If she can find any swing. Not sure if there would be any today, to be honest. Everything's sort of droopy. The trees are droopy. Another no ball. Nigel Long is our technical umpire today, so it's another free hit, and now the field of course can't change. So where's she going to have a go at this?
I think if it's short, she'll try and cut the ball through backward point cover region.
Yep.
Anything full, she'll go into mid wicket.
Right, let's see. She's on 2, and she comes, and now she steps away, fires that. This will be 5 wides, I would think. Let's have a look what the umpire's going to do here. Oh, it's giving byes. Oh, poor old wicket-keeper. Oh, she had no chance of getting that. It was fired down the leg side. So it's 4 byes, all sorts of signals going down there from the umpire. But,
well, it's gone over her head, that.
Well,
so wide.
That's short anyway.
Missed that from umpire Harris at square leg.
Yeah, I think that would definitely have been 5 wides. It should have been. They've got 4 byes instead. 17 for no wicket. Ismail again comes in bowls, and that comes on a thick inside edge. Keep or gather that. Got a bit about her, Ismail, though, isn't she? Got a bit of pace. She doesn't mind firing in the odd bouncer.
She's one of the scarier cricketers on the circuit, I reckon. But she's lovely as well. Off the field, she's
Is she?
soft.
Quite gentle.
You get that a lot with female players. They're fiery and feisty on the pitch, and then big teddy bears off the pitch.
Well, I think it's a case of most fast bowlers, isn't it? Someone's wandering around from the sight screen there.
Oh, well, that is...
And he's got a bright red smock on, and he's saying, well, what you want me to move? I think he's a cameraman.
Oh, sorry about that.
I think I've got a great view here. I can get right behind the arm, look.
And I'm in a bit of shade as well, behind this black sight screen.
Yeah, oh, he's been seen off. And comes Ismail, bowls on the off stumps. It's slid away off the face of the bat, down to deep backward point. Just for 1 run, but nicely timed. 18 for no wicket. And Emma Lamb moves on to 3.
They've bowled better so far today than they have in the previous 2 games. South Africa, Kapp and Ismail Ismail missed the first one through injury, but she came back for the second game at Bristol. It's bowled slightly too wide, and these two are really strong off the back foot with that cut shot. So they're still bowling back of a length, but their lines have been better.
There's Beaumont, bat raised. Ismail moves in, bowls to her. She's forward, wanting a single, but sent back there by Lamb. I think probably a good decision too, picked up in the covers. And there is no runs. It's 18 for no wicket. 3 overs gone. It's third in this one-day international series. She has been wrapped up by England already. They've made these changes. Phil.
Yeah, 18 without loss, 3 overs, 6 apiece in each over, and that's been South Africa's problem in this series so far. The England scoring rate in the 2 games we've played so far, 6.76 and over, an average per wicket of 55.6. So they've not taken wickets and they've failed to stem the England run flow.
Yeah.
I think that comes from I was just talking about bowling that short wide outside the off stump. That's a boundary ball every over.
Kapp moves in up the hill and bowls outside the off stump. That's exactly the case you were talking about there. Short, wide of the off stump, chopped away into the offside for another single. You just can't keep bowling there, really. I think they have bowled a bit too short so far.
Well, it's just not threatening either, and we saw Kapp do exactly the same in the Test match. Yes, she bowled 20 overs for not very many runs, but she wasn't threatening, didn't look like taking a wicket, and really didn't look like the senior pro.
On her way again, little hop, skip and a jump at the start of her run. Bowls, that's a much better length, and look what happens. A little bit of movement and beats Tammy Beaumont there, round about that off stump. It's a lovely ball, and that's the length you should be bowling. A little bit of green on the pitch, and that swung just enough and nipped. Lovely ball. Let's see if she can put it there again. 19 for no wicket. Kapp again. Over the wicket bowls. Yep, that's much better length. This time Beaumont allows that to go through. Some parasols up down there at the far end. There's a sponsor's tent maybe at the far end. Looks rather inviting.
Bit of hospitality maybe.
Looks good. They've got some tables there, white tablecloths on them. Certainly, I think most people are choosing to sit in the shade down there. Kapp again over the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Tries another. Well, that's the fielder that I'm afraid lapsed a couple of overs ago, and he's rather done it again there at Wolvaardt, and that was hit straight out. It was hit quite hard, and I suppose you could say that she's in the area there. There's old footholds and so on, so it might be a bit rough, but I think she'll be disappointed not to have stopped that. But again, it was that short wide ball again.
It was the short wide one. Wolvaardt is South Africa's best fielder. She's unbelievable at backward point, but you know, you can't. She's carried the team in the field for the last 2 games, and maybe it's taken its toll.
Kapp again, bowls again. There's a little bit of slow swing there, and they take that single. As Wolvaardt has to move round to her left-hand side. 24 for no wicket. Nice run taken there, just carefully placed by Tammy Beaumont, who's now on 13.
The difference between England and South Africa's senior pros, I'm going to need Phil's help here, but Catherine Brunt came in and played that first ODI and had unbelievable figures.
In goes Kapp, bowls, nice length, pitched up, and Lamb plays out to mid-off, and there's no runs. At the end of the 4th over, and England put into bat today on this sweltering afternoon. 24 for no wicket. Lamb has 4. Beaumont has 13. England choosing to leave out some of their senior players. I really wanted to watch Sophie Ecclestone bowl.
So here we go. Brunt in the first game, 9 overs, 3 for 18, and just bowled economically and took wickets.
Yeah.
And Kapp hasn't been able to build that pressure. She still plays a similar role as Catherine Brunt does in this England side, but has that boundary ball every over, which releases the pressure, and England have been brilliant with the bat this series.
Yeah, they're all being fed that shot though. Beaumont's on 13, and Ismail's going to bowl her 3rd over. Down the hill she comes, that ponytail swinging around behind her. She moves in, bowls over the wicket. Short and wide again, chopped away to that familiar position. Sort of deep backward point really. And it's another run, but what we had there, 5-6 balls there, I should think.
Well, I don't know.
So far.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting mixed messages from this field. So we've got a slip and a gully, a deep third, and 2 points. You've got your slips for the drive. You've got the points for the short ball. What are you trying to bowl?
Yeah, I'd agree with that. It is a It is a bit of a messed up field, isn't it, to be honest? No, you're right. Ismail again moves in bowls. That's turned by Lamb to mid-wicket. And it's picked up there by Khaka. There we go, has a good look at the ball. She's got number 99 on her back. Tall figure, giving the ball a rub. Fielding within the 25-yard circle. 25 for no wicket. In the 5th over. Ismail takes her time to walk back. They've got extra drink breaks in today. Are they doing some extra things like that?
Yeah, I think every 10 overs.
Oh, right, okay. Ismail again runs in hard, bowls on off stump, and as she tends to do, Lamb gives us a little bit of room. She steps away towards the leg side, trying to free up her offside strokes. That's played off the back foot again out to cover.
It would give you a bit of extra motivation to, I suppose, take wickets, wouldn't it? If you need drinks breaks more often. Get wickets, you get more drinks.
That'd be a good point. Mind you, I mean, everyone gets them on the boundary now anyway, don't they?
Yeah.
But 3 balls to go in this over. 25 for no wicket. Ismail again runs in hard, bowls on the leg stump. That'll be a wide, I imagine. There you go. Neatly taken by the keeper, though. And another one goes to England's score. Having been put into bat here this afternoon, which I'm still surprised about. You'd say, there you go out and field, wouldn't you?
Yeah, you would. Definitely. You definitely would. And especially when England have scored 300 plus in the games against you and you've got nowhere near it.
Yeah, that was a strange one. 26 for no wicket. Ismail again moves in, bowls, and that's forced off the back foot. Played that quite nicely, actually, giving again a little bit of room. One more run, 27 for no wicket. We're in the 5th over of this innings. Officially a day-nighter, but I don't suppose... Well, I suppose the lights might come on.
The lights will have to come on at the interval, won't they? Because that's the rule. And it will be bright sunshine, 40 degrees, a waste of energy.
I wonder if they add to the heat. I suppose they must do, don't they?
In a way.
All those bulbs. 27 for no wicket. Ismail again bowls, and that's pitched up fuller length this time, and flicked down to mid-on. So one more to Lamb, who goes to 6.
Another no ball.
Oh.
And no, that's 3 she's bowled already.
Yeah. She's ruining my score sheet.
Well, I think she is. I don't like these delayed calls because the ball's bowled, you start looking around, don't you? And then next thing you see, it's the umpire signalling no ball, but it is a free hit.
Tell you what she needs to do, just make take a step further back from where she's made her mark with the paint this morning.
It's the hill, probably.
Yeah, it will be.
Because it's
a big hill
steep
here, yeah.
It is quite steep.
You telling me last night that you were up the hill, Mike?
Well, I used to bowl down the hill, and then Andy Roberts turned up, who's one of the greatest fast bowlers ever in the game, and so I had to go up the hill. Here's Ismail bowling, and Lamb steps away, flogs out into the leg side. Let's get a single there to the edge of the circle, which actually, funnily enough, I think maybe a better bowler, because the breeze here when the ball's going to swing comes from over that scoreboard, so it comes from fine leg. And so if you bowled out swing, which I tried to do, actually this is the end to bowl from.
So it helped you bowl?
I think it did. Yeah, I think it did. So good old Andy, he's a good friend of mine. Brilliant fast bowler, ruthless. He didn't want a glare from Andy Roberts. He never said anything, just looked at you. Looked at you.
The death stare.
Loved his cards as well. Here's Ismail bowling the last ball of the over. There's a nice flick towards mid-on by Tammy Beaumont, but didn't quite beat the fielder there. It's 30 for no wicket, so a good start for England in these first 5 overs. More thoughts from you, Alex, and then Emily's coming in here.
It has. It's been a lovely start for England. 30 off the first 5. It's warm out there, and you can tell by the South Africans they're not running around between the overs, especially now they're walking through, taking their time. I mean, I'm guessing they'll be given a little bit of extra time today to get through their overs. Phil?
For people who like little statistical quirks, 5 overs gone so far, exactly 6 off each of those 5 overs.
Oh, I like those little quirks, they're good.
Nice and even as well. We like even numbers.
I like that.
Marizanne Kapp then to continue from the pavilion end. We bowl into Emma Lamb, she bowls, and that's pushed through the offside. There'll be no run fielded at cover. I can't believe, Alex, you've probably been talking about this. South Africa win the toss and bowl.
Yeah.
And it's 40 degrees.
Yeah, silly. We've been speaking about it.
If my captain told me they were doing that, I'd not be happy.
I'd pull a hamstring. Few more runs for you at the weekend, Emily, as well?
Just a few as Kapp comes in. That's outside the off stump. I think that'll be called a wide. Yes, it is. South Africa bowling a fair few extras here so far. No balls, some wides.
So coming off your back of your 90, you've only gone and got 46 not out.
47, don't get that extra
There we
one.
go, 47, there we go.
Yeah, no, I was feeling good touch at the moment. I'm just batting and enjoying it out there, and yeah, it's nice to spend some time in the middle after a lot of time running drinks. As Marizanne Kapp in, and that's player miss outside the off stump. Now I'm pushing forward. Can't get hold of that one. And 6 wickets for you. What a day out for the TMS commentary team.
Well, what a day. What a day. Do you know what? It could have been 8 as well.
I knew this was coming.
Should have been 8.
What was it? Drop catches, LBWs,
yeah,
shouts?
There's an LBW chance that was hitting the middle of middle stump, which was given not out to the number 11. Then the number 10, DeAndre Dottin, was on extra cover, but on the ring, so he missed a catch.
Kapp in bowls, pushed to extra cover. Tryon does the fielding, no run again.
So I said to her, why are you on the ring? She went, I don't know actually, sorry about that. No worries, mate. It's alright, it's fine.
That sounds like a Dottin comment, the chilled West Indians.
Yeah, sure, I don't know, I was just having a wander. Okay.
She's keeping herself occupied, Alex.
Yeah, I had to take her home as well, so we had a nice chat, got to know her a little bit more.
She all competition, is she the back end for the Rachel Hayho as well?
Staying for the summer.
Marizanne Kapp into Lamb, that's driven sweetly, fielded well at cover. Loud shout of no by Emma Lamb. Another dot ball, 31 without loss. England, 5.4 overs gone. It's going to be a long day in the heat out there for the players today.
Long day up here for us. I'm worried if I get off this chair there's going to be a pool of sweat from where I've been sat.
I wonder what you're going to say then, Alex.
Yeah, I can feel it in my pants.
Marizanne Kapp in bowls, that's a thick outside edge. There's only one slip, and that's going to race away for 4. Emma Lamb moves to 10, and will score 35 for no loss.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit warm. You know, when any females out there will know that the under boob sweat is the one. That's what I've got already.
I feel like you're starting on this early, Alex. When the sun sets and is beaming in our commentary position here in the pavilion, we're going to be in trouble then, as Kapp in bowls, and that's pushed up to extra cover. Tryon in there again, doesn't let the ball through. That's 6 overs gone then, 35 without loss. Emma Lamb on 10 not out, and Tammy Beaumont on 15. Just looking comfortable out in the middle, these two.
Emma Lamb in particular, she's not played much international cricket, but she's got presence at the crease already. You can see her just chatting to Tammy Beaumont. She's taking her gloves off because it's warm out there, but she looks like she belongs at international cricket. And there's a lot of talk on should she have played earlier, can she have played earlier. I think they've got it pretty much nailed on because she's confident now, and so you should be when you've got 152 games in a row.
Absolutely, and I think that first 100, isn't it? It's a big landmark for a batter coming into an international side, and when you get that, you're going to be full of confidence. And cricket is a confidence game. When you're confident, things go your way. And you play with freedom, and that's certainly what we're seeing from Emma Lamb. Tammy Beaumont was slightly out of form, but she got 50 in the last game. So she'll be feeling a little bit more confident, but disappointed not to be selected in the Commonwealths and the T20 squad for England. There's a change of bowling from the Bennett end. See Khaka coming into the attack, the right arm seamer. She comes in and bowls to Tammy Beaumont. That's outside the off stump, play and miss. Tammy Beaumont going for forward defence. Doesn't connect, luckily.
Yeah, a bit of movement there for Khaka as well. First up, just a bit of in swing and a bit of nip off the pitch away from the right hander. It's a good start that from Ayabonga Khaka.
Sue Redfern, the umpire from the Bennett end. It's Khaka coming in with 99 on her back again. That's outside the off stump and pushed up to mid off for no run.
Tammy Beaumont using her feet to get to the pitch of that ball there to try and navigate the swing bowling.
Just building some dot ball pressure, South Africa. They've got a few loose deliveries, a few extras. Temperatures have allowed the England batters to score. They need to build some pressure as Khaka in bowls. In defence again from Tammy. Nice big stride down the pitch. No run to Beaumont. She's still on 15, 35 without loss. Some clouds in the sky overhead, but mainly the blue sky we see. It's not stopping the heat. Extremely hot day here at Grace Road. There's Khaka into Tammy. Beaumont advances, but again finds Chloe Tryon, the left-handed fielder at extra cover. No run again. Great start this from Khaka. 4 dot balls.
You almost get the sense that something's going to happen here, one way or another. Either Tammy Beaumont will come down the pitch and get a little tickle, and a caught behind, or she's going to smack one over mid-wicket for 4.
Khaka, right arm over in again. That's hit hard. That's beat. Backward point and cover. Alex Hartley, you called it correctly. That's 4 to Tammy Beaumont. Whipped from Khaka and punished. 39 without loss.
It's all about who can hold their nerve for the longest. And Tammy Beaumont, happy that Khaka's bowling well at her, but knows that short wide ball is on its way. And it was short, wide, outside the off stump. And Tammy Beaumont leans on it and slaps it straight past backward point.
Beaumont on 19 off 24 then. She faces again Khaka in. That's worked into the onside. Come through for a quick single. Fired in by Ismail at mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 40 without loss. 7 overs gone. And we're going to have some drinks by the looks of things.
I'm really sorry about the chair.
And we have a change in the commentary box as well. And there's some disgust. We need a towel, Anya. Hartley correctly called some sweat on the chair, but as it's so hot today, we'll be having extra drinks breaks. The umpires as well have a towel around the back of their neck with some ice in, no doubt. Ran on by the England coaching staff, but when the temperatures are like this, important that players stay hydrated. And yet 40 without loss, England. Good start.
Yeah, it's been a really good start from England. Exactly what they wanted. Tammy Beaumont looks really, really good at the crease, and Emma Lamb looks really comfortable again, and looks like if there's any width on offer, it's pretty easy picking. So there's going to be an emphasis, I imagine, with South Africa on you've got to bowl at the stumps, otherwise it's going to be punished, and we could be in for a big score here.
And that's right, isn't it? I think at the moment we're not seeing that pressure being built because there is those loose deliveries, whether it be an extra, front foot no ball, a wide, or that loose delivery that's being punished, which makes it easy for the England batters, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just means you can kind of sit in and a bad ball's coming. What you want to do as a bowling team, as a bowling unit, is make the batters have to hit your best ball for 4. And South Africa throughout this series haven't done that. Probably the most inconsistent I think I've maybe ever seen Kapp bowl. Quite a lot outside, off stump, kind of wide, and England have really punished her. It's an area that both Lamb and Beaumont are particularly strong in, and they've really fed it.
So it's drinks here at 7 overs. Just a reminder, South Africa won the toss and chose to bowl. Some changes in the England team. Brunt, Sciver and Ecclestone all rested. So Alice Davidson-Richards makes her ODI debut. Big day for her.
Yeah, massive day for her. She'll be hoping it goes as well as her Test match debut went, but it's a really exciting opportunity for her. You obviously look at Catherine Brunt, definitely from an ODI point of view, not necessarily going to be around for a long, long time, and she has that really crucial position at kind of 7 in the batting lineup, obviously bowling, and it's an opportunity for ADR to put her hand up as being a replacement for that role.
We saw success in the Test match from her as well. She got some runs, so she'll be full of confidence. Scored 100 on Test match debut. That's one for the memory bank. The players are just getting back into their position. There's going to be another change of bowling. De Klerk's going to come into the attack for the first time today from the pavilion end. But the players all refreshed as the sun starts to come out from the few clouds that were overhead. Slight breeze up in this commentary position. It's still very warm. You're sheltered, Anya, by the glass. I get the full breeze as the Klerk comes in to Beaumont. That's straight. As Anya said, that's where you bowl, and it's a dot ball. Good start from de Klerk. She's been impressive for me in this series. I think I hadn't seen much of her before, but she has that fiery. She wants something to happen. She runs in for her team, especially in the Test match. That just adds that little bit of excitement in the South Africa lineup as she's in again. That's down the leg side, taken well by Chetty, but it will be signalled a wide by umpire Anna Harris.
Yeah, she is a wholehearted cricketer with everything that she does. She absolutely gets the best out of her ability, and she's someone who will keep running in, will keep throwing herself around, will stick in there if we need a partnership. We saw her bat really well with Chloe Tryon at Northampton. She does that, and they're really valuable people to have in your team. She's someone who, if you want something to happen, you can kind of throw the ball to, and you know that she will give absolutely everything that she's got.
See Sue Redfern going for a run to get back to her position at square leg. She had to rearrange the stumps. There's de Klerk in again, bowls. That straight delivery hits Tammy on the pads. No appeals, it was going down leg side, but another dot ball.
Tammy will feel she's missed out there. Missing leg stump, only 3 fielders on the leg side. She kind of gestured as if it kept a little bit low. De Klerk's obviously not the tallest, and Leicester's renowned, this pitch is renowned for being quite skiddy. Not a lot of bounce, good pace, but not a lot of bounce, kind of quite quick and skiddy, so missed out there.
41 without loss then. De Klerk in again. That's pushed into the offside by Tammy Beaumont in defence. Big stride down the pitch. Keeper stood up to the stumps to not allow Beaumont to come down the pitch, which we often see her do against seamers.
And she likes to walk. She tends to walk quite early, and she's basically looking to put the bowler off and for them to bowl short, and she's really quick on that pull shot.
De Klerk with orange spikes, bowled again. That's in defence. Back down the pitch. 4 balls gone. This 8th over. Emma Lamb at the non-striker's end, hand on hip, looking chilled. 10 not out. Wanting to clock up some runs again. 100 in the first ODI, 50 in the second one. She's in good form. It's de Klerk. In again to Beaumont bowls. That's outside the off stump. That's hit hard. Great stop there by Tryon to her left, which prevents a run. It's one of those, don't rub it. She looks to her teammates, and they're having a laugh out there, South Africa, which is good to see. Enjoying themselves. And what does this mean for South Africa today? Obviously, England 2-0 up in the series. It's a big game for them, isn't it?
Yeah, it's obviously part of a multi-point series, so if they win this, it's everything to play for in the T20s.
De Klerk into Beaumont. That's hit down the ground. That's hit hard. Mid-on comes round, but doesn't get hold of it. The outfield's quick here because it's so dry. And that's 4 runs. That should have been stopped by the captain, Sune, loose at mid-on. But again, England find a way to get a boundary after that pressure's been built. Tammy Beaumont moves to 24. Score 45 without loss, and that's 8 overs gone.
That over probably sums up South Africa's definitely ODI series so far. Kind of almost built some pressure and then just released it at the last minute. Should have been 1 at most, possibly. Well, Tammy wasn't even running, so it would have been a dot, and that pressure is just released by a misfield and it going for 4. They've just been slightly off the pace in all 3 games and have been punished because of it. Be hot, you expect it to be hot, and you're kind of mentally prepared for it. I think in England you just don't.
We haven't got the facilities for the heat. You need a paddling pool up here in the commentary box as Khaka in bowls. That's on the leg side, turned up to Ismail at mid-on, will be no run.
Tell you what, if I was Trisha Chetty, I would not be wearing my helmet whilst I was stood back. I'd be taking any opportunity to get that off.
That's an interesting one. You don't see that very often. The keeper with a helmet on, stood back. Maybe it's just quicker for her when she stood up to de Klerk in the other end. But safety first, of course, as Khaka in bowls, and that's pulled away by Emma Lamb. That's sweetly timed. Kapp's coming round. She gets there. Great bit of work from her. Dive into her left, and Emma Lamb picks up 2. She'll move to 12. 48 without loss.
I've never ever known her wear a helmet standing up, so this is a new thing for her this series, and she's taking it a step further. I assume it's a time-saving measure. I don't think she's worried about her safety back there.
There's Khaka. Top of the mark from the Bennett end again, bowls, and that's straighter and played up to mid-off. Will be no run. Yeah, it's an interesting one. Obviously, England, the ECB have rules, don't they, that you have to wear a helmet now in if you're playing for England in English professional cricket, stood up to the stumps as a keeper. So maybe South Africa have the same now. Certainly no rules about helmets and standing back though, as Khaka in again, bowls. That's hit hard over mid-on. Emma Lamb, 1 bounce 4. 2 full from Khaka. And again, punished by Lamb. 52 then without loss. That's England's 50 up in the 9th over.
You know it's a pretty good pitch when someone can just stand there and kind of pick it up over wide long on. Like you say, 2 full, and Emma Lamb has taken full advantage of that. And you already sense it could be a long day in the field for South Africa.
Especially if they've got to go and fetch the ball from over the boundary rope. There's Khaka then. What will her reply be to Emma Lamb? She bowls, and that's on the off stump this time and played up to mid-off. Will be no run.
I'd love to see a kind of comparison of the runs when the ball's been on the stumps and the runs when it's been off the stumps. I think we can really complicate cricket sometimes, and it just seems this is a really good pitch, and in order not to be punished, essentially she's got to bowl straight.
Khaka then, white ball in her hand, bowls, that's a full toss. Emma Lamb pulls that into the onside, fielder after it. Ismail quick to the ball, and they come back for a couple. Is that a no ball? I think they will look at a replay on this one. That's the end of the over. 54 without loss, England. You are the queen of simple. I said to you, Anya's come to the Southern Vipers, which is the regional team that I play with. She was just explaining cricket to me in really simple terms, and I call you simple now, and I feel like it's a bit of an insult, but actually it's a real compliment.
I know you mean it with love, so it's okay. I just think it's all sport, but particularly cricket. I think sometimes we fall foul of making it a bit more complicated than it needs to be at times. So yeah, simple's the best.
Keep it simple then, to Klerk, as she comes in to the right-handed Tammy Beaumont, bat high, and that's hit in the air, but that will be over the offside. Third man comes round, misfield, so they may think about 2. No, they stick to 1. Beaumont moves to 25, 55 without loss into the 10th over. Phil.
Just the 4th time these two have batted, opened the batting for England. The 2nd time now they've brought up 50 partnership or more. Their best, of course, 127 down at Bristol earlier in this series.
Thank you, Phil. Mr. Klerk comes into Lamb this time. That's outside the off stump. Pushed down to third man again. Just rotating the strike so far this over. Lamb picks up a single and moves to 19. 56 without loss.
Gonna have a crook neck by the end of this, Phil, having to look over one shoulder for the whole day.
There's an added bonus for me because I'm lowered down at the desk. I'm having to look through the railings as well, so it's a very special view today.
De Klerk in again, bowls that straight. That's pulled by Tammy Beaumont. 4 more runs to her total. She means business today for England. She moves to 29, 60 up for England, and we're in the 10th over.
Tammy's someone who often plays her best cricket when she's got a bit of a point to prove, got a back against the wall a little bit. She'll obviously be absolutely gutted to not be in the T20 squad for the South Africa series and for the Commonwealth Games, and she'll be desperate to put in a really good performance here.
So De Klerk slightly misses her length. What will her response be? That's full this time. That's worked into the onside. The keeper's quickly to it, thrown out of the bowler's end, but that was over another set of stumps as well. So Tammy Beaumont had nothing to worry about. She moves to 30, 61 without loss. What was your opinion on that? And obviously you played a lot of cricket with Tammy Beaumont. So her being removed from the T20 squad, what do you think to that? You can tell us after this delivery from De Klerk as she comes into Emma Lamb. That's in defence, back down the pitch.
I was really surprised to see her not in the squad. But they're obviously wanting to
to kind of, I guess, move potentially in a slightly different direction with the squad. Obviously, Danny's someone who's quite dynamic at the top of the order, and they're maybe looking for someone who bats at a slightly higher strike rate than Tammy, but she is a proven run scorer, so it's a big call to leave her out.
Final ball of the power play then, as the Klerk bowls are wide down the offside. So it won't be the final ball of the power play. She'll have to bowl that one again. But another extra for South Africa.
Yeah, 4 byes, 3 no balls and 6 wide, so 13 extras already.
.62 without loss, and a change of signal there actually, a no ball.
Do you want to change that, Phil? Go again.
Yeah, come on, Phil.
It's been so scrappy from South Africa. If you put in with that, probably 3 or 4 misfields that have gone for 4, just means England have rattled along.
So Mlaba will keep the strike. We get a nice tasty free hit as well. As a batter, there's nothing you enjoy more than having a free hit, especially in the power play with only 2 fielders out. They can't change their field, and here we go then to Klerk. She gives herself room. She's hit that over the onside. 1 bounce for a player in form is Mlaba. She moves to 19, 62 without loss, 10 overs gone. And 66 without loss, 23 for Mlaba. And we have a change in the commentary box. A few more words from Anya Shrubsole, and we'll hear from Alison Mitchell.
Quite contrasting the two teams. Been a brilliant start from England. They've been really positive, really punished some poor bowling from South Africa, and from South Africa's point of view, tale of extras and misfields and really scrappy start, and still 40 overs to go. You kind of feel it could be a long old afternoon. Well, afternoon, yeah, it is for them.
Yeah, we did mention earlier England's scoring rate in this series before today, 6.76, 66 now off the first 10 overs. Not a lot is changing.
Hello Anya, afternoon everyone. It was the last match, wasn't it, when in South Africa up front did not have control over the first 10 overs, and similarly the power play here has disappeared for 66 runs, and Beaumont and Lamb looking very, very comfortable out there. So Lamb on 23, Beaumont on 30, and Ayabonga Khaka comes in. No slips in place anymore, it's just the wicket keeper, and Beaumont is forward. Back at pass, a diving Khaka taking a single, fielded at mid-on, and the throw comes in a little wide of the stumps at the non-striker's end, and a single added 67 without loss. Just wonderful to see this partnership, sort of a new opening partnership in ODIs with Emma Lamb joining Beaumont, and it flourishing through this series. We want to build on the back of the century stand that they had at Bristol. Bit of a conversation now going on down at the end of Ayabonga Khaka's mark. Try and figure out a better plan, Anya, to try and contain here.
Yeah, well, I was about to say I find it baffling that England are going at 6.6 and over, and power play's over, and they still only have 2 fielders out.
Yeah, just out the
release one more at least.
Very high confidence in taking a wicket here, or containing the runs down the leg side, wide signalled by the umpire. So the only 2 out. Now we've got a fine leg. I've got 3 fine leg, a deep square leg, a fraction in front of square, and deep third. So inside the ring, point cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket. In comes Khaka with the indoor school behind her. Over, a little bit of width there, up and over extra cover. Between extra cover and mid-off, this is 4 more for Emma Lamb. The bowling's just not tight enough.
I find it really hard to understand why you wouldn't have all 4 out. It's such a fast outfield. If it gets past the infield, it's 4. Why you wouldn't have a deep cover out, I find hard to understand, if I'm being perfectly honest. And yeah, they just haven't been able to maintain a line and length at all.
I just think, give that protection. Use the protection when you can. This one's cut into Beaumont. Lamb just off the inside part of the bat into the onside, and a single scampered. And England 72 without loss. Lamb 28. And Beaumont, talking about this point to prove with the Commonwealth Games selection. But she's a player who can really pack a punch with the bat. In the ODI format, Lisa Cartley was very clear, wasn't she, on saying, her stats speak for themselves in the one-day format, but in T20s, without being specific, she said, we've asked her to go away and work on certain things. As Khaka is in now to Beaumont, brings the bat down, one bounce and misfield to cover, and that's been another feature of South Africa's bowling, just what looks to be simple fielding errors. Another single is scampered, 74 without loss in this 11th over. Are those things that Lisa Cartley's talking about with Beaumont in the T20 format? Is it simply the strike rate?
I would imagine so. I don't know is the honest answer, but I'd imagine that's probably the main thing.
Trisha Chetty bobs down behind the stump, some way back. Forward comes Lam defending Khaka up towards mid-off, where the captain is Sune, and she picks up no run.
I think we see even with this ODI team with Sophia Dunkley moving up to 3, they're wanting to be a bit more positive at the top of the order, and I think that will be the case with the T20 team. I wouldn't be surprised to see Sophia Dunkley open the batting in the T20 team.
Yep. Be exciting to see. Khaka is in, clipped off her legs, past the square leg umpire, up to the deep, brings a fielder in off the boundary, and a single off the last ball of the over. So we've had 11. Wonder if South Africa will add any more protection here. 75 without loss after 11. Of course, Alice Capsey is in the squad as well, isn't she? Which is a hugely exciting shift up for her.
Yeah, absolutely. She's obviously someone who kind of, I guess, burst onto the scene and burst onto the radar in the 100 last year, and she's a quality cricketer. I see her being someone who will bat at the top of the order or in the top order of England for a long time to come, with some handy off spin as well. And she's just one of those cricketers who's kind of has got something about her that's quite hard to quantify. It's not something you can necessarily put your finger on and say exactly what it is, but she has a confidence that you need, I think, to succeed at international cricket, and really excited to see her and Freya Kemp, who's someone I've come across down at Southern Vipers in that T20 squad.
Yeah, and I think Alice Capsey seems mature beyond her years. I mean, only 16 when she played in the 100 last year, 17 now. But she's travelled abroad, hasn't she, over the winter, and she's played England A, so England Academy, and really getting that sort of more senior experience without being part of the senior squad, and then the step up comes.
And I think that's the real benefit of competitions like the 100. She's played on a pretty big stage and succeeded, so if she comes to international cricket, she's had a good crack at something already.
Another change in the bowling here, and Mlaba comes into the attack with some spin. Left arm spin from around the wicket. Now gives it a bit of flight back up the pitch past the bowler. Couldn't stop that, but there's protection on the very fine long on boundary. And the throw comes back in. 76 without loss. 12th over with South Africa winning the toss, opting to field on such a hot day. You would have loved that, wouldn't you, if Heather Knight turned to you and said 38 degrees out there, possibly 40 in the middle by the time it gets to 5 p.m, but we're going to have a bowl.
I'd be furious.
3 inside the ring on the offside, 2 on the on, plenty of flight there, looking to sort of chop sweep that, turn it around the corner, doesn't get a clean contact, gathered by the keeper. So Mlaba, bleach hair in again, drops that one short, but isn't able to capitalise on it. So wide though down the leg side, but Beaumont, knowing there's 2 fielders back on the boundary deep mid wicket, but it was dragged down to the extent that her eyes lit up, and that could have been dispatched. He should have been dispatched. Here's Mlaba again, toss that one up outside the off stump, out through the gap past cover. Fielder in the deep, bends down to pick up, wearing the broad sun hat, colours of South Africa, and a single is taken. 78 without loss. 3 more balls to come in this 12th over. Chetty bobs down behind the stumps, and Mlaba is in outside the off stump again, chopped away behind point, running away very fast to the boundary for 4. No stopping that one. A lightning quick outfield and a slight slope away towards the old scoreboard side of the ground.
I don't think there's going to be many stopping any balls, to be honest with you. I think I wouldn't be surprised to see England really try and take on Mlaba. I can't see that there's going to be any spin, and it's a ground where you just hit good cricket shots, and if you kind of get it past fielders, it'll be 4.
Yeah, 82 without loss. 12th over, Lamb faces up, gets on the front foot to drive down to long on, fielded a few metres in front of the rope, another single taken. And Mlaba's just 22, hasn't taken a wicket yet across these first 2 one-day internationals. Made her debut in both formats in September 2019. Around the wicket she comes again, full of that time. Chipped her in the air momentarily, and then a bit of a hesitation there from Khaka, not able to stop the ball inside the ring. Picked up just beyond the circle, and another single added to the score. 84 now on the board after that 12th over. Lamb on 35, Beaumont on 34. Phil?
No Nat Sciver today, but I'm going to go early here and tell you that England's highest ever score is 378. Their highest score in Leicester is actually 377, one less. They've made 300 in Leicester on 2 occasions, but as I mentioned, England's highest score 378. What do you reckon, Anya?
You're hinting, Phil.
I'm going to call it.
You think it's on?
I think it could be on. Feels on, doesn't it?
Was the 377, was that the Pakistan match here?
In the 2017 World Cup. Hundreds from Nat Sciver and Heather Knight.
Yeah. Did that game have a feel like it was on? At what point did you feel a score like that was on?
I think when those two kind of got together, they just scored so quickly, and it's just, especially when the outfield's like this, it was quite dry then as well. You just can't stop the ball from going for 4, basically.
I mean, it's a vast playing area, isn't it, the Grace Road? Even with the boundaries in, it still feels like it's a big outfield, but yeah, the dryness as well makes it doubly quick at the moment. Chloe Tryon, so spin from both ends. Another left armour, around the wicket she comes for Beaumont. Gets in a bit of a tangle here, falls over in the process, picked up by the keeper to the left of the stumps. Looking to work it into the leg side.
It's a fact we always mention when we come to Grace Road. The total outfield, the second largest in the world after the MCG.
It is always a fact I enjoy hearing. Tossed up this time, Fuller. Beaumont can't time it. Dribbles up to short extra, no run.
It's one of the rare occasions we can mention Grace Road and the MCG in the same sentence, so we always mention it.
Phil, I drove into Leicester, and given that I used to live in this city as well several years ago, Tryon is in, Beaumont pushes it back up the pitch into the hands of the bowler. I drove in, and I'm sure it's a sign on the side of the road I'd never seen before, because it flagged the King Richard III quarter, and then it said Leicester's cultural quarter. A little quicker maybe this time. Flicker the wrist along the ground into the onside, finds Ismail along the ground, who fields, and a dot ball.
Cultural quarter. Yeah, we've got everywhere's got one now, haven't they? But we've got one as well. Yeah.
I didn't have one when I lived here.
Nah.
It's very uncultured.
Since you went, Ali.
Culture level rose since I left. Beaumont again not able to get this away. Short extra moving into field and no run. It's quite a vibrant city, Leicester. Always has been. Great for sport. Top level sport with Leicester City, Leicester Tigers, the county ground here. Loughborough with the athletics and all the high level sport that goes on there. Dead ball, by the way. And was that because Emma Lamb dropped her pass at the non-striker's end? Here is Tryon in again, and Beaumont trying to work it past the infield and can't get it past Ismail. So there is the first maiden of the innings. South Africa need a little bit more of that, don't they, Anya Shrubsole?
Well, they just need some quiet overs, really, to just try and bring the scoring rate into check, make the batters kind of think, and like I said before, try and hit their best ball for 4. They're just getting so many freebies at the minute. They're not having to work for their runs. They can kind of sit and wait and know there's a 4 ball coming, and that was probably the first over of the innings so far where all 6 balls were where you would want them to be.
Yeah, you can see Beaumont working away to try and pierce that infield. She's calling for new gloves. I think that's the universal signal, isn't it? You make the sort of chatting motion with your with your hand. Full. It's left arm spin again of Mlaba, continuing from the pavilion end, squirting away and a chase back for the keeper to pick up and retrieve. No run. Emma Lamb's on 35, Beaumont on 34. No Sciver and no Ecclestone in the side today for England. Kate Cross is back in on the bowling front. A little flatter this time. Tickled behind square on the onside, and they'll run 1. Short fine leg up inside the circle, who fields securely. Sune, the captain. But Alice Davidson-Richards comes in as well. Excited to see what she will offer, Anya?
Yeah, really exciting. It's a great opportunity for her to kind of try and put a hand up for that kind of all-rounder spot that you'd imagine will be vacated by Catherine Brunt at some point.
Mlaba around the wicket, straighter that one, and defence from Beaumont, just tucking the ball to the onside of the pitch I just felt a change in the wind temperature then. It was just a hot wind which came in for a moment. You do feel for the players, feel for the umpires out there who are wearing the full long sleeves as well. And Mlaba is in outside the off stump, getting on the back foot, looking to crack it away through the covers for some protection in the deep, and able to go through for 1. England 86 without loss.
It's commentary since a workout for you, Ali. You have to stand up every time it goes out to one
it's
side of the ground.
It's just the angle of the window frame, isn't it? You have to sort of just hop up onto your toes, crane your neck out towards the left. Mlaba in, a little more air this time, lofted back over the bowler's head, down the ground. Long on is there to cut it off in front of the sight screen. Throw comes back in on the bounce to Mlaba. And it's another, is that just a single? Yeah, 87 without loss. One more ball to come in this 14th over. So I might continue to stand up because I'm swapping over in a minute as Mlaba is in. Forward comes Beaumont into the onside, no run. And I think the last time somebody stood up from commentary, the seats get left a little bit damp because it's so warm in here. George is about to come in for you, Anya. Georgia Elwes here as well. We've got a commentary box chock full of World Cup winners alongside myself, Alison Mitchell, and I'm not the World Cup winner, Jonathan Agnew, and Emily Windsor and Phil Long making up our team today as the players are having a drinks break at the end of 14 overs. So they're having a break every 7 at the moment because of these hot conditions that have been so well covered in the news. So Lamb on 37 off 40, Beaumont 35 off 48. Sophia Dunkley will have the pads on. Can't see whether she's down in a dugout. I'd imagine she'd be staying back in the dressing room. Georgia, wouldn't she? Not wanting to spend any more time outdoors as she could, well, she would need to.
Yeah, no, I think so. I think all of the girls will be implementing the best cooling strategies today. They've obviously played a lot in hot countries, but we're just not used to it here, are we? We see the umpires putting umbrellas up, getting a bit of sunshade, and
cannot stand with a parasol when they're out in the middle. We've got a cake, by the way. This is exciting news.
Yum.
So we travelled to Grace Road and we're still sent cakes. Just open a card which has come with it as well, and you'll get some points later, George, if you can identify all these birds which are on the front of the card. I think I can manage a blue tit and a robin.
Yeah.
Here's the card, and it's what have we got? It's a zesty lemon and lime drizzle cake.
Yum.
We'll get stuck into that later. Here's the card to all the TMS team. We are listening to you today in the marquee from David Gower members Jill and Jennifer. So we're waving to you over in the marquee if you're listening to us over there. Not waving back, maybe they're having a cuppa. But there are some parasols and some sun umbrellas set up out the front of that marquee as well. But it's a very pleasant situation to watch from, isn't it? From the marquee at ground level. Thank you, Jill and Jennifer. We will make headway into that cake.
Absolutely. I'll get myself a piece of that. Looks lovely.
Exactly. Thank you very, very much. Well, what have you made of these opening exchanges then? It's been all England with the bat, hasn't it? Dominance again.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. These two in superb form have been over the course of this series, and they've just picked up where they left off, I think, in the last game. I think South Africa haven't bowled where they've wanted to, not executed their plans, but England batters have really made them pay.
Yeah. No, if you offered some deliveries to be put away, they've put them away. There was the over of one over of control, wasn't there, from Chloe Tryon, her first over, the first maiden that we've seen all innings, and you just wonder whether she'll get a decent spell now to try and contain, because the only way if you feel they're going to get a wicket is by slowing the scoring rate down and then maybe just bringing a rash shot, or maybe a shot which will offer a catch perhaps, because there seems to be very little otherwise that's going to pass the bat or find an edge.
Yeah, completely agree with you. Tammy and Mlaba out there have got a fantastic tempo to their batting, haven't they? Runs have been easy to come by, both looked very fluent, scoring easily and scoring quickly, and so I think you're right, when South Africa can bring about a bit of pressure by bowling dot balls, bowling maidens. I thought Chloe Tryon bowled really nicely at Bristol as well, actually, on a pitch that did suit the spinners more, but she bowled nicely in tandem with Mlaba, and she's coming into the side and probably more of a defensive spinner, I would say, but her role now is very simple. I think it's just to bowl straight at the stumps, frustrate the England batters, and like you said, maybe bring about a rash shot, because that's really the only way that you see either of these two getting out.
Yep, Chloe Tryon 2 for 34 from the 7 overs she bowled in the last game, and arguably there she perhaps could have bowled more. So, drinks have been taken. I'm seeing that the 2 on-field umpires today, Sue Redfern and Anna Harris, so they were taking refuge under the umbrellas.
Sue Redfern very carefully counting the number of fielders South Africa have got, as if they might have snuck a couple on during that drinks break.
Oh, it reminds me of the charity game I was playing in last week when we had about 15 players and we were trying to rotate 11 on at any one time. We definitely had a couple that snuck through. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outside the ring now. This is what we expected really to happen after the power play had ended. So Chetty bobs down. Sorry, beg your pardon, the 4 of course. So it's long on, deep mid wicket as we resume, and forward comes Lamb, pushing this into the offside, and it's Chloe Tryon who is continuing here with her left arm spin, deep square leg, and fielder on deep cover boundary. Tryon, left arm around, flicking it in through the gap mid wicket, out to the deep. Fielder moves in, sends the ball back into the hands of Tryon. A little bit of cloud overhead. Every now and again the sun just gives the players out in the middle a little bit of respite from its direct scorching heat, but the air is still hot, and the breeze is a warm one as well. Still a decent smattering of spectators around the ground, actually. I wondered how many would stay away. Fuller this time, and Beaumont isn't able to work it away, and he finds Ismail on the onside, no run. Yeah, I always worry about a hot day when people aren't accustomed to it, whether people would rather sort of try and stay indoors. But when you don't have homes that have air conditioning, you may as well be outside at the cricket. This has been worked past Ismail at mid-on. Beaumont jogging down for a single, fielded inside the rope.
Yeah, I was worried about that, but actually there is a decent smattering of spectators, and they've all found the shade, haven't they?
That's key. That is key. A couple have brought decent flags in as well. Wide of the off stump this time, cut away to the deep cover boundary. Finds the fielder. One more added for Emma Lamb and England. 90 without loss now. One more ball to come in this 15th over. Lamb moves on to 39 from her 43 balls. So here's Beaumont facing up. She's on 36, holds that bat high and was baseball style like. Tryon is in, looks for a reverse, and it's been well saved actually by the keeper, Trisha Chetty. Looked as almost she could have worn the bat of Beaumont's right sort of in her across the chest, because she's standing of course to the spin right up behind the stumps, and Beaumont got into position to play quite a sort of swinging sweep shot. As it was, she gathered the ball and it's a dot. And Georgia Elwes, a few more words from you with England 90 without loss after 15, and then Jonathan Agnew coming in.
Yeah, fantastic start here from these two batters. Obviously full of confidence, enjoying spending time together out in the middle. A new partnership for England at the top, and both enjoying batting out there.
Yeah, South Africa just getting a little bit control back, just 6 off the last 3 overs.
Still bizarre that they put England in on a day like this. It really is. Mlaba then from this end, the pavilion end, comes in and actually she aborts that. She's going to let that go, and then something put her off. Emma Lamb on 39 now, so she's overtaken Tammy Beaumont, who made the early running. She's on 36. 15 overs gone, and Mlaba bowls on the off stump, just sort of a length, a bit of hesitation there, but they complete what's a fairly routine single. But the batsmen there had to batters looked at each other in the eye first before running, and then there's a thumbs up there to say well done from Lamb to Beaumont. 91 for no wicket in the 16th over. Beaumont bat held high, waits, the left arm spinner is in. Oh, it's a wonderful shot, beautiful. For an extra cover drive, it was almost an off drive, but just past extra cover's right hand, she absolutely middled that. That's why I love watching her bat. She's just got the shots, she really has. Beautifully played, using her feet, got to the pitch of the ball, and bang.
Yeah, fantastic footwork from her, wasn't it? And she eyed up that gap and got the ball, she got the length that she wanted, and she absolutely smashed it. Well,
she did, because I mean she's very slow, isn't she, this spinner, really, and that's played off the back foot to the bowler, so there's no pace on the ball at all. She hit that very hard. 95 for no wicket. Great start for England, but a bit of a stinker for South Africa, trying to fight their way back. Short of a length, turned into the leg side by Tammy Beaumont. I'll take one there to the edge of the circle. 96 for no wicket. I mean, why would you subject yourself to fielding in this heat on what is a pretty flat pitch?
It's a great
and England
question.
have been knocking up their runs in this series. Mlaba again bowls, too short, pulled into the leg side, and they'll look for two. I don't think they'll get it though. The fielder quickly making the ground there. It's Nadine de Klerk out on that deep square leg boundary. He throws it back in again. 97 for no wicket. Some kids are playing a bit of cricket there. Over to our left, I see, which is nice. It's a cameraman wandering around. And Mlaba again comes in, bowls too short, and it's steered off the back foot by Beaumont very easily, pushing the ball out to square point. And that's the end of the over. It's a criticism really the way South Africa have bowled throughout this. They've always been, whether spinners or seamers, they've just been a little bit too short. I mean, they have pitched it up. They've beaten the bat a few times, but you can't go bowling that length.
No, absolutely not. And the two fiery quicks at the top of the innings are usually so good at setting the tone for them. In Ismail and Kapp just weren't on it today, were they? They bowled too much width, too much length. It was too short. And these two England batters at top of their game, full of confidence, and on a pitch like this, it's easy to put those balls away.
Well, they're going to score a huge total here to carry on. Tryon continuing, her left arm spin, and there's a little reverse paddle there, which gets Beaumont a couple of runs, I would imagine, down towards the boundary to our right. Looking to see if the rose beds are still there. Always a feature of Grace Road, but I think they've gone, which is rather sad. The 100's up. Nice little gentle paddle into the offside. The two batters, they give each other a bit of a hug, say well done. And on they go. I mean, they're just showing no signs of getting out or being in any particular trouble. They've one or two plays and misses early on, but that's all. And Beaumont's on the back foot, turning it away into fine leg, a chase here, and they've taken one. They think about the second but don't take it. That's picked up by the captain Luus, who's got a few things to think about.
Only the fourth time these two have opened together, and it's their second 100 partnership.
Well, they're certainly enjoying batting together. There's the next one, tossed up outside the off stump, driven hard by Emma Lambert, only as far as the extra cover fielder, Steyn.
You mentioned England scoring a big total, Jonathan. 378 is the record. Do you think that's in a bit of danger?
Well, I think it might be, don't you? There's the inside of getting out. Another reverse sweep, and that's hit harder this time by Emma Lamb, and surely, yep, that'll go for 4, bouncing away over this very arid outfield. I think once it beats the fielders, it's gone. It's just like it's like a tabletop. 106 for no wicket. It's picking it off now. Playing for fun.
Well, I think they're having a little competition with each other to see who can get to their 50 first.
Yes.
We might have some counting balls, some hogging of the strike. But a good option, and it moves that mid-wicket now from inside the rings. Going to have to put 2 points in. Both of them have played that shot.
So Ismail's coming down just inside the circle. Tryon again, bowls, and there's the gap that's opened up, and so flicked away into that leg side. Two fielders converge, but it's the deep mid-wicket who gets there first and throws it back again. Wolvaardt out there. Looking forward to seeing her bat later, but I think she might be up against it. Very big score here in the offing. Although England, of course, have rested some of their key players today. Not least Nat Sciver. And this one's flicked away to the leg side again. Beaumont only picking up one though. The fielder moving quickly to her left on that boundary. So another single, 108 for no wicket, but runs is coming thick and fast now, and no way of stemming the flow. Tryon again, bowls, so that's short and cut. The fielder out there running to her left, under pressure, does very well, diving, rolling over, and throwing that back in again on the turn. So nice work out there, and keeps them down to to 2 runs. 110 for no wicket is the score. England put into bat. A decision that maybe the captain might be regretting now, I'd think, if she wasn't earlier on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not sure it'd take no long to regret it. I mean, 5-6 overs. You think, I'm not sure I got that one right.
Yeah, very strange decision, and England having the beauty of resting their players and bringing young talent through. I mean, I don't think I've ever been rested in my career. Have you?
No, I don't think I was. Not actually. No, not through choice or anything. I mean, you could be dropped.
Yeah, I've had that plenty.
having a match off is no.
Strange luxury.
It is rather. Although, wouldn't you rather be playing? Have a cap?
Well, I think that. I think it must be a strange feeling to be told that you're being rested for a game.
Yeah. No, you want to play. And Mlaba moves in again, bowls left arm, and it's too short once more, forced out towards deep point for a single. I mean, the 3 that have been rested, I mean, Brunt, Sciver and Ecclestone, I mean, they're not going to lose their places, are they? But if someone were to come in and have a good game, but even so, still, international fixture, isn't it? And Mlaba again, round the wicket, then tossing it up, bowls, and that's nicely played. It wasn't quite as short, but Emmelam couldn't find the gap there, finds the fielder at backward point. 111 for no wicket on a stifling afternoon in the middle of Leicester. And Mlaba, very short hair, bowls, and that's turned into the leg side, going for a single. Lamb goes to 49. It's yellow, but you were saying that so outside of cricket, she looks completely different. Big wig. Big wig,
weave, and
brilliant. I'd love to see that. Here she goes now, because it's very short at the moment. It's tucked away out of mid-wicket, so Tammy Beaumont moves to 47. So she just sort of straps it on and walks out of the ground looking completely different.
I saw on social media of the South Africans a few weeks ago that she was carrying it as a precious cargo on the coach. Might have to strap it in on the seat next to her.
She goes in round the wicket, then bowls too short once more. It's chopped away. Oh, she missed out there, Lamb. That should have been a half century. But, picked up Wolvaardt at backward point.
Yeah, I think she's really into her fashion. She seems like a bit of a fashionista. Yeah.
Well, she's a nice left arm spinner too, but she's bowled too wide there, and that is Emma Lamb's 50. She missed out the previous ball, but she wasn't going to do it again. She's played very nicely, and again, South Africa surely ruining their decision to give England a first use of this pitch, but also to do so. The temperature's 35 degrees. And they're out there fielding. I'm just trying to wonder, how she broke the news to her players. Good news, girls. I've won the toss. Oh, terrific. Well done, skipper. Yeah, start strapping your pads on. No, I've put them in. I mean, there's no sort of gentle way of doing it, really, is there? I think it's got to come out with it.
Then there's no real logic behind it, is it?
No.
Is there? Other than they would have wanted early wickets up top, but they didn't come. They didn't bowl well enough to get those. There was nothing in the pitch either, was there?
No. I mean, there's a tinge of green, but it's not really done anything. Umpire Redfern is up to something down there. She's a stately figure, and she's doing something there with Tammy Beaumont's gloves, I think, which have now been sorted out. And Tryon comes in round the wicket and bowls. There's that reverse sweep again, and if it beats the field, actually it might not quite have the legs on it, that one, to go all the way down to the boundary. It's fielded by Goodall.
Emma Lamb's played 5 ODIs and scored, I'm taking Phil's job, sorry, 102 50s in that time.
There you go. Yeah, what a start. She's on 52 now. Oh, she's chipped one in the air. Catch it, someone shouts in utter desperation, but it lands there in a big gap. And a disappointment there for Ismail, who's chasing after that. It was always just running away from her outside the circle.
Yeah, and Emma Lamb started her career with a nought and a did not bat, didn't she, before this summer, yeah.
Tryon again comes in round the wicket, and now it's Tammy Beaumont's chance to play that little reverse paddle. Fumbling save just outside the circle. Keeps her down to a single. 48 not out. 118 for no wicket. We're in the 19th over. Tryon again swings her arm. Comes in, bowls left arm spin, and that's worked away into the leg side by Emma Lamb. Out to deep mid wicket it goes. The fielder comes trotting in. Won't be able to get the second. That's Wolvaardt out there wearing number 14. 119 for no wicket. Can Tammy Beaumont find the 2 she wants here? Plenty of gaps around. Tryon moves in, bowls a very full ball, and Beaumont completely mistimed that drive. He was given a lot of air. Perhaps just threw that shot a little bit too early. She twiddles her bat. Waits for Tryon to pause at the end of her mark. Keeper crouches, padless. And now Beaumont down the pitch. Flicks into the leg sides. Your eye on 2 here. Fielder coming in, gets there quickly. No, can't get it. You do notice it with the shorter boundaries from the men's game, actually. There aren't that many opportunities for 2s, are there?
No, and because the outfield's so lightning quick as well, the ball just is travelling to those fielders in the deep quite quickly, isn't it? Oh, you would have thought that. It looks like a fairly. We always know that here is a big outfield anyway, but it does look quite big square. But you're right, because the outfield is so quick. There are no opportunities for 2. I don't think they'll be too displeased with that on a day like today.
Certainly want to be running 3s today, aren't they? Anyway, Beaumont's on strike and she's on 49, so her chance will come here, because there's 1, 2, 3, they've got 5 I think inside the circle at the moment. To mention the keeper not wearing pads over her trousers, those sort of shin pads tucked inside. I think it's Sarah Taylor who first started doing that. So Beaumont's on 49, and there she goes to 50. Mlaba again just dropping too short. Someone should be saying, for goodness sake, come on, pitch it up a bit more, because that's just a gift. Short wide of the off stump, chopped away for a single. And Tammy Beaumont reaches half a century. She waves her bat around. Some affectionate applause, little touch of the gloves there. Oh, and a hug too, that's nice, from her partner. And she's played nicely. There's a steady Tammy Beaumont innings, a lovely cover drive in there. 121 for no wicket. And Mlaba again bowls, and she's set up for that reverse sweep and missed it this time. And, brave take by the keeper, to be fair, because she was right in line for that. So Lamb missing out. Mlaba again bowls. That's a better length at least. She's down the pitch, hitting it down to long on, and just dropped it. Can you believe it? Oh dear. The first chance they've had, it's Andrie Steyn there, coming in from the boundary below us. She really should have caught that.
Yeah, regulation chance really, but you feel like it could be one of those days for South Africa here.
Mlaba again bowls, and she's gone for she's hit it straight back at her. Now, I don't think it was that a chance. I don't know. It was hit so hard we couldn't see her. She was blocking our view. She was hammered back.
I think it might be a tough one, but I think it might have been.
Yeah, that would have been, if it was, that would have been a hard chance. It was hit very, very hard indeed. She goes again. It's pushed away to deep point for a single. And it's 123 for no wicket with a ball to go in the 20th. I'm waiting for a replay of that, but they're not showing one at the moment. Lamb on 55, Mlaba bowls to her, and she gives us that little bit of room that she likes to do. She bowls, she's going to run out, surely. Oh no! What a farce. What a hideous piece of work in the field. It was a good stop, but the wicketkeeper there, with the batter 6 yards out, failed to collect the ball, which dribbled behind her. And I have to say, the body language out there now with that drop catch and that missed run out. I've seen more cheerful cricket teams. Put it that way. Anyway, some thoughts from you, and then we have Emily coming in here.
Yeah, that is just sums up South Africa's day so far. 3 chances, we think, in 1 over. Emma Lamb was completely stranded in the middle of the wicket. Tammy Beaumont at centre back. Was a fantastic piece of fielding, diving one-handed stop, but the throw went into the wicket-keeper Chetty, and it just went straight through her legs. And that is 3 big chances in 1 over that South Africa have just missed.
Yeah, it's been a rather sloppy period, that, and I think when you're playing against a team that's so strong, so much depth as England, you can't be giving them chances.
She's not even in the frame, is she? We've just seen the replay. That's not a bad throw. Keeper has just completely missed it through her legs.
So it's pressured situations, isn't it, Georgia? Obviously there's not massive amount of pressure, this is the first game, and they're 2-0 down in a series, but you've got to be taking those chances at international level.
100%, especially when 3 come in one over. You've got to expect that you're going to take one of them. Heads are dropping, body language is poor, thinking here we go again now.
Chloe Tryon then, the left arm spinner to Beaumont off the back foot, plays that back down at her feet, and back to Tryon will be no run. The score 123 for none off 20 overs. England on top and on course for a big one as Tryon in,
shot.
Beaumont down the ground. 6 runs over the advertising board. You drop Tammy, she's going to make you pay. She moves to 57, 129 without loss.
This is absolutely textbook Tammy Beaumont. Shuffle down the wicket, give herself room and smack you straight over your head. That is Tammy at her best, and an important innings I think for her today. I've spoken about the disappointment she'll be feeling, left out of the T20 squad.
Tryon then in again, that's on the leg side. Top edge, and they come through for a single. There's no one backing up. This is really sloppy by South Africa. They scramble round. There's just no energy in this field. Where are they going to get the breakthrough? They need something to cheer them up. 130 without loss then as Tryon in. Whips this time. Emma Lamb cuts that sweetly. There's a fielder at cover, but she's not going to get around. Whips and punished by Lamb. She moves to 59. 134 for none.
And that's the frustration, isn't it, from Tryon? Created chances in the previous over. She just goes searching for something there. Length not right, too much width, and Emma Lamb punishes.
Left arm round then, Tryon in again, and she gives herself room. Cuts this pass back with a point. They jog through for a single. Another misfield out there, but England aren't interested in the second. Lamb to 60. Of 61, 135 without loss. We're into the 21st over. And South Africa need to find something as Tryon in, and that's an inside edge from Beaumont. The keeper Chetty quick to get her gloves off, so it'll be a rare dot ball that we see at the moment, but 21 overs gone, 135 for none. Lamb on 60, Beaumont on 57. Sun shining down on Grace Road. Really hot. Managed to get myself an ice cream already.
Have you? That's where I think I might be going shortly.
It's a day that you don't just need one ice cream. You need plenty of ice cream, I feel.
They might run out today, mightn't they?
I'll get down there quick, Georgia.
What did you go for?
I had a nice Solero. I felt like I needed, the ice-olly, refreshing vibes, but also something to eat.
Lovely.
So got the balance right there, I feel.
Very good. Very nice. Good choice.
Be a change in the commentary box. Georgia can go and get her ice cream. Alex Hartley will be alongside. The ice cream specialist can comment on my choice as Mlaba will continue from the pavilion end. I've already had one.
That's an early ice cream.
I feel like I need a couple today though, Alex, as Mlaba in, advances, that's hit over, extra cover by Emma Lamb, flown over the boundary rope. She moves to 64, 139 for none.
Emma Lamb is just very much at home in international cricket. We've seen her play like this in domestic cricket for years and years and years, scoring the bulk of the runs for the Thunder. She's been our backbone, for at least 3 or 4 years now. She's come onto the international circuit doing the exact same.
Mlaba in, that's down the leg side. Taken well by Chetty, but a wide signalled. Again, another extra for South Africa. 140 without loss.
She was actually very unlucky in the last game as well when she top-edged a sweep to short fine.
Mlaba in, uses her feet this time. Out to the sweeper on the boundary rope on the leg side. She's timing the ball sweetly. She moves to 65. And the score 141 without loss. Mlaba, the left arm spinner, in again, bowls to Beaumont on the back foot, who cuts that away. That'll be 4 more. South Africa just looking at the ground, look disheartened here. They don't know how to A, get wickets, and B, stem this run flow. Beaumont to 61, 145 without loss.
I'm going to remind people again, England's highest score, 378. What do you reckon, Al?
Well, it's definitely on. Definitely on. The only thing that is going South Africa's way is there is no Nat Sciver, who got 50 off 30 balls at Northampton. Unbelievable batter, who is capable of, taking a game away from anybody. So no Nat Sciver today, but somebody else will step up.
Mlaba in, uses her feet. That's an outside edge by Beaumont.
It's another 4.
And when it's not going your way, it's not going your way, is it, Alex? That's nothing more frustrating for a left-arm spinner. And a nick for 4, but Beaumont will move to 65, 149 without loss.
It's a good time to mention Tammy Beaumont's record against South Africa. This is her 10th innings, 300s and 350s.
Wow. She likes playing against South Africa. 50 in the last game for Tammy Beaumont as well. Down in Bristol, both of them in fine form.
She's on 65 off 71. There's Mlaba in again on the leg side, hitting to the onside, but will be a rare dot ball. But on that, losing that Sciver, Danny Wyatt's now promoted up the order. She's one that will score quickly, play for the Southern Vipers with her, and she's in fine form this year.
She is indeed. I got 100 in the World Cup semi-final.
Mlaba in on the leg side, that's swept, but can only find fine leg. Another dot ball. That's the end of the over. 22 overs gone, 149 without loss.
I am taking the ploy during this commentary stint to actually stand up, because last time I sat down there was a pool of sweat on the chair, and it took me at least 10 overs to cool down. So I'm going to stand up and see how we go.
I feel like you're slightly out the sun there as well. I think that's a great option.
Yeah, I actually bumped into somebody in the press box and said, Emily Windsor looks like a hot sweaty mess today.
Dare I ask who that was?
Said yes, she is slightly warm, but so are we all. And it should be the last time we talk about the heat, because it's hot everywhere, wherever you are in the country, whether you're at home, in the garden, pottering around, driving, it's going to be warm, isn't it? But it's summer. That's what we want. We complain when it's cold, we complain when it's hot. Typical English people, aren't we?
We certainly are, but me personally, I'd rather it be too hot than too cold, or wet. 149 without loss. Then Ismail coming back into the attack for South Africa.
This is key now for South Africa. Ismail is their wicket taker. She's the enforcer for South Africa. She's so experienced. She brings that extra pace coming down the hill. She struggled in her first spell with bowling a few front foot no balls. You feel like she'll have a point to prove here. Can she get through Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont and get into England's middle order? She's already got a better field set than she had earlier. 2 slips, 2 backward points earlier. It just didn't suggest what she was going to bowl.
Just 3 fielders outside the circle. As Ismail comes in, that's played into the offside, will be no run.
Better that fuller delivery. You have to bowl full. There's a difference of bowling too full. Yes, I get that. You can then be hit down the ground. If you bowl that good length delivery, it's going to be tough to play, especially with her pace.
You've got to hit the stumps more as well. I feel like South Africa are giving the batters too much width. It's a freebie, isn't it? Just throw your hands at it. But Ismail at the top of her mark from the Bennett end, in past Sue Redfern, bowls. That's turned into the onside. Hitting the stumps, that delivery. Will be no run. Opting for just the 3 fielders out. Marizanne Kapp down at fine leg on the boundary, warming up. The deep cover, a third man. So they've gone for an attacking field.
Yeah, with this field it suggests that you've just got to bowl full outside the off stump. You've got your protection on the deep cover boundary in case you do get it too full and you're driven through the covers with third and fine. Fine could be a catcher for Ismail as well.
And she comes again then. Short delivery, bowled! Emma Lamb gone for a ramp. And it was that full delivery from Ismail hitting the stumps. And Emma Lamb gone for 65, and that is South Africa's first wicket in the 23rd over.
Yeah, brilliant that from Ismail. We said in her first spell she bowled too short, too wide. You just said she had to bowl at the stump. She's done exactly that. That ball has cannoned into off stump as Emma Lamb has tried to ramp a full ball for 4 down the hill here at Leicester, and just missing it completely. And you feel like there's almost a sense that she's given that away, Emma Lamb. She didn't look like getting out. She's been brilliant for England. 65 off 66 balls. Emma Lamb has been brilliant in this ODI series for England. Playing her 3rd game, getting 100, 4th game 50, 5th game 60. It's easy, this international cricket. But she's been bowled by Ismail, and South Africa have finally got the breakthrough.
Hopefully our captain, the South African captain Sune, Luus, is having a word with her fielders, her bowlers in that huddle to try and bring it back. But am I looking forward to this? Sophia Dunkley coming to the crease, fresh off 100 in the second ODI of this series.
And that's the thing, isn't it, with this England batting lineup now? You know, Heather Knight normally at 5, but it's at 4 today because Nat Sciver's been rested. You've got somebody that hasn't played a massive amount of international cricket, Sophia Dunkley. We know how talented she is, and she's proven that in the last game, promoted to 3. And you just have these batters that just keep coming at you. Sophia Dunkley's an attacking batter, and you really do feel like this could be her day.
That's right. And then after Knight, Danny Wyatt, who we've not seen much of in this series, and Amy Jones, I think we all agree, probably, you know, is due a few runs, isn't she?
She is indeed. She's had a torrid time of it recently for England, so she'll want to get out there. She still scores so many runs at domestic level. In the 100 last year, she was phenomenal for the Phoenix. Today's the day that she could really get herself back into some fine form.
If she gets in, Alex.
If she gets in, that's
she's down at 6.
The big if.
There'll be batters ahead of her that will want to cash in on what's a great day to be batting first. But South Africa did win the toss and bowl.
I think that they've done that because they feel like that's their best way of prolonging the game and keeping themselves in the game for a longer period of time. Can you bowl England out? Can you put some pressure on? Unfortunately, so far in this first half, they haven't done that.
The highlights of today's game will be on BBC iPlayer later, so make sure you catch them. There's been some fantastic cricket shots already. Just the 1 wicket to 4 Emma Lamb. Sophia Dunkley is setting herself at the crease. Ismail changing her field to bringing cover up, and putting a slip in play as well. So just a third man and a fine leg out on the boundary. Ismail prepared to be attacking. 149 for 1 then. Slight breeze. Blue skies. Really warm out there. But what a day for cricket. The crowd mainly in the shade, ready to watch Ismail come into Dunkley. That's outside the off stump and left alone. There's quite a few people here today, Alex. More than I expected with this heat.
Way more than I expected as well. They are all sheltering in the shade, which is very, very sensible. A small ground here at Leicester, but Northampton was the same. There wasn't many in. Today we've had more and more people turn up, which is good to see. It's now the summer holidays as well for kids at school. Day off, come down to the cricket.
Ismail then charging in, ponytail swinging. She bowls, and that's played into the offside. Again, no run, fielded at backward point by Klerk. And her floppy hat. See a mixture of the floppy hats, Kapp, Ismail, Mlaba and Klerk in those, and others opting for just a standard cap. What would you opt for if you had a choice?
I would love to be able to be a floppy wearer, but they don't stay on my head. So the floppy in a slight breeze just comes off.
Too small or too big?
Too big.
Your head too big?
No, the hat's too big. The hat, we'll get there eventually.
You've just got a 6 there, so you might just
fit now. If you want to bring it up again.
Ismail into Dunkley, that's driven, but will only find mid-off. Not off 3 balls so far. Score still 149 for 1.
The best bowling figures ever in the competition. I'll just drop that one in as well.
Overtaking Charlotte Taylor as well, the Sun Vipers.
She's going to have to pull her finger out and get a 7, isn't she?
Yeah, well, competition's set now. Is this going to be an ongoing thing? There's 1 round of the women's domestic competition left, the Rachel Hayhoe Flint, before the 100. That's this Saturday. And then break for the 100. Then we go again after that in September. Phil.
Very quickly, you mentioned how Ismail needed to be the leader of the pack. She's just bowled a wicket maiden there, so maybe the tide might start turning.
And here we go as well. Marizanne Kapp coming back into the attack. So South Africa turning to their 2 senior bowlers. Kapp, for me, has to start bowling straighter. She's bowled 2 wide outside the off stump. She bowled 3 overs and gone for 17 runs and hasn't really been a threat. But can she just adjust her line and length ever so slightly?
Kapp then organising her field again. 4 fielders out for Kapp. Fine leg, deep square leg, third man, and cover the backwards W. If you're looking at the field, the rest of the fielders in the ring. There's Kapp running in at an angle, to Tammy Beaumont bowls. That's full, and that's worked past mid-wicket and mid-on. That is a great shot from Tammy Beaumont. Just timed sweetly, and she moves to 69, 153 for 1.
Great bit of batting there from Tammy Beaumont, but you have to say a poor bit of fielding from Steyn, who's almost didn't want to get on the floor. If she'd have dived to her right hand side, she may have half stopped that ball, but she just gave it the finish line when you duck after the 100 metres and watched it go for 4.
So fine legs come into the circle now. Mid-on's gone back after that shot. Kapp clearly wants to be bowling full. She comes in again, hair in a bun, bowls. That's outside the off stump play and missed by Beaumont. 153 for 1. That shot. Are they half appealing here and considering a review?
I think they are. They're gone for it.
Gone upstairs. There was no real appeal, Alex. Kapp certainly wasn't convinced.
There was no appeal from wicket-keeper, bowler, and then they came into the middle and said, we'll review that.
Can you do that? Not appeal to the umpire and then just send it upstairs?
Well, I guess you can. I guess you can. The surprise element of the review for South Africa, and I guess they're trying to take a punt here. There is a chance that she has got something on it. There's a play and a miss outside the off stump.
Or is it a miss?
We'll find out.
Come on, umpire Alex, give us your verdict before you watch it.
I don't think it's out.
I feel like if it was a genuine nick as a bowler, or even as a fielder, there'd be more excitement if you're getting Tammy Beaumont out on 69.
Or does it show how deflated that they are, that they've not gone up for it?
So replay then, the ball's going past the edge. There's no spike on ultra edge. So the fielders start walking back. And Anna Harris will signal not out.
Well, the third umpire said, Anna Harris, you can stay with your original decision. There was no original decision. There was no appeal. That was probably the most bizarre 3 minutes of cricket that I've seen all season. We've seen some poor reviews, but that wasn't poor, it was just strange.
Maybe Kapp just wanted to re-watch it. To be honest, I don't think she was the one that wanted the review. That was real bizarre. But anyway, the fielders are back in position, and Kapp will go again to Beaumont. That's on her pads, and it finds mid-wicket. It will be no run.
We've said it 3 or 4 times in this innings. It kind of sums up where South Africa are at, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think what has also summed it up for me is the captain Sune is now actually at mid-off, but she spent most of her time at short fine leg. Now, as a captain, you have to be a leader. You have to be out there.
It's Kapp in again to Beaumont. That's turned down to third man. That's flying away quickly over this outfield, and that's 4 runs. Again, not going South Africa's way. Beaumont moves on to 73 off just 77 balls, and the score 157 for 1.
You've got to be a leader as a captain. You have to set the example, and if your captain's hiding at short fine, what's that saying to everybody else? You know, she's not interested. So now she's got herself in the game. She's at mid-off. She's offering advice to her players, and you've got to lead by example.
Kapp then. That was a good delivery. She didn't get any reward for it as Kapp in again bowls. That's full, and she hits it into her own pad. Will be no run on that then, Alex. Obviously, Dane van Eerkerk's still out with an injury. And you get the impression she's a slightly different leader than Sune Luus. How much is South Africa missing her, do you think?
Oh, missing her in all aspects. As a captain who fields extra cover mid-wicket, you know, who's in the game, who's aggressive, probably one of the best all-rounders in the world.
Kapp in to Beaumont on outside edge again. On the stumps, good delivery from Kapp, but they come through for a single. Beaumont to 74, 158 for 1.
But as soon as somebody like Dane van Eerkerk comes into your side, for this South Africa side, it strengthens it instantly. You know, you take out, we know as a bowling unit, bowling to South Africa, your key wickets are Wolvaardt, Sune, Marizanne, Kapp. Chloe Tryon had a brilliant day at Northampton where she got 80 odd, but that's once every 8 innings for her. So you know that, you know, round the corner she's capable of doing that. She is capable of finding the boundary. But as soon as you add in Dane van Eerkerk with her leg spin as well, that's 10 overs with the ball. She's normally very consistent, and with the bat for the 100, she was player of the tournament last year, so that in itself says how good she is.
Coming back then from her wicket maiden, Ismail. She's a senior player in this side. Missed a test match with an injury and the first ODI. But she's certainly that fiery bowler. 1 for 14 off 4 overs so far. the top of her mark from the Bennett end that Grace rode in and bowls. That's hit nicely out into the covers by Beaumont. The outfield's rapid and the cover sweeper comes round, does well out there. They come back for a couple. Beaumont moves to 76, 160 for 1.
Good bit of fielding out there from Bosch. She runs around to her right hand side, does a little sliding stop. Very football-esque, that one, when you're going for a slide tackle, but she stopped it nonetheless. We've seen a couple of times that the players have just let it go for 4, so maybe they've rallied the troops and said, come on, we need to be better.
Ismail in past Sue Redfern again, bowls, and that's an outside edge but fielded at gully. Will be no run. And I get the impression as well from Danae van Eerkerk, seeing her, she really pulls up her teammates when they're slacking. She's not afraid to challenge them when it's going poorly, if you like, and I feel like from what we see from Sune Luus, we don't see the conversation. She just seems a little bit more mellow and, as you said, fielding herself at fine leg.
She's got herself in the game now though, so it's better from her.
Ismail to Beaumont, that's hit through past mid-on. She's not going to stop that. 4 more runs to Tammy Beaumont. She's flying now and moves to 80 off 82 balls. A point to prove, Tammy Beaumont. 164 for 1.
Well, as impressed as I am with that shot from Tammy Beaumont, we've had a new construction worker behind us in Anya Shrubsole, who has now built 3 fans for the TMS team, and the one behind us was rattling and it was really irritating actually. Anya Shrubsole's come in, she's taken it apart, turned it off at the electric, screwed it all back together. Silence.
That was shoddy workmanship from me and Emily Windsor, I'm afraid.
Phil, don't drop me in it like that. I was here bright and early trying to make some fans and you're dropping me in it. As Ismail Ian left alone outside the off stump by Tammy Beaumont. Quicker delivery.
No, to be fair, the full story is I'd given up. And then you found a way to unscrew the screw that wouldn't come out with
and re-motivate you, Phil.
You brought me back in, yep. You got me on board.
Teamwork, we're a team up here.
Then we tried to have some competition with Alison Mitchell, me and Phil taking it, and it turns out there was a completely missing part of Alison Mitchell, so we can finish the competition.
While you three and producer Charlotte were hard at work, me and Georgia Ellis were at Agassiz having a brew.
Ismail in, and that's driven, and that splits, extra cover and mid-off. Tammy Beaumont, take a bow. She's on 84 off 84 now. 168 for 1.
Wonderful shot from Tammy Beaumont. Slower ball there from Ismail. Just outside the off stump. She's run her fingers down the side of the ball for the off cutter outside the off stump. Beaumont's leant on it beautifully, straight out the middle of the bat, past extra cover and mid off, and nobody is stopping that.
Beaumont means business here. Ismail then. What will her response be? In bowl, short delivery pulled by Beaumont. That'll be 4 more. Frustration from the South Africans. And Beaumont's really enjoying herself out there. 88 off 85. 172 for 1. 25 overs gone. There should be a change in the commentary box.
Well, I don't understand why she's bowled that ball there. The field's not set for it. I think in cricket, sometimes you have to say that was a wonderful shot. And that one was through the offside, on the front foot. So she's then bowled a bouncer with no deep square leg. It's easy pickings for Tammy Beaumont. As we're going to have a change in the commentary box. Alison Mitchell's going to come in instead of Emily Windsor. And you almost feel South Africa had a moment in this game when they lost the wicket of Emma Lamb that they could have got themselves back in. And they've just given it away again.
Hi Alex, they did. It was a moment, wasn't it? And hot off the back of those 3 chances, which you can only say were fluff. That's the best way of describing them, because one was a catch in the deep that really should have been held. And then, well, the caught and bowled chance was a bit tougher, but the missed run out when Lamb was out of her ground, that was a big error from the keeper, Chetty.
Let me ask you, Al, when you're playing, when do you look to double the score? Because we're at the halfway mark now, 172 for 1. That's nearly 350, just doubling it halfway.
32 overs, you look to go double your score in 50 over cricket these days.
We're looking at a biggie.
We are indeed.
Marizanne Kapp is continuing here, 172 for 1 then, the 26th over, and Sophia Dunkley's faced 3 balls, yet to score. She gets one full and straight, full face of the bat. Oh, beautifully driven, a straight drive through, very fine mid-on. Back down to the sight screen. That was glorious, Alex Hartley.
Sophia Dunkley at her best there. Saying the other day, she hits in peculiar areas. She doesn't necessarily play those lovely straight drives, but she did then. She stood still, just leant on the ball, back past Marizanne Kapp. And once you've got someone like Sophia Dunkley at the crease, that hits in these strange areas, but is able to do that. She's going to be so good for England.
It's like crouching her stance as Kapp is in. Outside the off stump, that beats the outside edge. Now, we haven't said that too many times today. Through to the keeper. Just a fraction outside that off stump and past the edge.
You can just see in Marizanne Kapp's body language here that she's not happy. She's tired. It's been a long old series for them already. They've still got 3 T20s to play starting on Thursday. It's almost like she doesn't really want to be out there.
Let's see if she can make it worth her while by picking up a wicket. And again to Dunkley, who's forward, doesn't time this as well. Up to Sune, the captain at wideish mid-off, who herself has sort of fielded in odd positions for the captain actually today. So at one point she was on the 45.
Yeah, we were just saying that. And I like the fact she's now got herself in the game. She's at mid-off. I was saying, as a captain, you have to be in these areas where you can talk to your players. You can't do that at short fine leg. It's almost like she didn't want to be out there herself.
Kapp sets off, running away from us, past the umpire. In, bat beats the edge again, through to Chetty. Well, this is the closest South Africa have really come to challenging and potentially finding an edge, and Kapp in her follow-through just ended up leaning on her knees with her head down, as if to say, surely one of these will take the edge.
Well, that just shows when you bowl in the right areas, you bowl that good length ball, seam up, it's just nipped off the surface ever so slightly, but you have to bowl consistently in that area to create pressure, which is South Africa haven't done that.
She's got 2 more balls here, Kapp, to make an impact this over. Drop and run from Dunkley this time, eager to get off strike for the end of the over, and she does so. Kapp fielding off her own bowling, running across to her left-hand side. Neat rotation of the strike, that I like that from Dunkley, which is not able to get that ball away through the infield. The drop and run was on. 177 for 1. Beaumont back on strike, 88 off 85 balls, as quite a large, I'd say greyish cloud has come over the ground. I mean, it doesn't look like it's rain at all. It's not that dark, but it's a greyish cloud.
That'll be nice though. We'll bring a cool breeze.
Absolutely giving a bit of respite from the full glare of the sun as the whole ground is in shade. And Kapp in now to Beaumont, outside the off stump. Beaumont steers it out through the covers into the deep and able to jog through for a single. Well, a good over from Kapp, a challenging over, beating the edge of Sophia Dunkley's bat at the end of over number 26. England, having been asked to bat first by South Africa in this third one-day international, a 178 for 1. The wicket was Emma Lamb, who was bowled by Ismail for 65 shortly after she should have been run out. But her ODI career so far, 5 matches, Emma Lamb a duck in the first, wasn't required to bat in the second, and then 102, 67, 65. How about that?
Well, playing against Australia for her debut as well, and she was facing Elise Perry, one of the best bowlers in the world. England were having a torrid time of it out in Australia. They hadn't won a game, it was hard work for them, and they've almost thrown Emma Lamb into the team, and it was almost like she couldn't win in that situation. She did get bowled second ball, then, as you say, she didn't end up playing, or she didn't end up batting, in the next game she played, and we were all thinking, come on, we want her to play. She made her test debut and she said, I just want a run, and everyone was like, everyone wants a test run. She went, no, I want an England's run. I've played 3 or 4 games now and I've got a run. Well, she's not stopped since.
So when she got selected, it was like a lamb to the slaughter.
It was indeed.
Wow. I wish you were writing the headlines that day, Phil.
But since then, she's ran away from the slaughter and she's flying.
Right, here's is this Khaka coming back on?
Yes.
From the pavilion, from the end of the ground. So tosses herself a catch and gets ready to bowl to Beaumont. 89 off 86. And Lamb and Beaumont put on 149 together before that stand was broken. So here is Khaka in then to Beaumont, forward defensively into the onside. Picked up and there's no run. Well, these two just have such a platform now, don't they? Huge platform to build another partnership. And Beaumont, it would be a very sweet moment for her if she scores a century so soon after not making that T20 squad for the Commonwealth Games. She stands with the bat held high, brings it down defensively, thinks of a single, will take it because it's just wide of mid-wicket, who has to cover a little bit of ground to the left in order to field. And singles taken comfortably. That moves Beaumont onto 90 off 88 balls, so a good strike rate for her as well. Just looking around the ground at the spectators. Alex, so how many ice creams have you had, by the way? What's your ice cream count today?
I haven't had any yet.
None yet?
But I also haven't eaten anything but sweets so far today, so I think I might as well carry on and go and get an ice cream.
I think you may as well. The meat is where you go, apparently. Width here, and not able to quite capitalise it on Dunkley, but oh, she has now, because there was a misfield inside the circle. The ball couldn't be stopped, and it's a boundary. Dunkley on to 9. South Africa have not been tight in the field today. They've let far too many through. That one was, even so, she, even though it was a bad bounce, just seemed to dive over the ball, the fielder.
Think of the Sydney Harbour Bridge and how it's shaped. That was the dive that was put in by Chloe Tryon there at extra cover. The Sydney Harbour Bridge dive went straight over it.
It needed a slide, didn't it?
It needed a nice,
swallow dive.
Nice flat one.
Dunkley on to 9, 183 for 1. That was cut back in a touch, and Dabble kept it a little bit low as well on the way through to Chetty, and the keeper manages to save any buys. 183 for 1. So the reason why I had a little bit of a scamper in here for commentary changeover just now is that we had the commentary on a couple of boxes along.
Oh, it's behind.
It's behind the real action. So as I was sort of looking down, making some notes, thinking, oh, I've got another ball to go in the over. Suddenly, you're on. Defence this time, Dunkley forward, defensively angled bat up to Chloe Tryon, who does a little keepy-uppy to tow it up into the air and catch it. Maybe that was the thing. Maybe she thought she was playing football out there with the big dive.
In the penalty box dive.
We were talking about the South Africans' body language, though, and even now there's just, I know it is hot out there, which again questions that decision to field first, because it is energy sapping. But, you've got Ismail, hands on hips. Kapp early was on the boundary, arms firmly folded. Smeared in the end wide of Ismail. 4 from Dunkley. That was hit with real intent. Down through wideish mid-on. 4 more, dealing largely in boundaries at the moment.
They are indeed. Boundaries are so easy to come by for England. And Sophia Dunkley there, just standing still. And we say she hits in peculiar areas. That was almost a slog straight sweep. And how do you set fields to somebody who hits the ball like this? And she's just dragged it from wide mid-on, and it's just scampered away to the boundary. It's so hard to bowl at England here. They're just finding the boundary with ease. There's no pressure being created from South Africa. We saw a wicket maiden from Ismail, and then her next over was an expensive one with a few boundaries, and 2 boundaries off that one as well. So how can South Africa here start to build more pressure?
It's a very difficult question to answer, because even when there is good bowling, it's not being backed up by tight fielding. And you've got batters who are full of confidence, in form from the previous couple of matches.
I worry here, Mlaba's got square leg in the ring. Tammy Beaumont is a very good sweeper of a left arm spinner.
And here is the left arm spin then. So 1 on the 45, there is the sweep, and she's squeezed it along the ground for 4. They need to go aerial. That's the gap between square leg and short fine. Really well placed, well executed shots. Takes Beaumont on to 94.
If you're going to have that field, you have to bowl outside the off stump, which then becomes negative bowling. So what she really needs to do here is bring cover up and put deep square on the boundary and look to attack the stumps. Yes, Tammy Beaumont might give herself width to hit through the offside, but sometimes you have to say that's well batted.
Make her play the harder shot. Sweep again, 4 more, past square leg this time. Only a fraction behind square. Beaumont on to 98. What an innings this is. She's feasting on the South African bowlers at the moment.
It's just poor from Mlaba this. She's better than this. You have to set your field, you have to bowl to your field. If you've got a deep cover, bowl outside the off stump. If you've got a square leg up, you have to bowl at the stumps. You're just gifting Tammy Beaumont her 100 here.
Was she going to make the same mistake for a 3rd time? Square leg is still up.
Surely not.
Deep cover is back. Beaumont is on 98.
Well, there we go. Having a change in field.
Here we are then.
Mid-off's coming up. And square leg's going back.
That comes mid-off into the circle. Bit of a pause while the field is reset. Beaumont on 98. Mlaba in. A little more air this time. Worked along the ground to long on to take her to 99. Ismail moves in to field. Well, that was better.
Was better. I still don't like having the deep cover. It's just protecting your bad balls.
Mlaba in now to Dunkley, who's looking to drive. Down to Ismail again. The ball sort of gathers pace along this hard, fast outfield. Single to Dunkley. Beaumont one away from century. Should be her 9th in one-day internationals if she gets it. She's on 99, goes for the sweep again, but finds short fine leg along the ground. And there is no run.
There's been a shift in the deep cover fielder as well. They've now got a deep extra cover. So a cover inside the ring, deep extra, mid-off, long on.
Beaumont on 99 and Mlaba in. Into the covers from Beaumont, a punch of the air as she goes through to the single that takes her to 100. She removes her helmet, raises her bat, gives it a swish. Beaumont is 100 not out off 93 balls. She gets a hug from Sophia Dunkley. But this has been a dominant display from Beaumont, one of England's best. And she's deserving this rapturous ovation. South Africa have not been at their best. But Tammy Beaumont, 100 not out.
Brilliant from Tammy Beaumont. We've spoken about it a lot already today. She hasn't been picked in the T20s and the Commonwealth squad. Tammy Beaumont always does well when she's got that bit between the teeth. The point to prove. She's gone out today and she's done exactly that. 50 in the last game, 100 today. Exceptional from Tammy Beaumont.
Yep, the 100 off 93 balls, so better than a runner ball.
Yeah, lots to tell you about that 100. I'll bring it to you over the next few balls. The headline really is it's her ninth ODI 100, as you mentioned. She goes level at the top of the England list with Charlotte Edwards. Only Meg Lanning and Susie Bates ahead of them in that list.
That is quite an accolade for Beaumont. And she's had a stellar career, World Cup winner as we know. In 50 over cricket. Yeah, she has been dominant, continues to be. She's now facing up to Khaka, shapes for a scoop, the ball bobs up in the air, drops safe. There is a short third up inside the circle. I don't think she got quite as much length as elevation that she wanted there, looking to scoop it over the wicketkeeper's head down towards the boundary.
It's her 10th innings against South Africa, her 4th 100. What else to tell you? It's her 4th 100 against South Africa. Only Meg Lanning versus New Zealand has made more hundreds against one individual side, and she now leads the list comfortably in home 100s. It's her 8th made on home soil.
She loves batting at home, doesn't she? Anya Shrubsole has sat alongside me now. You know Tammy well, what will this mean to her, and particularly just those stats. Is she someone, I mean, you'll say you don't look at, you know, where you level up against the greats of the game, but, you know, having that place in history. Just watch this ball as Dunkley's facing up to Khaka, looking to drive into it firmly, doesn't time it up to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, I think she's someone who kind of pays attention to those sort of things and will know, she definitely knows if she's coming up to a kind of milestone or something like that. But I'm really chuffed for Tammy. Like we've said lots of times, it'll have been a really difficult week for her, and to come out and bat as well as she has done is a real credit to her, and I guess her mental toughness.
Yeah, exactly, in the face of some news that would have been really disappointing. Witt this time, slash back over the bowler's head for 4. No, it's been cut off just inside the sight screen for once. I think it has been cut off. A tumbling effort. But it brings up the 200 because Dunkley's back for a second. 201 for 1 in just the 29th over. Again, example where you think there's a little bit of width and you see her shape and think she's going to drive that out through extra cover, and she goes down the ground over the bowler's head. Khaka in again, chipped into the onside, finds Ismail, and there's no run. So one more 100 fill for Beaumont will take her clear as England's all-time ODI 100 maker.
That's right, she's level with Charlotte Edwards at the moment on 9, and as I mentioned globally, Meg Lanning and Susie Bates, only 2 players ahead of them.
Not bad names on the top of the list.
Some decent batters there, that is for sure. Tammy is a world-class ODI batter. There is absolutely no doubt about that. Player of the tournament in the 2017 World Cup. She's just a consistent run scorer, and she's been there at the top of the order for England since that kind of 2016 when Robbo kind of brought her back in, put her at the top of the order. She's never really looked back, and she's been a mainstay of this England team, and really pleased to see her get 100 here today.
Yeah, Mark Robinson gave her that confidence, said you can bat here, so we want you to bat. Dunkley meanwhile is drilling Khaka down the ground, but there's protection because long off and long on are in place back on that fence. And Dunkley is scoring at a runner ball, come out and started briskly and swiftly picking up boundaries as she did in the last over. 17 off 17, 202 for 1. One more ball to come in this 29th over. Bit of a change in the field here for Beaumont. Still got deep cover out, but third is coming up inside the circle, and Ismail's being pushed back onto the boundary on the leg side, well in front of square. Khaka is in, full ball, Beaumont jabs it back down, dribbles into the offside, and Sune comes into field to end the over. So we've had 29 of this England innings, 202 for 1. Tammy Beaumont 101 not out off 95 balls. This will hold another, drinks break. It's an ice necklace break, and a chance for the players to try and just cool and get that core body temperature down a little bit again. Phil?
21 overs to go. We were mentioning about the score England might get. Another score worth keeping your eye on. Tammy Beaumont's highest, 168 not out. The England record, Charlotte Edwards. You mention England records often, Charlotte Edwards, isn't it? 173 not out versus Ireland in Pune in the 1997 World Cup.
That is a while back, isn't it? 97. The game was very, very different in the 90s. Charlotte Edwards' career incredibly spanned the very much pre-professional days. Talk about players now, those who've straddled the sort of, you were kind of semi-pro era, chance to shine contracts when they came in, the 2009 World Cup and onwards. But yeah, when you think what the game was when Charlotte Edwards started playing, unrecognisable to what it is now.
She was probably in Colops, I'd imagine, or not far off.
Yeah, definitely buying her own kit.
Absolutely buying her own kit and all of those kind of things. So yeah, the game has come a long way.
Yeah. And what about you and your retirement then, Anya? How are you finding the coaching side of things?
Yeah, I'm absolutely loving it. I think I'm having no kind of regrets, as it were, no kind of real desire in lots of ways to be out there playing, which I think shows that I made the decision at the right time. For me, most importantly, I think I made the decision, and that's the most important thing. I think for the team it was absolutely the right time. You see the way that Izzy Wonga's bowled and Lauren Bella's bowled and all of those kind of things. Those girls deserve to be out there playing, and yeah, I'm really happy with what I'm doing, really loving being down at Southern Vipers. Playing and coaching, having the opportunity to work alongside Charlotte Edwards is invaluable, to be honest with you, and really good group, really good team, really good group, really good exciting group of bowlers down there as well, so absolutely loving what I'm doing.
And one of your youngsters picked for the Commonwealth Games.
Yeah, Freya Kemp. Yeah. She is
17 years old.
17 years old. Really exciting, a lot to be excited about. Kind of hasn't played cricket for 2 years, had 2 pretty much full years off with a back injury and an ankle injury, and then has just come in this season, shown what she can do in the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and been picked for England. So kind of what dreams are made of, to be honest with you. But she is hugely exciting. Left arm seamer, bowls at decent pace with seemingly with very little effort. Makes me quite jealous, to be honest with you. And bats left-handed and just quite uncomplicated, but just whacks it. So look, I'm absolutely made up for her. I've joked with her, I chatted to the nets, I said, "Oh, are you expecting that call, Kempy from Finchy?" And she said, "No." She said, "Well, I was having my nails done, and I didn't know whether to pick it up or not." I was like, "Well,
good job."
The selector's calling you. I suggest you pick up your phone." So luckily she did.
Hold that nail varnish.
So yeah, look, I'm really excited for her. She just seems to take everything in her stride, to be honest with you. She just seems very unflustered, very unfazed. I'm sure there'll be ups and downs, but she's a very, very exciting cricketer.
Is she still at school as well? She's still studying, doing A-levels?
She's still at school at St Bede's School down in Brighton. So obviously now kind of term's finished, so she can put her head down and concentrate on cricket. But the school have been really good with her, and I don't know if she'll get a chance to debut or not, but if she does, she's a mighty exciting cricketer.
Yeah, I was reading actually that she said she wasn't sure about whether she would go to university, for example, which again, that's a point on which the game has shifted, because she's suddenly weighing up, well, do I go to uni or do I follow this pathway of professional cricket that is suddenly opening up at international level in front of me? But crucially, knowing that there's the net of paid domestic cricket beneath, which of course you never had, to that extent when you were university age.
Yeah, I think it worked both ways. It worked on the way up, and I'm obviously now seeing the benefit of it working on the way down as well. And I think that's just as important to have it on the way up to international cricket, but also it used to be if you lost your England contract, that was it, really, and you suddenly just kind of got thrown back into the world. So it works really nicely on the way back down as well.
We're going to be exciting to watch her for sure. Nadine de Klerk continuing, so a bit more seam bowling here. Well wide outside the off stump. A big miss from Dunkley into the gloves of the keeper, who's standing up to de Klerk. Got the helmet on, but Dunkley looking for big, hefty cuts. Maybe a little bit too close to her body when she moved across. 202 for 1 then. Resuming after the drinks break. And we're into the 30th over of the innings, so we will get to the point where England might think, well, let's double this score. And with 200 on the board already, there's some width again, and another miss by Dunkley.
With third man up and a point in the ring, I think Dunkley will feel like she's probably missed out on 2 boundaries there. The field looks like it's set essentially to bowl full and straight and protection down the ground, that she's bowled 2 short wide balls, but 2 dots, so I guess you'll take it. It's
been always a little bit of a feature of South Africa's bowling, though, is not being able to have the discipline to bowl to fields. This one's pulled, rather smeared for 4. Has it finding the gap? Yes, it does, because it races between the wide mid-wicket and long on. So she doesn't get the boundary behind square on the offside. Instead, she goes, right, well, I'll pull that across the line and get one down the ground. On the onside, she's on to 21.
I haven't got the best view here, but I've got umpire Anya Shrubsole alongside me. She's superb at signalling these 4s.
It's immediate. She goes immediately.
Exactly.
But I don't think you've got one wrong yet, though.
It's a long way left in the day, and it's hot.
In goes de Klerk, in as Dunkley waits for one outside the off stump. But Southampton, she was able to cut this down to the deep cover boundary. A misfield in the pickup. Again, another feature of South Africa today. It's been an untidy performance in the field, with not great discipline in the bowling and not great sharpness in the field, and energy, which understandably the energy you'd think low because of all the heat, but then you question that decision to bowl first and to put the team through standing in the field when they had the option to bat first. De Klerk in, that was straighter, but it's been picked off, and again trying to find that gap to pierce, the reason where she scored the boundary, this time fielded a wide mid-wicket, cutting it off to her left-hand side. 209 for 1, with one more ball to come in this 30th over.
You can create, and you don't have to be running around and shouting and bawling to create energy. That's hard in this heat. There are ways you can do it without doing that, and South Africa pretty much from ball 1 have just been off the pace.
Yeah, and England have absolutely capitalised. 209 for 1, the last ball of the over, dragged down to pull it around the corner, a little juggle misfield on the edge of the circle, but no run is able to be taken. But probably another missed opportunity with the drag down, the ball back of a length. So Beaumont 101 not out, Dunkley on 24, as Emma Lamb is the only wicket to have fallen on 65. England can still make a stack full of runs from here. 209 for 1, 30 overs gone. Anya Shrubsole, World Cup winner, is with us. A few more words from you then, Aggers.
Well, if you apply the double at 30 rule, that's England getting 418, which would blast past your record, the record that Phil has pointed out to us a couple of times, and Dunkley is the perfect person to have in here at the moment, looking really good on 24. Hello, Aggers.
And how lovely to see you up here. Welcome to our potting shed. We get a great view, but not necessarily for a South African. Crikey, they've had a bad day. They really have. From the toss onwards, really. And I was saying to Georgia, I was wondering what point the captain realised that she might have made a bit of a clanger here, drop one. But anyway, somehow they've got to try and fight it back, but they just don't see how, really. Tryon's coming back again. Left arm spin from the far end. Great name for a bowler, isn't it? Tryon.
It is.
Brilliant.
You've got to resist the temptation for too many puns.
Yeah, it's just such a good name. Yeah, I wonder what she's going to do. But again, they've got the field set on the offside. This is for Dunkley, who does hit the ball in very strange places. Here's Tryon, and she bowls. That's a little bit short, and Dunkley's on the back foot, driving it out towards deep extra cover for a single. Just walks it rather than trotting. 210 for 1. And Tammy Beaumont checks her guards. It played really well today. It's been typical Beaumont, really. A couple of lovely classy shots in there, but she's just played at her own speed. Really setting up the platform here for England. 210 for 1. Tryon again from the far end, round the wicket, ball's too short. Cut away once more towards deep cover for a single. I'm not sure how many times I've said too short today. It's been a lot. They've bowled just way off their length. Far too short. We've even got 2 fielders set for it now. And the offside there, as the next one again gets Dunkley onto the back foot. There's a little bit full of that. Played up to mid-off.
Yeah, it's been too short, too wide, too leg side. You name it.
Yeah, they've not had a good day at all. Now, where's Dunkley going to hit this? She's on 25, a quicker one, but again, it's short. She leans back, forces that hard out to deep cover, running round to her right. And that scoreboard behind her, very brightly lit up. And showing that score, 212 for 1. And Dunkley cracking along here, 26 and 25 balls. It's adding some pace and energy to the innings as Tryon comes in again, bowls, and that's pulled away into the leg side. There is a fielder out there, and I'm wondering actually if Tammy Beaumont saw her initially, because she played the shot and looks as just actually admiring it for a moment, thinking it was going to go for 4, but is it Wolvaardt out there? It usually is out there at on that boundary. So just 1 run taken. Tryon again bowls, and that's turned into mid-wicket. Dunkley's running that first one quickly. Ismail will field that, and again there's just a single. 213 for 1. The end of that Tryon over. Dunkley 27 and Tammy Beaumont 103. We've had 31 overs now. It's a slow day because all the drinks breaks which have to be done, frankly. It's inevitable. It's baking here just like it is everywhere else around the country. But there's a good turnout here. I think I was saying earlier, I don't know which way you came, Anya, but I came through Melton Mowbray, my hometown. There's nobody there. It was like lockdown.
They're all inside.
Yeah, there's nobody
come out.
No, there's nobody anywhere. But I mean, there's a reasonable turnout here. Well, it's a Monday. It's a rather strange Monday. There's the heat and everything else. But there's a fair few. Here at Grace Road now, 214 for 1. 31 overs gone to Klerk's running in and bowling, and is driven handsomely by Sophia Dunkley. And to fielded below us, Ismail, who's all over the place. She opens the bowling, she fields in key places, bowls at a fair old speed too. 215 for 1. I like her. She's a bit spiky.
She very much is.
Yeah.
Very, very much a competitor. That is for sure.
No, I like that.
Not afraid of letting you know when she gets you out. That is for sure.
Oh, you get a bit more send off. Really?
Absolutely.
Who'll give you a send-off, Anya? Here's to Klerk bowling. It's spooned away down towards a very fine third. Nicely played. Beaumont's just got her eye absolutely set now. And she put that just where she wanted down. There's a little green gazebo down there. I'm not sure. It looks like a temporary one. Not sure who's housed in that. Maybe it's the PA announcer or the DJ. But anyway, it was in there that it went. Nice shot.
Sorry, Jonathan. Tammy Beaumont 17th for the day to go with a 6 as well.
Yes, playing well, really nicely. Bat raised very high. De Klerk moves in and bowls very wide outside the off stump. That's signalled a wide. Umpire Harris, only 22. Seems extraordinary.
Yeah,
isn't
I
it?
know. She had an exceptional test match, an absolutely exceptional test match. Let's call it an indifferent game at Northampton, but she is a quality umpire. She's a medical student as well. Very bright, very good umpire.
So young to be doing international cricket. De Klerk again, and that's scythed away over cover. There's a big gap down here to the left, and that runs away for 4 runs. Well played, Tammy Beaumont. A little bit of width again. De Klerk's on her haunches, but it was too wide. And again, a free hit to someone on 100. Get under it, hit that length. Deliberately sliced over the fielder, and very well played. 224 for 1. This is it's one-way traffic. I don't see anything out there that South Africa have got, apart maybe from Ismail, that could do anything here.
Ismail would be the one potentially to bring back. She got that wicket of Lamb earlier. She might be the one to go to.
Yeah. De Klerk again bowls outside the off stump, slightly slower that, and clubbed away out to deep point. And comes that throw, nice accurate one this time, but there's been drop catches, a howler by the keeper. It should have had Emma Lamb run out by yards, but she's failed to gather it. So it's not gone South Africa's way at all. 225 for 1. De Klerk again runs in bowls. That's driven just past her. She sprawled there to her left, trying to prevent that single. Dunkley moves to 29.
You feel there are as many runs as Tammy Beaumont can muster the energy to get out there for her. She's on 112, and there's still 18 overs to go today.
She could get huge. What is her highest score, Phil?
It's 168, I believe.
Oh.
Phil said it earlier.
Oh, right. Here's the Klerk again, and that's sliced away. That'll go down to the boundary. She's just hitting it all round the park.
Yeah, I'd like to take more credit than that, but Phil said it about 10 minutes ago, and I couldn't. Numbers stick in my head.
Yeah,
so.
well, I was impressed.
I can tell you where it was. It was against Pakistan in Taunton in 2016.
Anya, tell us what the highest England score is.
No, it's 175-3 by Charlotte Edwards against Ireland in Pune in 1997.
So you're a numbers girl, are you?
I'm a numbers girl, yeah.
That always knows their figures.
No, I don't know my figures. I know how many balls I've bowled because it's hard work.
You know how many overs you bowled?
I know how many overs I've bowled. No, not a clue. I could probably work it out. After a spell, I could probably stand there and picture each run that had been hit, but I don't know exactly my figures as I'm going along. That's what scoreboards are for. And you don't want to know sometimes.
Well, sometimes
when it's going badly.
Sometimes you definitely don't want to know. Tryon again, starting a new over. It's tossed up, driven back at her. And there's no run. I played with someone here called Gordon Parsons for years, who would not only know his bowling figures at the end of a full day of championship cricket, but everyone else's.
Full day championship cricket, that's impressive.
He would walk off and he would know what everyone was. Now this is worked into the leg side. Yes. Shouts Tammy Beaumont. That's good running. She's been out there a long time. And she scampered through there. She's obviously still hungry.
I think she just wants the strike.
Yeah, exactly.
Wants every ball she can get.
Yeah, she sees a big one coming on here. And that's where Emma Lamb let herself down, I thought. Yeah, I know it's one day cricket and all that, but give her a bit more experience. She wouldn't have played that shot, I don't think. Back goes Beaumont. And that's a single out to deep extra cover, trotting in off the boundary. I mean, opening batsman, and she's going at a decent rate. You get your hundreds, don't you? You get your hundreds.
I wouldn't know the feeling, but I can't imagine there are lots of times you're out there thinking, oh, there's 100 here for the taking in international cricket, and it just felt like that from the get-go with those two. So.
Yep. Tryon again, short and pulled by Dunkley out to deep square leg. And they come ambling through for one. Beaumont was on a back up there a moment ago, stretching calves and hamstrings and so on, making sure that she's keeping. Down the pitch comes Dunkley, flicking that away, trying to turn it into a full toss, fielded by Ismail. And it's the end of the over, 234 for one. England put into bat and they're making the most of it. Sun behind cloud at the moment, bubbling up overhead, but still that very warm wind blowing straight down the ground and happily through our open window. It's a bit of a wind tunnel in here, which thank goodness it is. Well, you play away overseas and commentate overseas. You're used to hot weather like this, aren't you?
I think I said it to someone earlier. You just don't expect it when it's in England. You go to Australia, you think it's going to be hot. India, Sri Lanka, you go with the expectation it's going to be hot. You come to England and everyone takes the mickey out of this, talks about the rain and all of that. You just don't expect days like this, so I think that's why it hits you harder.
Well, I think Mlaba's okay. She's got very short hair. She's coming on to bowl now. Bright yellow. And she's going to bowl her left arm spin to Tammy Beaumont on 118. Wicketkeeper crouching. Mlaba moves in, bowls, tosses it up. Beaumont drives hard, probably perhaps too hard really. It went to the fielder there on the edge of the circle very quickly at mid-off. So no chance of a single. Steyn fielding there with another very long ponytail. This next one's short, worked away into the leg side by Beaumont. And they settle there quite quickly for just the one that she strolls, certainly the last part of it. Got to keep herself going here now. It must be hot with the helmet on and all of that. There's a hot wind blowing in through the grill. 235 for one. Mlaba bowls, Dunkley's down the pitch, and then I thought she was going to hit that over the top actually, but in the end worked it into the leg side. Just one run to the fielder coming in there, Tryon, who loses her cap as she throws the ball back again. 236 for one.
I'll tell you what, I would like if England were to lose a wicket, I would really like to see Danny Wyatt coming in next.
And play a few shots. Oh, she's stumped. There you go. You've got your wish. And Tammy Beaumont is stumped for 119, and she's done something to herself there.
Cramp, I think.
Yeah, I think it is cramp. She's struggling to get off the field. Then now she's got the bat under her arm and she's heading off, and it was a nicely flighted ball that tossed up, a little bit of width, and she's gone to try and pump it down the ground, and that's the end of a really good innings. As I said at the start, I just love watching Tammy Beaumont bat. She's classy, she's a classical player, unruffled, she's got some beautiful strokes in her locker as well. We've seen plenty of those today. She's taken her helmet off, sweeping back her hair. Captain Heather Knight gives her a punch on the gloves as she walks past, and that's a really good innings from Tammy Beaumont. She's a little pirouette there, waving to the crowd with her bat raised, with a big smile on her face. Well played. Peels her gloves off and disappears.
Yeah,
so it's not Danny Wyatt, you've got Heather Knight.
Apologies, Jonathan, again. 119 runs, 107 balls, 19 fours and 1 6, and in the end that partnership between Beaumont and Dunkley was worth 87 runs.
A brilliant innings from Tammy Beaumont.
Yeah.
Tricky week for her. Come out and play that way has been brilliant, and she's really set England up here for what should be quite a big assault on the last 16 and a bit overs.
Yeah, I mean there's batting to come, isn't there? There's lots of it. So as long as they just maintain this momentum, they're going to get an enormous one. Oh, which the overs 33, so yeah, we're in the 34th over now. Heather Knight had a chat with her on the way across the field. She said, I've just got pad rash all the time, which I didn't quite understand at the time, but then I seem to be just sitting there with her pads strapped on and not getting in because of the others all getting the runs. So she got an opportunity here to just have a bit of a look. Checking her guard. There's 2 balls to go in this over. It's 236 for 2. Looks around the field. What have we got? We've got 5 actually inside the circle, plus the keeper. Deep square leg. It's a long on. And somewhere out there, there's a deep extra cover. Mlaba around the wicket, bowls to Knight, who just patiently plays that into the offside, tapping it away. And there's no run, so 236 for 2. And Mlaba literally comes in off about 3 paces, trots in, turns her arm over, and that's Knight off the mark, finding the fielder coming in from that cover boundary. And that will be the end of the 34th. So 16 overs to go. A broiling afternoon, but with no sun. It has vanished for now. There's cloud bubbling up. Just the breeze. But it's a really summery scene, looking around, people in shorts and t-shirts and lots of hats on, of course. People just pottering about. They're rather pinching themselves. Is this really Leicester? It's 35 degrees. Ground looks so dry, doesn't it? So I was trying to educate Alex. I was saying, get a picture up of 1976, the Oval, because it was the whole place was like a brown carpet. It was just the green in the middle of the square, and that was it. It was extraordinary. Sort of beige carpet. 237 for 2. Knight's looking around. And they've got those 2 fielders there for ball that you think is probably there for a short ball, really. Tryon bowling a left arm spin. It's outside the off stump. Oh, Heather almost feathered a catch there to the keeper to run the ball away.
No, it might be harsh on Heather Knight, but I'd have just loved to have seen a bit of Danny Wyatt. 2 down.
Tryon bowls to her, she's on the back foot, playing into that offside, so picks up 1. Well, yeah, she'd come and play a stack of shots, wouldn't she? Be exciting.
2 down. It's free licence. 16 overs to go. Go and see what you can get. If you get out for nothing, doesn't really matter. It's a free hit.
Tryon again. She does play this ball in funny places, Sophia Dunkley. She's dragged that from outside off, from a fullish length, down the ground to long on for a single. His hands are a long way apart on the bat handle. Very unorthodox. So she hits the ball well. And Knight on the back foot again, finding one of those 2-point fieldsmen. 2:39 for 2. 2 balls to go in this 35th over. Keeper crouching. Let's try on bowls, and well, she's gone there for a reverse sweep but missed that. Hit the keeper, and I think it's been given us a run actually. By umpire Redfern. I must say the wicketkeeper's got a beautiful pair of inner gloves on. Do you see that? A flash of bright orange. She whipped her gauntlet off there to collect the ball. Here's the last ball of the over. Played into the leg side, and Knight has to run there. So the throw comes in from mid-wicket. And that means that Dunkley keeps a strike. 33, 241 for 2. And yeah, some thoughts from you, and then Emily's going to come in here.
It's up to Heather Knight here to get up and running pretty quick. England have set a really good platform. Looks like there's runs available. And she'll want to get up and running pretty quickly.
Thank you, Anya. I think we're having a double change in the commentary box. And the Shrubsole, England legend, leaves, and we'll be joined by England international Georgia Elwys. With England way on top here, 241 for 2 off 35 overs. Sophia Dunkley, 33 not out. She's just been joined by the England captain Heather Knight, who's on 3. Just faced the 6 balls, but England in a very comfortable position. Dunkley on the back of, off the back of 100. Finds herself nicely poised again. And it'll be Mlaba to continue from the pavilion end. There's a nice breeze coming across as Mlaba in to Dunkley bowls, advances, that's hit back to her and dropped. There's been a couple of chances for South Africa, especially caught and bowled by Mlaba, but that's another one that's gone down. Sophia Dunkley dropped on 33.
Oh, she's clutching that hand, that has hit her hard. Sophia Dunkley hits that ball so incredibly hard. I think she's just got a fingertip on it. She almost pulled her hand away from it really in the end, because he knew it was that hit that hard. Giving it a good shake. Physio's now coming on.
It's their moment to shine. Physio trainee myself. That's their big moment.
Is that one of those things you have nightmares about? Getting over the boundary rope and out there as quick as you can?
Do you know what? It's when the physios have a bag. They hold the handles and they got the big loop that would usually go over the shoulder, and they haven't got it over their shoulder. That gives me nightmares when they're running. I can just see someone getting their foot tripped and, well, face planting himself and needing another physio. But Mlaba will be getting some attention here. The South African players, some of them on the ground, sat with their legs out, some doing some stretches, others in conversation. And the England batters, Sophia Dunkley and Heather Knight, just having a drink from Catherine Brunt, who's 12th man today. Brunt, Sciver and Ecclestone all rested for this 3rd and final ODI. What will Brunt be saying there? Will she be offering some jokes? She's quite a character.
She is. She'll be super relaxed. She'll be in a northern accent, telling them to keep going lasses. And
that was not the best. Wait, can you do it again?
No, absolutely not. Not if you're gonna slate it like that. She'll be enjoying watching them do their thing. I think so often as a fast bowler it's nice to have your feet up and watch the batters do their thing. So I'll be telling them to keep going. They'll have 400 in their sights for sure, no doubt about it. I think the girls on the sideline will know the record as well of 378, and they'll be passing that message on or just allowing them to bat, but certainly the way they're going, that's as well within reach.
Certainly as well. The physio's off the field then, and Anna Harris passes the ball back to Mlaba, who's just wiping her hand in the ground. It's one of those days where as fielders, as bowlers, you have very sweaty hands because it's so hot, so you want the dirt to dry them off, especially as a spinner who need to grip the ball. Sophia Dunkley will just reset herself, and the captain Sune Luus is at fine leg doing the fielding. Temperature currently is 37 degrees with a humidity of 18% as Dunkley drives up to mid-off for a single. It's fielded nicely in the ring for South Africa. 242 for 2.
I've got a question for you, Phil. At 378, was that against Pakistan at New Road?
Mlaba again at the top of her mark. Fielder out on the cover boundary, square leg, mid on and mid wicket as Heather Knight pushes out to that cover sweeper for a single. She moves to 4.
So Phil says yes, and I'm going to say this is a better batting performance so far, because I remember those boundaries at New Road were tiny. They were absolutely tiny, and that people were mistiming it for 6. So if they get there today, I'm going to throw it out there, this was better.
Mlaba in again, Dunkley advances and just guides that down to a vacant third man. The ball's going to race away over this dry outfield. Clever batting from Dunkley. She moves to 38, 247 for 2.
It's quite extraordinary, this, isn't it? Sorry, Phil, you carry on.
No, I was going to ask you a question in return. I think Mark Robinson said when he came in, didn't he, wanted the shortest boundaries possible so that players could get used to hitting 4s and more importantly 6s.
Mlaba again at the top of her mark, into Dunkley, uses her feet again, hit hard, that's hit the stumps. Has it hit Malaba's foot? Yes, it has on the way, so that's going upstairs. She's limping away, and Heather Knight could be in trouble here, Georgia.
Yeah, Heather Knight has been involved in so many run-outs throughout her career. Can't possibly have it. This is the most unlucky way to get out as a batter. If this is out, absolutely crunched drive from Sophia Dunkley. Malaba's put that hand in the way again. I think Heather Knight's home. That's my gut feel.
Do you know what? I think that was her shin. We watched the replay. It was hit really hard by Dunkley, straight into the ground. Hits Malaba's shin, and I think Heather Knight will be home on the replay. But that's going to be a bruise as well. Sore hand, sore shin. You're not having a good day, are you?
Bless her. I think she's bowled very well as well. Malaba's probably been the pick of the South African bowlers. She had no luck. She had those 3 opportunities in 1 over when I was on commentary earlier. Not one of them was taken. Could be a very different story for her today.
Just waiting for the confirmation then as we see the rock and roll replay, but the South African fielders are all in position. Dunkley and Heather Knight poised. While we wait, back to the short boundary question. Is it, as a player then, you score a big total, but is it not as thrilling if the boundaries are in like that?
Yeah, it is really interesting, because obviously as a player you like hitting 6s, you like the feeling of hitting 6s.
Not out was the call then as Mlaba into Dunkley, who backs away and plays it back to her for a dot ball.
But there's got to be some element of the skill, and I think that's one thing in the women's game that people talk about, is the skill level to be able to hit those gaps, and there's not the power that you get in the men's game. But I like to see a decent sized boundary, because I think it means more than when you do clear it, and these girls are capable. All that strength and conditioning work behind them. Actually, the person who hits it the furthest, I think, in this side is Danny Wyatt. She's the smallest.
Very powerful cricketer, quick as well across the ground, but scored 247 for 2, 36 overs gone. And Phil?
Yeah, the day England made 378 for 5, they had a very useful number 3 that day. Georgia Elwes made 17 from 15 balls, but then Nat Sciver came in and stole your show, didn't she? She scored 80 from 33 balls, 7 4s, 6 6s.
Super innings out from Nat. Yeah, I didn't contribute much to that record-breaking innings, but I'll take
17,
it. I'll take it. 17. Yeah, it wouldn't have been record-breaking without those runs, would it?
Exactly. So it's all you, Georgia. But Chloe Tryon comes into that attack. Heather Knight cuts that away past the cover sweeper. He slows the ball's speed, but they come back for a couple. Good running by the England captain Heather Knight. She moves to 6, 249 for 2, and Knight just a few stretches there, getting her legs pumping after that too.
Yeah, she does. One thing's for sure is Sophia Dunkley is going to make her run a lot of 2s out here, so she needs to get those hamstrings loose.
I feel like that's like when you bat with me, George. You know there's not going to be many boundaries and a lot of running to do. As Tryon into Knight, who plays that up to mid-on. This time will just be a single, and that'll be 250 up for England in the 37th over. Heather Knight, Sophia Dunkley at the crease. Very comfortable for England. Chloe Tryon in past Sue Redfern again. to Dunkley. That's worked into the onside again for a single. She moves to 39. 251 for 2. Do you dread it when players like me come to the crease to join you?
I do, especially when it's you.
What, for the chat element or for the running I make you do?
No, I love it. I love it.
Tryon in tonight, and she on the back foot plays that to Ismail mid wicket. Will be no run.
But I do think it's an interesting point, because I think there are batters who you prefer batting with, and that's you have your whole career. It's people stride out to the crease and you go, right, I know I'm going to bat well with this person.
Tryon tonight, reverse sweep. That's misfielded at backward point. And guess what? 4 more to England. Score moves to 255 for 2, and Knight to 11.
Yeah, and if a piece of fielding could sum up South Africa's day, it's probably it, isn't it? Not a bad delivery, a superb shot from Heather Knight, a reverse sweep which she loves to play, but sloppy in the field. South Africa, that should have been stopped, and the end result is another boundary for the England skipper.
The crowd enjoying themselves then, all in the shade. Straight ahead of us in the Bennett end. There's Tryon in, Knight plays that up to mid-off. They think about a quick single, but the answer's no. The dot ball to end the over. 37 overs gone. 255 for 2. And there is a nice crowd in, isn't it? They're mainly in that Bennett end, but there's some staggered around the ground.
Yeah, most of the crowd have managed to huddle together, haven't they, and find themselves that bit of shade that is out there. But it's much nicer temperature now. I mean, it's still hot, but the sun's not blazing down on you. There's that bit of cloud cover. You see our good friend Danny Wyatt just messing around in the dugout with a flannel on her face, on her neck, trying to keep cool any way they can. They're used to this. These players, they've played in hotter conditions than this.
Tell you what though, she looks itching and ready to get out there. She looks very relaxed, that's for sure. Danny Wyatt in fantastic form in the domestic competition. Not had much opportunity in the ODI series so far. She's been carded to bat at 6, but with Nat Sciver rested today, she's up at 5. Mlaba then, the left arm spinner continues into Dunkley, uses her feet, drives nicely up to long off. She'll pick up a single. Dunkley to 40, 256 for 2.
And it's a big 13 or so overs left to go, isn't there? South Africa will be thinking, skipper, what have you done? What have you done?
8 wickets in hand as well in that dressing room. What's the message from the coach, Georgia?
Oh, goodness, keep going.
Cash in. Mlaba in, bowls. That's driven nicely by Knight. The fielders aren't making any effort to dive for this ball. 4 more runs to Heather Knight.
Yeah, and that is fantastic play from Heather Knight. The fielder's just come up inside the circle. She saw that, she's so strong through that offside region, and she thought, oh, I'm not going to miss out now. You bring that fielder up, that's where I'm going to hit it. And I think that's what they're going to be thinking now, England. It's how can I score a boundary off this delivery?
Mid-off then, still in the circle. Encouraging her to do it again as Mlaba bowls off the back foot this time. Can only find Wolvaardt at backward point. Slight misfield. They think about a run. The answer's no. Never run on a misfield, Georgia. We've all been there, haven't we?
We have all been there, unfortunately.
It's when you run out your opponent, that's not the one. As Mlaba in again, orange-soled spikes. That's driven back down the pitch. Off the back foot from Knight. And she'll pick up a single. She moves to 16. 261 for 2. Mlaba ready again. The field changes for Sophia. Dunkley. Square leg comes into the circle as Mlaba in, and she's probably not going to make it, so she pulls out. Rightly so, because that would have been a gift. But the 4 fielders out are all straight. Extra cover, long off, long on, and mid wicket on the boundary rope as Mlaba bowls full, and that's hit back to her. Fielded cleanly this time, so it's a dot ball. She hits it hard, Georgia.
She'll be, I think Mlaba will be used to this now. She's played so much cricket against these girls. She'll know that she's got to field well off her own bowling, otherwise those runs that she concedes are only going to go onto her bowling figures. So her poor fingers.
40 not out then. Dunkley bowls, advances and hits out to a long off. They're running the first one hard. Slight misfield. Again, not picking the ball up cleanly, South Africa, but Just the one run to finish the over. Dunkley on 41, 262 for 2, 38 overs gone. I think Dunkley's signalling for drinks, and I think it will be a little drinks break. But just on that, Georgia, why Heather Knight is at the crease? She's on 16 off 15, but this is quite an important innings for her, isn't it? She obviously hasn't had the series she'd like so far, and you feel like with the people coming through and the decisions that are being made, Tammy Beaumont dropped from the T20 squad, Heather Knight herself as a batter needs to step up herself.
No, she does, and she'll be more aware of that than anybody else. She loves contributing. She hates it when she misses out. I think in the game at Bristol, she went in at a time where the run rate needed accelerating, and she played a really selfless innings. Didn't quite come off for her that day, but I like what England have done actually with her, putting her in the middle order, because it gives that stability. We know that she can score above a runner ball, and I think it's a really smart move. But yeah, England are going to have to at some point have one eye on the future. Will Heather Knight make that World Cup? She'll be desperate to. I think she will. I think there's 3 years to go till that next World Cup, and she'll want to lead the side there for sure. She's still fit as a fiddle. She smashes all the fitness tests in training that we do, and it'll just be whether those hamstrings that she's had trouble with throughout her whole career, whether they allow her to get there. But I think the desire is still there.
And she's still a quality player, isn't she? There's no means that, and I think everyone as players, you probably know full well yourself, in your career you go through dips in form, but that class is permanent. I love that saying, form is temporary, class is permanent. And I think it's very easy for us, isn't it, in this commentary box to sit and say she needs to get some runs, but actually the record speaks for herself with Heather Knight. And also, yes, she needs some runs with the bat, but she's a phenomenal captain for England.
Yeah, the way she contributes to this team, you know, whether she's scoring runs or not, she's such a big influence around that dressing room. Her presence, the way she talks about the team in the media, all of that sort of stuff you can't underestimate with her. She's the captain, she's got a lot on her shoulders, and you'd never know it. The way she carries herself is fantastic. She'll be desperate to score runs because that's what she loves doing fundamentally. You know, when you strip it back, she's a batter who wants to score runs, and you know, she was unlucky in the test match. She was involved in a run out with Nat Sciver, and she'll probably say that wasn't her fault, and so she missed out there. And then playing that the way that she did in the first 2 ODIs, I think, you know, she's got the time now, and she'll really want to dig in here, but she'll know that she needs to keep the scoreboard ticking, and it's almost using those skills from the T20 game, isn't it, and being able to manage your risk v reward. She's the smartest cricketer that I've ever played with in terms of knowing that, in terms of execution of those, and you say it is definitely an important innings for her, but she rises to challenges when the pressure is on her, and I'd love to see her score a substantial knock today and put her team in a really good position, and you know, hopefully we see them break the record as well.
For sure. So the players are just reconvening. Drinks breaks more regular today with the extreme heat that we have here, and I'm sure everyone's enjoying it out there in the sun, wherever you are listening, in the car hopefully with aircon, in the garden catching some sun rays, as George Rouse is throwing some horrific dance moves.
I was copying Phil.
I couldn't see Phil behind you.
No, they were horrific.
Was it proper dad dancing to my right? But anyway, the cricket's back on, so we got some more entertainment to come as Tryon in, and Dunkley cuts that away. She's hit that hard. There's a fielder out there who's coming round. She's not going to get there. Sophia Dunkley, 4 more runs. It's raining boundaries here at Grace Road. Dunkley moves to 45, 266 for 2.
Yeah, it's power, it's timing, it's just class from Sophia Dunkley. Boundary fielder out there. It's probably a strange field, one that she's not used to with a deep extra cover, and she still manages to put that ball away.
Tryon in again, bowls on the stumps this time, and she shovels that up to long on for a single. She'll move to 46, 267 for 2. As you said, she's not used to that field, but I guess as a batter you don't change the way you play when you see the field like that, because she can just still time it so sweetly for 4.
Yeah, she can hit 4s wherever she wants, Sophia Dunkley.
Tryon in, the left arm spinner, Knight drives back to her, will be no run.
But I think that's the play of these days. They're so strong and so powerful that, you know, they hit the ball wherever they want, really.
Tryon in again, bowls. Knight in defence. Again, no run. Tryon kicks it up to flick it. She doesn't have to bend all the way down. It's not only that, how powerful they are. Players can hit 360 now. We saw Knight, the reverse sweep. You got the paddles that you see more often as Tryon in advances Knight and plays back to Tryon, who pretends to throw it back to her. But another dot ball.
You're absolutely right. I trained quite a lot with Sophia Dunkley, and she was hitting shots at 20 that I was only learning at 30.
Tryon in tonight, and that's cut out towards that deep extra cover fielder for a single. Knight moves to 17, 268 for 2. That's 39 overs gone, so 11 overs remain. The record score that England have ever got is 378. 8 wickets in hand. It's got to be on, hasn't it?
It's absolutely on. I really do wonder whether, I mean, Sophia Dunkley, knowing her, she won't have a clue, but Heather Knight definitely will be aware of what the total is. But they'll want to go past that, I think. You know, the position that they're in, the firepower that they've got to come. She's got Danny Wyatt, she's still got Amy Jones. It's quite ridiculous, really, when you look at this England batting lineup, that England squad, really.
And then you've got someone who scored a Test 100.
Absolutely.
Not bad.
Alice Davidson-Richards carded to come in at 7 today. So, I mean, Kate Cross, she'll want to hit a few sixes as well. Izzy Wong. It's a ridiculous lineup, to be honest with you. And as England keep the momentum, keep themselves in a good position, there's no reason that 378 can't be broken.
Nadine de Klerk then bowled 4 overs of 40 so far, back into the attack, and that's driven back to her by Knight. Dot ball. You can, of course, watch the highlights on BBC iPlayer tonight, not yesterday. They haven't happened yesterday. Make sure you tune in for those. It's been some phenomenal shots from the England batters. As de Klerk in tonight bowled. That's driven nicely. She's got the fielder at deep cover running round, but settle for a single. Marizanne Kapp out there, quick to the ball to stop the 2. Knight moves to 18, 269 for 2. And you can follow the live text as well on the BBC Sport website and app. There's lots of ways you can listen, read, watch this game today on the BBC. De Klerk at the top of her mark again from the pavilion end. 32 on her back bowls. That's a wide outside the off stump. Chetty doesn't take it cleanly as well. So that'll be 2 wide signalled by the umpire Anna Harris.
Merging the two together.
How many extras has there been so far today, Phil?
There's been 4 byes, 2 leg byes, 4 no balls, and that's now 13 wides.
De Klerk in tonight on her stumps, just worked into the vacant mid wicket for a single. Knight moves to 19, 272 for 2, and that's a lot, isn't it, Georgia?
Yeah, it certainly is. It's certainly been untidy from the South African fielding unit, from the South African bowlers. 13 wides is a lot, especially in this heat. It's over another 2 overs.
De Klerk then coming into Dunkley on 46 bowl. That's outside the off stump. Driven to the extra cover fielder for no run. 272 for 2 England. And the 40th over. So they're on for a huge score at Grace Road. Sun shining. Spectators are in. Some flags have been bought too, with the England flags with the local club names hanging from the advertising boards. As de Klerk into Dunkley, that's worked into the vacant mid-wicket again. They run the first one hard. Khaka comes round, so it would just be a single. Dunkley to 47, 273 for 2. Fielders outside and on the boundary are all in front of square. Cover long off, long on, and a deep mid-wicket as de Klerk bowls. Again worked into that vacant mid-wicket region for a single. De Klerk targeting the stumps, and the England batters just working it around, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. 274 for 2 then. There's 10 overs to go. I think there's meant to be a change in the commentary box, but both Alison Mitchell and Jonathan Agnew look like they're enjoying themselves far too much, chilling out in that far commentary box to the left. And Alison Mitchell just realised 10 overs to go. She's on. So So a few more thoughts from Georgia Alwis and Phil Long.
Yeah, 10 overs to go. England need 105 to beat that record. About you, George, all the weather forecasts I saw said it was going to be at the hottest part of the day at 5 o'clock, didn't they?
Okay.
And it's just about to tick over to 5. You do not want to be fielding at 274 for 2 as it ticks over to 38 degrees.
Just noted, I mean, that lovely big cloud that was shielding us from the direct sun has shifted, hasn't it? And we are full evening sunlight. We don't have a temperature gauge though. I wonder what the general sort of app for weather is. It's suggesting 37, but it shouldn't peak any higher than that. I think that is warm enough for the players, and credit to the spectators as well, because whilst the players do spend a lot of time playing, you guys travel abroad and play in hot conditions and sort of are prepared and mentally prepared for that. A lot of the spectators who are used to watching cricket on English summer days are just not. So we've got into the last 10 overs then here. 10 overs for England to add to 274 for 2. And Sophia Dunkley is only 3 away from a 50, but it's Knight on strike who's coming forward and angling his delivery from Ayabonga Khaka into the offside. Finds cover and there's no run. I'll tell you, Georgia, why I was just a little bit not late coming to the box this time, but we were just discussing next door that the latest instalment in the Lizelle Lee retirement saga, as Khaka comes running into Knight, chips this down the ground, along the ground, is able to take a single. No, they'll come back for 2 on the misfield, so long on. Throw comes into the non-striker's end, and it's gathered. But again, just another example of where South Africa have let too many extra runs leak just by simple misfields like that. So, there were media reports today suggesting that Cricket South Africa were going to withhold as Khaka is in again, and Knight is driving this down the ground so long off for 1. Media reports suggesting that Cricket South Africa were going to withhold Lizelle Lee's no objection certificate for the 100, and therefore that is what propelled her to international retirement, to say, right, I no longer need your approval to play the 100. I'm a free agent now to play domestic cricket wherever I want. Change in the field here. A little bit of arm waving going on and a great deal of uncertainty by the looks of it. Bit of slow jogging and moving. We're going to have a fielder on the edge of the circle, are we? On the 45. No, a lot of sort of arm waving as if to say, oh, where am I going? Where does the captain want me? Not a lot of decisiveness. Cover is being brought round. And now taking a few places forward on the edge of the circle. There's not a lot of direction or indeed leadership out there, Georgia, is there?
No, not at all. It's sort of like, you go there, move a bit that way, you move back a bit that way, and
it's very drifty.
It is, yeah. There's obviously a plan. There's obviously a specific plan here from Khaka, but...
Well, Khaka's coming over the wicket, angling it across Dunkley, and we've now got a short third right on the edge of the circle, almost like a very deep slip, and Dunkley's getting down low to this and drilling it down the ground to long on, and taking a single to move her on to 48. So these media reports suggesting that Lizelle Lee might have had a no objection certificate threatened to be withheld. Cricket South Africa, there's reports on the contra side of that suggesting that Cricket South Africa were concerned with perceived lack of discipline of Lizelle Lee amongst the South Africa team. Low full toss here. Knight taking 1, will look to push for 2 here, and will out to the deep again. No, it's just the 1. There's a better effort in the field. Clean pick up and throw comes back in, and Dunkley's on 48. So in the wake of these reports today, Cricket South Africa is just in the middle of their team playing a one-day international, has released a statement on the matter, quelling those media reports, referring to them as unfortunate, regrettable and discredited, saying they're devoid of truth, fact or sanction. Dunkley down the ground. She's on 48. Just the single, fielded by long off, cutting it off inside the boundary. And England are 279 for 2, becomes 280 for 2 at the end of that 41st over from Ayabonga Khaka. So it's quite a saga, Georgia, and it's not a happy one, is it? This statement is very strongly worded, and it smacks, well, it's an organisation who seem quite out of control of stories, and they're trying to quell journalistic stories which you would like to think are founded in integrity by sources whom nobody except the journalists involved would know, but Cricket South Africa say that we released a media release announcing the retirement of Lazelle Lee from all forms of international cricket. The release was issued pursuant to Lee's engagement with Cricket South Africa and incorporated a statement in her own words. We'll come back to this because Sophia Dunkley is 49 out of 50 and Nadine de Klerk is coming running into bowl. Full clip through the vacant mid-wicket region. That takes Dunkley to 50. She turns, makes it 51. The wonderful batting effort from Sophia Dunkley. Positive and aggressive intent from the off. 51 at a runner ball as England are 282 for 2 now.
Fantastic innings there from Sophia Dunkley, picking up where she left off in Bristol and really making the most of her opportunity at the top of the order. She loves batting, she loves to score runs. Plenty more out there today as well, you feel.
Well, she got another 8 overs after this one. Full Yorker length, good ball. Gathered by the keeper, just outside the off stump, so wide Yorker, really good execution of skill at this point of the game.
Yeah, I think the saddest part of the whole saga is it's overshadowing what's been a fantastic career for Lazelle Lee, isn't it? And she's walked away from the game having a stellar career, one of South Africa's best ever white ball players. And it's really tarnishing what that was.
De Klerk in now, full straight, lofted, hit high, out into the deep. Fielder underneath it, takes the catch this time. There's been some drops in the South African amongst the fielders today, but this time there's no mistake, and Sophia Dunkley, well, she makes 50, but then she's holed out to Chloe Tryon, and England are 282 for 3.
Yeah, you can see what she's trying to do, can't you? She's trying to accelerate the scoring rate. It's a really selfless way of batting. I think all of the England batters today have played that way. They've got to their 50s and then tried to go on, and any other day 5 metres either side and that would have been 4, but a fantastic knock from Sophia Dunkley. She played really, really well there, and I think South Africa needed that, didn't they? They're desperate for just a glimpse of any sort of hope going into these last 10 overs, but the person that you don't really want to see striding to the wicket now is exactly who has come out.
And it's Danny Wyatt. Who can score quickly, and she's always got licence to now with 283 runs on the board behind her. She's coming out very, very late in the piece, into the 42nd over. But Sophia Dunkley, 107 in Bristol, backing that up with 51 here today. So a couple of sparkling innings from her. Phil can give us the full details of the Dunkley innings.
Yeah, 51, 53 balls. She scored 6 fours. And in that partnership with Heather Knight, they added 46.
Thank you very much. Right, what can England get from here? I mean, you feel already they've got enough because of the pattern of the match so far, and South Africa have not been on it in the field. But it's really for England to set some targets, would you, at this stage of the game when you're already in such a commanding position?
Yeah, absolutely. And this is a real area of the game that I know England have been looking at and looking to target and looking to improve on. So finishing off innings, getting big totals, when they're coming up against the likes of India and Australia, these are the crucial phases of the game where they need to kick on.
It's Knight who's on strike here though. De Klerk full outside the off stump, driven past points out to the cover boundary. Knight picks up 1, moves her onto 25. So just over 8 overs remaining in this innings. So Danny Wyatt taking guard. Single figure scores. I mean, she hasn't scored big yet. I mean, arguably hasn't really
not a chance
needed. Yeah, there's been so many runs at the top of the order. That is your lot sometimes, isn't it, when your team's doing well and you're batting in the middle order. She's got 8 overs to play with if she can stay out there for the duration. De Klerk is in. That's side edge of the bats. Go to hand. Short third. Bump ball, I think. Difficult to see the replay with the sun glaring on the screen.
I think it just bounced awkwardly in front of her. But I think the other thing with Danny Wyatt, she's not had the opportunity, but she always scores at a strike rate, a good strike rate. Usually it's above 100. That's what she'll do. She'll keep that momentum going. There'll be no dip in the run rate here, and she'll look to accelerate as much as she can.
De Klerk wide outside the off stump, drilled again by Knight, out to deep cover, jogging through for 1. It's the end of the over, so we've had 42. Georgia Elwes is making way. Alex Hartley will be back with us in a moment. So 5 runs and the wicket off that over. And after England were invited to bat first today, haven't they capitalised on that, because 149 runs were put on for the first wicket, with Emma Lamb continuing her excellent form throughout this series. She got 100 in the first game, 67 in the second, 65 today, until she was bowled by Ismail after an over where there was about 3 chances and none of them were taken by South Africa. There was a drop when Lamb was on 54, there was a more difficult caught and bowled chance, there was then a run-out chance which really should have been taken, but Chetty wasn't able to take the ball cleanly at the stumps with Lamb way out of her ground. But then Tammy Beaumont has been standout, 119 for her, the 9th ODI 100 of her career, putting her level with Charlotte Edwards for the most ODI hundreds in an England career. Sophia Dunkley then rattled along for 51 off 53, which was caught in the deep by Tryon, hitting out, trying to accelerate the scoring in these last 10 overs. We've got 8 left, 285 for 3. And Ayabonga Khaka into Knight, who a little shimmy down the pitch to get to the pitch of the ball, works it along the ground out to deep mid-wicket. There's another fumble before the ball is picked up. It doesn't yield any additional runs, just the single. Knight onto 27, 286 for 3. Welcome back, Alex.
Hello, hello.
Been managing to keep cool?
No, but that's okay. That's all right.
Cooler than those who are out there in the middle.
Exactly. We are in the shade, so we've got that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Danny Wyatt's only been able to face 11 balls in the 2 ODIs so far. She scored 22 runs though and scored 4 fours.
Yeah, thanks. Tough, isn't it, when you come in, all your teammates have made the big runs and had the time in the middle. Slower ball, well, good adjustment from Danny Wyatt, bringing her back down on it at the last minute and back up into the hands of the bowler.
England really slowed down over the last 6 or 7 overs as well. Thought they were on to get 400 at one stage. It would have been a mammoth total. They should have really, but things have slowed down.
It felt that way, didn't it, when Beaumont and Lamb were creaming it around together. Here's White trying to go big, hammers the ball into the ground over the top of the bowler's outstretched hands, looking for a second. They'll only get the one. Seemed to be a shot that was hit way too hard to just yield 1 run, but down in front of the indoor school, got long on and long off back on the fence, so the ball was cut off. But an aggressive start from Wyatt, and that's what you always expect from her, particularly in this role with the overs that are left in the position that she's batting. Knight though awaits here now, moves forward again, works this through the vacant mid-wicket region, brings the fielder in from the deep. Another single added. Oh, the ball's hit the stumps. They're not going to get a run here. No, they're not. The throw came in from the deep, hit the stumps. The Zing Bales lit up, and Ayabonga Khaka for a moment was like, where's the ball gone? And Heather Knight went to set off. Actually, Khaka was able to pick up. That was a crazy ending to the final T20 blast, wasn't it?
It was indeed.
Speaking of stumps and final ball drama. Wyatt onto, facing up to Khaka, slashed over cover for 4. 2 bounces and then over the sponge. Just creamed by Danny Wyatt.
She is so good at hitting up and over the covers. Extra covers her shot, but then it's gone up and over. It's gone slightly more square than usual. It's wide outside the off stump. She steps back deep in her crease, gives herself that strong base and lofts the...
That's why there's no signal yet, waiting for them to decide whether to review or not. Well, let's see. 2 92 for 3 is the score.
Did look pretty straight. The only question is here, it's got to be hitting leg stump full on for it to be out, because it's been called not out. I think it's probably going down the leg side.
Graham Lloyd is a TV umpire, you can see. Yeah, looks to be striking in line with leg stump, but that angle from over the wicket is pushing the ball down, so
it's not out, this can't be.
It doesn't feel like it's a ball that's going to be straightening to hit leg stump.
If anything, it might be clipping the leg stump, but I think that's going to be missing leg stump as well.
It's a cross-batted shot, looking to work the ball into...
This looks like a South African team that does not believe this is going to be overturned.
I think it was a review more in desperation than hope even. And they're all looking up at the big screen, seeing what we're seeing, which is the ball striking the front pad, ricocheting off the knee roll into the offside. That's why it was looking to play to leg. So here's the Ultra Edge replay.
Oh, she's hit it
and
as well.
there is some bat involved. There you
so
go.
Not only is it probably missing leg stump, she's also hit it.
So a lot going for that review. Good decision, Sue Redfern, to not give it out on field. So the original decision stands.
And I wonder if Sue Redfern was going to give a leg by then, and she's thought,
oh yeah, she got away with that one. We'll never know.
So Wyatt is on 6 then. South Africa have no reviews left. They used an earlier one up on Tammy Beaumont, wasn't it, when there was an appeal for a catch behind.
That was a silly review. There wasn't even an appeal.
Well, there have not been many appeals all day, have there? There's been so few chances. South Africa have just not created enough pressure. I mean, yes, they've managed to get 3 wickets, but sort of almost out of nowhere. And yeah, Sophia Dunkley with the catch, well, that was just trying to accelerate and to hit out and hit big.
Yeah, you don't mind Dunkley getting out like that, especially at this stage of the game. As you say, trying to accelerate the run rate, but also knowing you've still got so many batters below you that are still to come in. She's done her job. She's got 50. England going at over 6 runs and over.
Yep.
293 for 3 with still 7 overs left.
South Africa batting first, managed 218 and 223 at Bristol when they were chasing. Neither of those totals were enough. Full toss, that'll be 4. Come off the outside edge of the bat somehow down to deep third. And Danny Wyatt's rehearsing that shot as if to serve. Just smashed that over
Anywhere.
deep mid-wicket. Anywhere than where it flew away, but it did fly off down to the boundary towards the marquee that's down there with the sun umbrellas, the parasols, keeping people out of the direct sun.
That's the danger, isn't it? Having third up inside the ring, so you've got a short third fielder instead of a deep third. Anything outside the off stump, you just need anything on it. A bit of bat for it to race away.
England closing on the 300 mark here. Well wide outside the off stump. I think de Klerk probably saw Wyatt just move across that offside. She followed, but it meant that she threw it out too wide. Well, England managed 337 for 5 at Bristol, so they may well eclipse that. They ought to eclipse it, going at 6s with another 6 overs to go after this. Cracked out for 4 more behind square on the offside. And there's no point in either the point fielder or short third moving for that one. It brings up the 300 in the 44th over of the innings. England still with 7 wickets in hand. It's just been very one-sided innings.
It has indeed. With a short third, a backward point and a cover all inside the ring, you cannot bowl wide outside the off stump, especially to Danny Wyatt, who is so strong on the offside. She's just cleared her front leg there and they're able to guide that past short third for 4. That was far too easy for Danny Wyatt.
It's the discipline to bowl to your fields. It's been a disappointing feature this game. Low full toss, cracked down the ground. Too much for Ismail. She can't get a hand to it. Over the rope for 6, down into the sight screen below us. Ismail tried to get in a position where, you know, it would have been an absolute spectacular take, one-handed leaping. But Danny Wyatt said, full toss, thank you, I'll club that.
Been a few full tosses in this over. Danny Wyatt doesn't often miss out. She's gone for the big shot and got the reward. Ismail not a million miles away from it, but it was always going for 6.
Klerk in full, driven out through wide mid-off, coming back for a second. Heather Knight having to get a move on, but the throw comes in on the bounce. And de Klerk's just not even looking interested. When the ball was out in the deep, you want to see the bowler over the stumps at the non-striker's end at least to say, come on, bring it in, bowler's end. But there was nothing. She was just walking back to her mark.
I think they're all ready to get off the field, aren't they? There's just no energy out there from the South Africans.
I think quite literally cooked at the moment. Angled out towards point, think about a single but don't, and fielded securely on the edge of the circle. And so there's a dot ball, a valuable dot ball for South Africa. They've been rare throughout this innings. 17, wow, off this over.
And Danny Wyatt 23 off just 10 deliveries.
And 1 more ball to come. So 3-10 for 3 already. De Klerk. Hair pulled back in a ponytail, amber haired. Runs in, bowls wide again to Wyatt, and there's a wide signalled, so let's make that 18 off the over. Extras are doing well this over as well.
I understand she's bowling full, so she's trying to bowl Yorkers, which then you can forgive her for bowling the 2 full tosses, but you can't bowl wide Yorkers with the field that you've got set. So if you're going to bowl wide Yorkers, you have to have a deep third, and what you can actually do then is probably bring you're long off up.
De Klerk in, hit back down the ground once more. Ismail's trying to get underneath it, but it goes over her head for 6 more. Danny Wyatt absolutely capitalising on that over from De Klerk.
24 off the over. 24 runs coming off that over. Danny Wyatt doing the damage, batting at 5 for England today and showing her worth. She is unbelievable at power hitting. She's looking at her bat as well, thinking, I've not even got hold of that.
Incredible, isn't it?
I'd love to be able to hit sixes. I try. Quite often at training, the girls will feed me these nice full tosses and say, come on now,
Have you not hit one in your career? You've hit a 6, haven't you?
Not in a professional cricket.
Right.
Not a professional cricket.
I'm sure I remember you talking about hitting a 6 once.
I have hit a 6, but she was about 12, this poor bowler.
You don't mention that.
And I was probably 19 or 20. But I can't. Sometimes I can't even get the ball to reach the boundary. So huge admiration for somebody like Danny Wyatt, who does it with ease, who's actually overtaken Heather Knight's score.
29 off 11 for Wyatt. Now there's a bit of a pause here because Trisha Chetty is changing her wicket keeping gloves. Maybe she's got new innards. I mean, those innards are going to get pretty sweaty and damp on a day like today. I think she has perhaps got new inner gloves. She's just putting the webbed outers on right now. Another 6 overs here, 317 for 3. Here's Heather Knight, and she hooks this sort of low round the corner, a low sweep, but finds short third, and actually that's got the fielder hobbling as well. Who's that down here? That's Mlaba. Has she just taken that on the shin?
I think she may have done. I'm actually just looking at Chetty's helmet, who keepers, when they've not got the helmet on, put the helmet behind the stumps, and it's actually behind Chetty, almost between her legs, so she cannot miss the ball because it will hit the helmet.
So that slower ball gone through past Heather Knight, and that is gathered by Chetty. Well, that wouldn't
there we
certainly get the scoreboard moving along, wouldn't it?
She's moved in it now. There we go.
She's not realised quite how close to her feet it was.
You don't want to be falling over your helmet as a wicket keeper.
Knight, 28 off 33. In comes Khaka, clipped off her toes along the ground, bit of a bobble over the outfield until it reaches the fielder, and Knight's taken 1. Warm day with the clouds have moved over the ground now. It was shielded for a while by a sort of greyish cloud that settled over Grace Road, and now I've got blue sky and just some very light white wispy cloud, and the heat of the early evening now as we're 5:15. So this is probably the hottest it'll be for the players all day. Khaka in now to Wyatt, full toss mid over the leg side, one bouncing over the rope again. There are 2 fielders on that mid-wicket boundary, and she's got it between the 2 of them. And it's poor bowling again, you have to say, at this stage of the innings, and Wyatt says thank you very much.
Yeah, Khaka going for a Yorker, getting it wrong. Danny Wyatt just with the slog sweep into the leg side, gets herself into such a brilliant position. She's done the right thing by bowling at the stumps, but the ball's just slipped out. A nice juicy full toss. And Danny Wyatt, well, we've seen her hit boundary after boundary already, and that's another one to her tally. I'm going to ask Phil, what is the quickest ODI 50 for a female?
Just double checking because often the balls weren't recorded early on.
Well, that's a look at modern day 50s, if you like. That one's angled, but to short third where they do have protection on the edge of the circle. Khaka bowling, so Knight already 33 off 13. I'm trying to think of maybe perhaps thinking of quickest T20s. Charlotte Edwards hit a really quick one.
Well, you don't need any of these dot balls, Wyatt, because you just let yourself go there.
Khaka in, lofted over the leg side once again. There is a fielder there, takes the catch, holds on. That is well held, because tumbling as she fell, Marizanne Kapp has hung on to that ball, and well, they've prevented some further damage. I think Kapp might have hurt herself in the process because she's been very slow to get up and seems to be holding her left lower hip. But Danny Wyatt gone for 33 off 13, and England 322 for 4.
Well, Danny Wyatt has hit that ball so hard as Kapp has taken the catch. It was going for a flat 6. It was almost travelling with extra pace, and it's actually sent Kapp backwards. But that was an unbelievable innings from Danny Wyatt. Danny Wyatt at her best. It's unfortunate to get out in the way she has, but you can't blame her. She's going for the big shots, try and get England as many runs on the board as possible, and it was a good catch in the deep from Marizanne Kapp.
Really well held, and you're absolutely right, just with the force of that ball. I think if it was anyone but Kapp, probably they wouldn't have held. It would have been a drop. There were much easier catches put down earlier in the day. 45 overs are gone. This is a good time for me to hand over to Aggers. So Alex Hartley, a few more thoughts from you about these last 5 overs, and Aggers coming in.
Yeah, Amy Jones here now almost has the freedom that she has in the 100 games, where she opens the batting or bats at a 3. Just go out there and accelerate. She's got 5 overs here to just really, really crucify South Africa. You know, they've been out there all day. England already way above 300. 5 overs left. Can England get up to 350, 360? I mean, if Amy Jones bats the same way Danny Wyatt did, get plenty.
Yep, it was entertaining, wasn't it? 322 for 4 with 5 overs to go. And really, 10 and over, you could look at what they might score. I mean, this really could go a very long way here. So South Africa has had a rotten day from the very start.
Yeah, well, there we go. Current run rate, they'll get 358, but if they go at 10 and over, 372.
Yes, I don't think I really back South Africa to score those, to be honest. And what they've done today, I just don't know. England first use of this, we've talked about it. They've had a bit of a night balls, and the first ball of this over is driven by Heather Knight. They'll take 1 into the offside, out to mid-off, just outside the circle. And the captain moves to 31, and that brings Amy Jones down on strike. De Klerk, I'm afraid, has gone round the park. 1 for 76.
The scoreboard's got that wrong. That was Amy Jones on. Was it? Am I confused now? No, it was Amy Jones who hit that, wasn't it? It was. Heather Knight's on strike now. The scoreboard's wrong.
They've got it all wrong. You're right. Here's De Klerk, and Knight goes for a big swing into the leg side, testing the fielder out there. She can't get to it. And another boundary then to Heather Knight. Yes, number 5. There you go on her shirt. That was confusing. Actually, the scoreboard's done quite a good job so far.
Well, it threw me because Heather Knight always has the wristband on her arm, so that's how I can tell Heather Knight from anyone else. And Amy Jones is taller, but then I was like, oh, maybe Amy Jones is wearing a wristband, but she's not.
Knight's on. No, they're all over the place. That ball is still wrong. That's chopped away hard. Oh, another misfield there at point.
Oh.
I'm afraid South Africa's fielding has been awful today. There's a good catch taken a few minutes ago, but the chances that have gone down, and the fielding, particularly in that area, that sort of point area, and because of the length they've bowled, they've seen quite a lot of the ball there too. And that was a bad miss by Goodall there. 331 for 4. It's all he needed. It's baking hot. The captain stuck him in. There you go, field like that. I mean, the bowlers must be thinking, what on earth happened here?
Well, De Klerk's figures of 1 for 84 so far.
This is a nightmare. This is her 8th over. And she goes again, bowling sort of medium pace, a low full toss this time, worked into the leg side. And there's Ismail fielding. Oh, okay, I've got 2 there. I think you could have got a couple there, certainly. They were thinking about it. Knight wanted the second. And she was sent back. So that board, we're going to ignore that board. Knight's on 38.
That board's
Amy Jones
working.
is on 1.
On our right's working, on our left is very much frozen.
Yeah. And that board to our left is actually the original scoreboard here for many, many years standing. That's there. Just been down to the left here, directing where the washrooms are.
Yes.
The same carpets there that were there when I was here in the 1980s. The same carpet. I recognised it straight away.
Oh, be dusty.
No. Well, you'd think so. Goes to Klerk again, bowls outside the off stump, a swish and a miss from Jones, and taken by the keeper. Yeah, there was a few people sitting in the hospitality box down there, but they wouldn't know. Didn't say anything. That's 40 years old.
Their carpet's 40 years old.
Yeah. Doesn't look very well worn. 3:32 for 4. And de Klerk bowls, that's swung into the leg side, in the air to the edge of the circle, but perfectly controlled, and they will come back for 2 this time. Trying Ismail's throw, and that's good running. Good running. Knight running to the non-striker's end. So she'll be on strike for the start of the 47th over. She's on 38. Amy Jones has 3. And that run rate, 7.3, showing up on the board that's working. And poor old de Klerk, 1 for 87 from her 8 overs. I'm not sure she'll go back with necessarily fond memories of Grace Road.
You must have had some good games here, Aggers.
That's a good one. That's some awful ones.
Yes, it happens, doesn't it?
Yes,
it does. Happen. Somerset's my ground, where I've not had good times down there. At Taunton, my England debut was down there.
Was it?
Had a horrible time.
It's not a very good bowling ground, is it? Or the spin a bit.
Well, I think you just have a ground that you don't bowl well on as a player sometimes.
Yeah.
That's the one for me.
Well, it's disappointing when it's your home ground.
Well,
it's not not a successful one. But no, it's very happy days here. I haven't seen any familiar faces. I've got to go downstairs and have a wander around during the interval. See if any of the old members are still here. I don't know.
See if they brought any fresh carpet with them for hospitality box.
Yeah, it's the one to the left there. 3:34 for 4. Ismail's back. She's bowled well, 1 for 28, and she really has been an absolute standalone bowler. And Knight flogs her down the ground to long on. Jones runs the first one quickly, but there's no chance of a second. Rather wayward return comes in, but it's backed up. No damage is done. Fine legs up on the edge of the circle. So the fielders back are at long off and long on, and then there's 2 out on the mid-wicket boundary there. Jones on 3. Ismail again, putting his head swinging around, bowls a slower ball. It's spooned over. Fine leg, got it away. Mlaba tried but couldn't get there. It was a real teaser there. Maybe someone another foot taller might have got that, but it was a clever shot, deliberately played in the air, scooped away over the fielder at short fine leg. Just got it over the top.
It's an easy shot to play for Amy Jones as well. She plays it very well, and with fine leg up inside the ring and the pace of Ismail, even if she bowls a slower ball, she's still got pace on the ball. So you just have to get anything on it to get past that fielder. It wouldn't surprise me if she tries to go again this over.
It's a clever shot. It is such a clever shot.
Ismail's got to go more back of a length if she's bowling that.
Here she comes again and bowls, and that's driven fluently, but only as far as extra cover. Bit of a fumble there, but the fielder recovers quickly. Up there on the edge of the circle. Nice stroke from Jones, but no run for it. So she's on 7. We're in the 47th over of this final match of this series. All to do with points, of course, isn't it, with the way that these series are played. I think it's a really good idea that the men's game could learn a lot from that. There's Ismail again bowling, and that's driven down the ground, down to long on. They've taken 1. That's all they're going to have. But I mean, series involving Afghanistan and Zimbabwe or Scotland, Ireland, all these sorts of things. You could incorporate a test match into their one-day international, make it all a point system like the women do. It's a really good idea.
It gives a series a structure as well. So there's 3 different trophies within this series. You've got the Test Trophy, the One-Day Trophy, and the T20 Trophy, and then a winner of the series all overall.
Ismail again runs up now and bowls, and Knight steps away, works that away into the leg side. They'll definitely get 2. So the fielder out there loses her hat as she comes trotting round. It's Kapp, who's been busy today. It took a good catch earlier up there at deep square leg.
I am trying to turn the effects mic up, but I genuinely think they're just being silent out there as I've turned this microphone up that we've got hanging out. I just don't think the South Africans are bothering talking to each other anymore.
It is absolute quiet, isn't it? Their body language went about 2 hours ago. Ismail again bowls, and that's steered over third. That's third man up right on the edge of the circle there. That's a clever shot. Spotted the fielder was up on the edge of the circle, and down to the boundary it went. So well played, a bit unlucky there, I think. Ismail, she's bowled well. She's not looking happy at all, actually. She's gesticulating there at the wicketkeeper. 3:46 for 4. Jones 8. Knight 45. I'm not sure how their captain's going to pull it back from here.
Well, that's right, because as you say, it's 346 for 4, and they'll look at the temperature gauge, and we're possibly on one of the hottest ever points in time in the UK.
Yep.
And that scoreboard says 346
and she's stuck them in
for 4 and stuck them in.
I'm not sure what do you do? I mean, you could take the girls out for a night out tonight and say sorry, but then the game ends around about 10:15, isn't it? So it's a bit late maybe. I mean, what do you do? How do you, if you are the captain of South Africa, how do you make it up to your team after this? You've stuck them in, best part of 40 degrees, they've gone round the park.
Well, the last thing you want to do is put a helmet on and go out and bat as well.
Yeah.
I think you've got to scrap today and move on to the T20s that start on Thursday, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But England, you know, if they're going to win this game today, and they should win it very comfortably.
They should. Well, Khaka's having a change of ends. She's coming up into the breeze now. Bowls at a very full length, pace off the ball, driven down to long on for a single. She's a wiry woman, and she's got one of those actions where the front arm doesn't lead very much. It just
floats,
dangles there. Yes. She's wearing 99, and on her way now to Heather Knight, who's on 45, and she bowls down the leg side, thumps into the pad. Jones calls for a single. The throw hits the stumps. Now that could well be out. Umpire Redfern making that signal that we are well accustomed to, now asking for a review from here, and we're miles away and behind. I thought that she seemed to lunge a little bit late there, but we shall see. The big screen will tell us all. Heather Knight is not coming down to say very much to her partner. Let's have a look.
She's gone.
Oh, she's gone. She's out, isn't she? By about a foot. Just seemed to make that little lunge that you see the batsman make at the last moment, a little bit too late, and there, gone by a foot. I think Amy Jones knew it actually. She's just walking off. But, I think the run was on probably, but again it was Ismail, who's such a good cricketer.
She is. She's brilliant. A good fielder as well. There's been 2 bits of brilliant fielding for South Africa today. The catch to dismiss Danny Wyatt at deep square leg, and that bit of fielding there to dismiss Amy Jones. The rest of it, to be completely honest, has been bang average.
It has. Well, Jones is walking off a bit disappointed, but even in these high-scoring games, someone has to fail, and she came out there and tried to press things along a bit. 9 from 7 balls.
And we always like to mention it. Heather Knight involved in another run out.
Oh, that's Heather Knight's 42nd run out she's been involved in her career.
That might be almost as many as Jeff Boycott.
That's a lot of run outs.
It's a lot of run outs.
And I don't think it's a stat that Heather Knight particularly knows about, which I will not be telling her.
You just broadcast it over the radio.
Yeah, well, she's not listening.
Well, one of her friends might be.
Well, if you are Heather Knight's friends and you're listening, I may be wrong, but I think that's the 42nd run out she's been involved in her career.
That's a lot of run out. Well, we have a debutant now, so she won't know about that. Alice Davidson-Richards coming out. She won't know anything about that, will she?
She won't.
She'll trust her captain to call.
I gave
She'll
you
respond.
a bad bit of statage earlier as well. This is her 2nd game, because she played back in 2018 in Nagpur.
Oh, crikey, we forgot.
I forgot about it. She played 1 game out in Nagpur. I was actually on that trip, so
right.
I'm glad that I remembered. Poor ADR.
Right, there we go. So it's a long time. So she hasn't played since. Right, well, she got a slow, short ball first up, which is pumped out towards deep mid-wicket. So she's off the mark anyway with a single. 348 for 5.
For anyone else listening, she played that game in 2018. She made a Test debut a couple of weeks ago. She got a fabulous 100. So she's got another chance here. She's got a couple of overs to get a few runs.
Here's Khaka and bowls. That's heaved into the leg side. Won't quite reach the fielder. In fact, absolutely bisects the gap there between 2 of them. So Heather Knight hits a boundary to go to 49.
350 runs.
And up comes the 350. Hear that announced from our friend in the gazebo at the far end. It's hot in there, crikey. Not only the heat, but just all the announcements he's making about the scores. Oh, he's hardly off the microphone, isn't he?
It's a busy day. I've got a question for Phil, actually, which might put him under the pump. But I feel like we've had a lot of 50s throughout this 3-match series from individual batters. And I think it could be the most we've had.
Khaka bowls outside the off stump, but doesn't quite carry that drive to the fielder there on the edge of the circle. Knight almost holing out there, square in the offside.
Will you forgive me if I look at the break?
Oh, that's absolutely fine.
No, you're allowed some food in the break.
Well, I don't
make
know.
her wait.
I'm looking at 50s now.
She's being very impatient.
Sorry, Phil.
Let's make her wait. 352 for 5. Knight's on 49. Another 50 coming up here. There you go. Tucked away down to long on. And England's captain registers 50 again, raising a bat. And certainly the top order of England is running into some decent form here, that is for sure. The runs have been piled up in this series.
Yeah, the game at Bristol was the first time the England top 4 had all hit 50s, and they've done it again today.
Yeah.
So I think that proves that stat in itself, to be honest. It's the first time it's happened.
You can
the
just
top
rest
4.
on it.
I think I'm gonna claim. I don't remember a series in the last 10 years where we've had so many 50s, and I think that's credit to England, because when one person fails, someone else is stepping up.
Yep.
But actually, they're all contributing. They're all stepping up.
And some good pitches too, hopefully. Is that a fair comment?
Yes.
I mean, this is a good pitch. It's got some carry in it. Ismail comes in and she's pulled away into the leg side. So Knight moves on to 51.
Yeah, we've been saying it for a while. If you put women's cricket on good pitches,
Absolutely.
you'll get a good standard
Absolutely,
of cricket.
yeah.
It's just like men's cricket. If you put them on a poor pitch, you get poor cricket.
Yeah.
And I think that there's been a real shift over the last couple of years on making sure we get fresh decks, good decks.
Yeah. You need something with a bit of pace and bounce in it. That's what every cricketer wants, isn't they?
Not the bowler's mind.
No. Davison Richards waits, and that's turned away into the leg side, full up on her boots. Not necessarily a thing to say of women, but they look knackered, don't they? I'm afraid they look absolutely. This have been run over by a heavy roller.
Well, you can't even hear them out there.
No.
They're not communicating. They're not encouraging each other. They'll be so deflated. It's hot. They'll be bothered. They'll be gutted. They've been out there for so long and not managed to get any breakthroughs.
355 for 5 is the score. Knight's on strike, sweeps that away. Oh, poor Ambala's after this one again, but she won't get there. It runs into the fine leg boundary. She's up there on the edge of the circle.
And that song as well that they've got, Burning Bridges. I feel like Captain Sune at least I've burnt a couple today, putting them,
well spotted.
putting them out there.
I don't have that one at home. 359 for 5.
I was impressed with your playlist last night.
I know
actually.
you were. They are surprised you. Knight's on 55. She steps away, slashes that down through backward point. 4 more runs. There's no one out. The 4 are out at long off, long on, deep mid wicket and deep backward square leg. And the ball is flying around everywhere. Terrific batting. So this is the 49th over. They won't get 400, but
they won't.
They get close.
Ishmael in the last 2 balls for a senior bowler. She bowled 1 down the leg side and 1 wide outside the off stump. She needs to have a little bit more control. Yes, she's been their standout bowler, but at the death she's just sprayed it ever so slightly.
Comes in again, bowls, and Knight has a huge swipe and a miss, and that was just a fraction away from hitting her leg stump. Plays the shot again, walks away.
Smile on her face. Whoopsies.
Yeah, she's enjoyed herself. I think she was muttering about not getting enough chance to bat when I spoke to her earlier on.
She said, my team are scoring too many runs.
Absolutely. Well, she said, she had a chance today. 48 balls for her 59. And this is the last ball of the penultimate over. Ismail again runs through the shadow of one of those spotlights, and she bowls, and that's beautifully played. Driven over cover for 4. That really was a perfect shot. I've read Ismail again missed her length there and a little bit of width, but that was a ruthless drive from Heather Knight.
It's a wonderful shot. Just clears her front leg and lofts the ball up and over cover. All the fielders on the offside, inside the ring, bar deep third.
Terrific shot, really was.
And England going to need 12 from this final over for their record total. Ooh. What do we think?
Yes.
Who's going to bowl it? If it's de Klerk, it's on.
It's going to be Khaka.
Yeah, Nadine de Klerk today, she's had a bad day out, hasn't she? She only bowled 8 overs and they were the second most expensive figures in South Africa's history.
Dear me. No, I think the captain owes her team one after this.
I think the ice creams are on Sune
at least.
Maybe she needs a team barbecue like you had.
Well, it's going to need something like that. She's got to pull something out of the fire.
They look like they've been at the team barbecue, haven't they?
That's a very good point. So 12 they want. Let's see. In goes Khaka and bowls, and there's a peel for leg before wicket. The ball runs down to the keeper, hits the stump, there's a run out. Heather Knight is out. So that entertainment comes to an end. It probably reduces the chance, therefore, of that record, which is out for a good 63, running to the keeper. And fair play to her. She whipped the glove off. She's got these very bright inner gloves. They really are snazzy. They're bright orange.
They are, aren't they?
Yeah, wonderful things. So it worked for her there, aiming, hitting, and Knight not even trying to get back.
And another Heather Knight run out.
Oh, that's her own though.
Oh, so that's 43. So including her own run out,
You
so
include her
running
own as
people
well.
out, 43 now. You can't really, well, it's obviously counts on the stats, but you can't blame them for going for that then.
You're going to have to tell her.
I can't.
You are. You're not playing anymore. She can't drop you. She can't do anything. She can't do anything apart from, well, not talk to you ever again.
Our mate Hypercoastal will tell us if I'm right or wrong, I'm sure. He's always getting in touch. And it's something that I thought that I saw on the internet not so long ago. So we shall see. So here we go. James Davis has been in touch and said, I'm down here on the boundary edge. There's a lot of moaning going on and zero encouragement from the South Africans.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's kind of what we spotted, isn't it? So they are moaning. I bet they are. I bet they are. Charlie Dean is the new batter, and Khaka is on her way. She's there and bowls, and Dean hit on the pad, appeal for leg before wicket, out first ball. She moved right across in front of her stumps, and look at the celebration, i.e. zero.
Not one
None of the
player,
fielders.
Not one player has gone to say congratulations.
I mean, that's terrible. They're standing in their field positions. None of them has gone over to say well bowled to poor old Khaka, who's flogging up into the wind in best part of 40 degrees, and she's got a wicket, and not one of her teammates has moved.
She's had to actually pick the ball up herself, take it back to the top of the mark. Charlie Dean not going for the review because she's gone back and across in front of all three stumps, and it's hit her straight on the middle of the pad. So that ball was most likely clattering the middle of middle stump, and it's their first fail of the day for England.
Yeah, she's just trying to improvise and she's trying to do something. But I'm sorry, I don't think I've ever seen that happen before. Anyway, in any level of cricket.
I think it's just not fair on you yourself that's got a couple of wickets in an over.
But the fact that none of them, not even one. One went over.
Khaka has actually gone for 62 today, but below the run rate that England have scored. So she's been one of their best bowlers, and now picked up 2 wickets.
Well,
hat-trick ball laggers.
No, it's not. Don't try and stitch me up like that.
Team hat-trick.
There was a run out. In goes Khaka over the wicket and bowls, and that's flogged into the leg side. They'll try and get 2 here. Fielder rushing in, loses a cap as she does so, throws towards the bowler's end, and 1 run to Kate Cross, who's now off the mark. So there's 3 balls left, and what do they need? They need 11, do they, to break? 11. Well, it could still happen. I think it's unlikely now. Alice, Davis and Richards on strike. 3 balls to go, and Khaka again moves in and bowls. There's a swipe and a miss, and they're going to get a bye here because it's a horrible one for the keeper. Bounced just in front of her there, took her a nasty blow. 1 more.
England have just tried too hard in this last over, just swinging at absolutely everything, knowing that record is just there in sight, but they're not going to get it.
Did you see the South Africans walk off the field? How are they actually going to do it?
I think a couple of them might just stay out there.
Utterly miserable. 2 balls to go. In goes Khaka, bowls a low full toss, carved down the ground. Steyn's down here. She was one who ventured to go up to the bowler because she was at mid-off. So she moved a few yards to go and say something, but...
Extra cover, number 32 is Nadine de Klerk. She has her hands on her hips, walks in with her hands on her hips while the ball, and doesn't... Her hands have been on her hips now for 2 balls.
Here's the last ball of the innings then. Alice, Davis and Richards on strike, and they'll get a leg by here as the ball runs down to the edge of the circle at fine leg. Well, South Africa's torture is over. It's been a miserable experience for them, it really has. Quite what the captain was doing there, putting England in, well, she'll have to explain herself at some stage. There's some very, very disgruntled teammates who've made absolutely clear what they think about all that. They're dragging themselves off. Hands on hips. One or two little taps on the hands there. England have absolutely put them to the sword. They were given the opportunity. They said thanks very much. And South Africa aren't going to score 3-7-2. They won't get close to it. And looking at that body language out there, I doubt they'll even get 72. I mean, they look absolutely blown, don't they?
Yeah, they do. It's been tough out there. You know, the hottest day of the year, they've decided to field first. I can understand in some way they think that's the way that they can stay in the game for the longest period of time. Can they try and get into England's middle order? But they didn't bowl well enough. They didn't field well enough, and England just made it look too easy out there today against South Africa. And they are deflated. We've got heads down, shoulders down, and Captain Sune walking off with Ismail leading her troops off, but no smiles on anyone's faces.
No.
They just want to get an ice bath.
Go and cool down, go and get in a cold shower and try and plan how they're going to do this. So a quick run through the cards then, because it is an interval now, with England reaching 371 for 7. Emma Lamb 65, Tammy Beaumont a lovely 100 at 119 from 107 balls. Sophia Dunkley 51, Heather Knight 63, Danny Wyatt 33, runs coming thick and fast, and they fell away rather at the end. Amy Jones was run out for 9, Charlie Dean was out first ball, Davison Richards 2, and Kate Cross was 2 not out. So 371 for 7. Bowling figures wise, poor old de Klerk won't be feeling very happy about things. 8 overs, 1 for 87. I liked Ismail, she bowled well. 7 overs, 1 for 54. Kapp no wicket for 32 from her 5 overs. Khaka 2 for 64, she kept going in these very hot conditions. Mlaba 1 for 68 from her 10. And Tryon no wicket for 58 from hers. So there we go. England have sent South Africa 372 to win this match on this absolutely broiling day. There'll be an interval now, and what we're going to do is hear a snippet. It says here, from the latest episode of the Nobles podcast, where our own Alex Hartley, of course, has been with us in the box today, and Kate Cross are joined by a special guest.
Right, well, time to introduce our very special guest. Both of you have played Test cricket this week. Crossy, obviously you're joining us because you always do. I can't get rid of you. And we're going to introduce Lauren Bell.
Woo!
Belly. Wow. Belly, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right, thank you. I'm tired, but let's not get into that.
Belly, how actually are you? Like, you've just played a test match. It's the day after. How actually are you?
I'm actually surprised. I mean, we sat around for a long time, so I'm actually not that tired. Yeah, I'm fine.
So the body's all right?
Yeah, the body's pulled up great. No one seems to believe me. Every time I get asked, like, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. They're like, you're lying. Like, your body hurts. I'm like, no, my body doesn't hurt, I promise.
Okay, this could show the age difference here. Crossy, how's your body?
Yeah, I'm sore today. I'm sore. I'm really tired as well. Like, I didn't sleep very well last night. I think it was just all the adrenaline, and it was the thing I found really difficult that was a bit different to other test matches was how stop-starty we were in the field. And like, we had to, Belly, how many times did we warm up?
I'm pretty sure the second innings, all of them were just opening spells. Like, I just kept warming up and bowling, and then we came off, and then I would warm up and bowl again. Like, I didn't ever just stand in the field and then come back on to bowl.
So, Belly, how many times do you reckon you warmed up for an opening spell? Yeah,
I reckon across the whole test match, maybe 7 or 8 times. I threw a lot of med balls.
That reminds me, actually. Where's my phone? Someone messaged me on... where's my phone? Oh, here it is. Someone messaged me on Instagram yesterday. I'm going to read it out, Belly. It's a really sweet message, actually, and it involves us too. I don't know who this person is.
It was me.
It was not Alex. They said...
You could have got this ready.
I know, I could have done, you're right, but I've not. It said, so this is in reply to my story saying when England put that it was a draw and I've put, you're joking, not another one, put that meme up. And they said, fantastic effort from everyone in the test. A 5th day might have made all the difference. I've loved my days of cricket at Taunton this week, especially the positive spirit and skills that you all showed. Hopefully you'll get a chance to play many more tests in years to come. Bell and Cross are definitely the new Brunt and Shrub Soul. Oi, oi. But question for no balls, what is the benefit of flinging that large ball up and down during warm-ups? Best wishes, James.
There we go, Belly. Why on earth do you throw a massive ball around?
I just get told that med balls help. I mean, I do it because I'm told to. But Mac actually texted me last night saying, enjoy your deload from throwing a med ball. I was like, if I don't see a med ball ever again, it'll be too soon.
I actually think that's why I'm sore, because we did so much core activation for every single warm-up that we had to do before we went on to bowl.
So is that what it does, a med ball? Because obviously I'm a spinner. I just turn up and play cricket. So you throw a med ball to like get your core ready?
Yeah.
It's like bowling, but with a heavier ball. So it like gets your movement going and ready, so you men are not get injured from it.
Right, Belly, has it actually sunk in that you've made your Test debut?
Yeah. Do you know, it's really strange. Like the first day was like so surreal. Like there was so much adrenaline and I was like really, really nervous. And even when I was playing, it was like playing for England. But then like as the days went on, it became more normal. Like it was just like cricket. But like the first day when like all the families there and the caps, it was like kind of surreal. And I was like, this is actually happening.
It's actually mad. So you're probably the first person, or you are, well, all four of you. No, who is it? Belly and Wongi?
Wongi, yeah.
The first two people to make your Test debuts, just your Test debuts before you made any other debuts. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Do you know why it's mad? Like, and it was for England, and I'd never done it before in my life. Like, I've never played a red ball game in my life. And then, like, I was playing for England in a game I've never played before in my life. Obviously, I've played cricket, but I've never played a long format game. Like, even when we've done warm-up ones in the past, I've always just ran drinks because I've always been, like, either with the women and running drinks or just, like, not playing. So, do you know, that was so crazy. I was like, no, I'm actually playing for England. I've not actually done this before.
Go on, Crossy.
Did you ever actually imagine when you were a kid and you're thinking, right, I'm going to take cricket seriously now? Did you ever actually think, like, you'd make your Test debut? Because it's so rare in women's cricket.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. Even when I was, like, not even that young, like, even when I was playing for, like, the Vipers and stuff when I was, like, 15, 16, I don't think, like, a Test debut was like in my head as like what like the thing to get to. I think it was just an England debut. And when you think about that, you think about white ball stuff.
Yeah.
But then as it came more real, I was like, this is actually, and then it's like actually so much bigger than all like it than in lots of ways than the other two.
How did you find out you were playing?
I saw Lisa called me on the Saturday night and it was like, can you come and chat to me? And then I was like, I knew it was going to be like the chat, but I'm so like, I never know where, like, I always think I'm not going to be in. Like, I'm always like, oh no, like someone might be in. And then I went to see her and she's like, she said when she does the good chats, she like enjoys dragging them out. And she was like, for me, like, she just really enjoyed like seeing my face, like dragging it out. 'Cause she knew that I didn't know what she was going to say. And so she like called me in and she was like, so we've like done our meeting and we've looked at the pitch and like we're gonna have to go on what the pitch, and it was really like trying to get an excuse for why I'm not playing, and it was so dragged out. And then she was like, but no, I'm really excited you are playing. And she was like, I really enjoyed seeing your face. And I was like, Lisa, what the hell?
So normally if you get a phone call from Lisa, it's bad news because like we'll find out the team in the team meeting or on the WhatsApp group. But if you've had the phone call, then you've had the heads up you're not playing. So like Belly gets a phone call saying, can you see Lisa? I get a phone call saying, can you come see Lisa? And I was like, oh my God, who's playing? Like who's in this
like no one's playing.
Honestly, it was even when I found out the squad, Finchy had said like a couple days before, or like on the Thursday, we found out the squad on the Friday. On the Thursday, he like got everyone round and was like, there's an email going out at 10 a.m. I'm going to call everyone between 9 and 10 who's not not in the selected team. And he hadn't mentioned the part that if you had never been in a Test match team before, he'll also call you. So he called me at like 20 to 10, like on the Friday, like weeks before. And I was a little bit like, I really hope I'm going to be in this Test match squad. Like, I think I had a really good chance. And then I got this call and I just saw his name and I was like, what have I done wrong? Like, why am I not in the team? And I picked up the phone and I was like, hi, Finchy. And he was like, you all right? I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I was like, go on then. And he was like, what do you mean? I was like, you told me that you're going to call everyone who's not in the squad. And then he was like, oh my God, Belly, I'm so sorry. He was like, I just wanted to like personally congratulate you. And it was actually a really nice phone call. But I was like, Finchy, I was sure that I wasn't in the squad.
I used to hate that. So you could be like, right, they're going to ring you between this time. And I'd be like, should I just turn my phone off? Because I know I'm going to get a phone call.
There was a really sweet moment in the car when we were going to one of our like prep days. We were playing against ourselves at Millfield School. I drove Belly and I was going through what I think my starting 11 was in the car. And I just...
It's a game you always play.
Always play it. But I was just like so sure that Belly was going to play. And Belly's in the car, obviously. I'm talking to her and Lammy. So I was like, I think it's going to be Lamb, Beaumont, blah, 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 blah. And then I just didn't say like 9, 10, 11. And Belly was like, oh, well, what about me? I was like, oh, yeah, Belly, you're playing. Yeah, when you're in my team. Like as if I'd bring the game up thinking that Belly's not going to play and tell her that.
Yeah, sorry, Billy. I think you'll be running drinks.
Yeah. I'm gonna do the 11, and Belly, you might as well get on the M5. You know, if you're not playing. I have got a question for you both. Post Test match, have you like reflected back and have you figured out how to get Sakakune out yet, or what?
We haven't got her out in 4 days, did we?
Yeah, I still don't think I know how to get her out.
Rumour has it she's still down there.
Do you know what? When she came out on the evening of day 3, didn't she? So she came out as night watcher, and she then took the single in the last over, first ball of the last over, and put Sune back on strike. So I said to Sune, I was like, "What's happened here, Sune? What like your night watcher's just basically thrown you down the river, sold you down the river." And Sune laughed and she was like, "Maybe I'm the night watcher."
Yeah.
I mean, she was the one that was still sticking around at the end of the day. So
honestly, she was great. Her like average going into that test was like 4.
She couldn't. Not many of them could have had an average, could they? Because they hadn't played. There was only 2 of them that had played a test match beforehand.
She's played 40 odd games for South Africa, averaging 4 in all 40 odd games.
Well,
but you guys couldn't get her out.
South Africa had to get there at 8 a.m. to start the Kapp presentations. It took that long.
Speaking of Kapp presentations, you had a good one, didn't you, Belly?
Yeah, mine was so cute. I actually didn't know Anya was doing it. I mean, it all made sense when her and Catherine were doing me and Wongi, but I didn't know she was going to do it. I assumed Lottie would do it, but then Lottie texted me the night before saying, I'll try and get there for your Kapp presentation, mate. So then I was like, oh, she's not doing it. And then I was like, oh, Heather must be doing it because Heather did my Berkshire one. And I was like, oh, this is going to be cute. And I just assumed that. And then I turned up and it was Anya. And I was like, oh, what a lovely surprise.
She spoke so well. I mean, Anya does always speak really well, but she spoke so well. And those Kapp presentations got everyone, didn't they? Like Brunty, well, Anya set it up and started it off, and because you were first, because we did alphabetical. And then Brunty just finished it off and everyone was just in tears. And we're like, well, we've got 4 days of cricket to play now.
Yeah, Brunty's was really emotional because I felt like she just cares so much about Test cricket, and it was, that was emotional.
Can you remember what was said to you or not?
I kind of remember like the gist, but you know when you're just in the moment, like I remember smiling and being like, this is really, really cute.
Did you cry?
I think I got the most. I didn't get really teary, but Catherine got me the most because she was really upset. And I was like, oh, it's okay. Don't be sad.
Don't be sad. It's happy.
She'll just be sad she wasn't playing still.
Yeah, I actually think she, like, so much of her emotion came from, it was a bit of like a retirement speech for her as well, I think. And she was, it was like so sweet because it was like literally handing the baton on. Like Shrubbers gave Belly her cap. And Belly, I've got to ask, did Shrubbers give you any kind of like notes on how to get Lizelle out? Because that baton's just been handed over as well.
No, I spoke to Annie, like when I was working with the Vipers, like we spoke to her like all the time, like literally every day. She was amazing. And then I spoke to her before I went in for like the warm-up days. And then like I didn't really chat with her. Like I didn't really speak to her much.
Good prep.
I think she just left me to it, and she was like, if she needs me, she'll like message me, and like, I was just kind of going with it really. But no, I didn't really chat to her about it. And then she came and saw me. I was more like touched by her because she came and saw me after the first day, and she just was like like just saying well done, how proud she was and all this. And I was just a bit like,
oh. Tell me how you felt when you got your first ever international wicket though, because what a feeling.
But after my first spell, I was a little bit like, imagine I just go 4 days out taking a wicket here. Like, what
can happen. That happened to me in Canberra in January, so it can definitely happen.
Well, Maka said that to me. It was like this. It will happen. Obviously in the second innings it did, but I was like, I'm just glad it was the other way round. Like I did get a couple of wickets in the first, but yeah, I was more relieved. And then I was just like buzzing. And then when they reviewed it, and I was like, oh no, imagine this isn't out. Imagine this is going down as well. Like all the other ones.
We had another bad moment from me in the car. So me, Belly, and Lammy have been sharing lifts all week. We're driving into the ground on day one, and it's a little. I've
heard this.
A little bit overcast, and again, I just kind of forget that I've got Lammy in the car, and I was like, "Oh, Belly, it's a great day to win the toss and bowl, hun. There's a bit of cloud around, get the Duke swinging," and I was like, "Oh, Lammy, but if we lose the toss and bat, then it'll be fine to bat, be absolutely fine."
It won't do anything, Lammy.
You're an idiot. I also hear you were driving them both to the ground and tried to get in the wrong car park. Went the wrong way.
Yeah, there's just too many car parks at cricket grounds, so it's not.
Got a bit angry as well at the but then we made a friend with the guy on the gate at the other car park. He was nice.
Yeah, that guy that looked like Will Smead. He was lovely.
That's how he earns his keep.
That's what he's doing in between playing. Belly, I want you to tell everyone how you prepped the night before making your test debut, because you're not a big cricket fan, are you?
Oh, my homework.
You did some homework, didn't you?
You'll never guess it. I'm not a big cricket watcher, and if anything, it wouldn't be the long form. Max is really long. And then we had a meeting at 5:00 on Sunday night, and then obviously the men's test match was being played, and I was just sat there and I was just trying to pass the time, and I put it on, the men's test match, and I watched it for like 45 minutes, and then I came out my room ready for the meeting, and I saw Crossy. I was like, Crossy, you'll never guess what? I've just watched 45 minutes of test match cricket. I'm ready for tomorrow.
Yes, and you were ready. Did you enjoy it, or were you like, this is boring?
I don't know. I did think this is going to be more fun if I'm participating.
Yes, and it was.
It was way more fun.
We did have so much fun, didn't we? But like all I can really remember, because it all blurs, like all your spells kind of blur into one and wickets and stuff. And then
especially when you get 6 wickets in the game. Sorry, Crossy.
Thanks for bringing it up. Oh, thank you. That's how this podcast works. I'll just tell you how good I am. But we just had so much fun. Like, I just remember laughing all the time and like seeing Belly flying around at fine leg, sitting on the ball. I've got a number. Just shouting that from fine leg.
Like 5 overs.
Got this massive knee as well that's got, you know, when you get fluid in your knee, it just doesn't leave. Belly's had this issue, so every time she dives on it. So I was like, oh no, she's dived on the knee again. It's going to be all swollen. She was like, I sat on the ball.
and the whole like, not that there was a massive crowd, but like that stand, the ADR was at like deep square as well. And I was like, ADR, my bum's numb. And then everyone like started laughing, and I was like, oh no, now everyone knows.
Right, I've got to ask you both. You're not allowed to say get in your cap, Belly, because we've talked about that for 45 minutes. What was your favourite moment of the test match? Belly goes first.
What was my favourite moment? I mean, my first wicket was probably my highlight, I'd say. That
was a seed as well.
Yeah, it was.
Hooped.
Yeah, I'd say that one. When it was said out, and I was like, oh, thank God for that.
We did, me and so we were obviously all gathered and like we're watching the screen to see if it goes red, red, red. I was like, Belly, you've got to be ready for the cameras because they'll get a picture of this now. So what we're going to do? And she's like, right, I'm going to double fist bump it and we're going to give it some. So there's just me and Belly like in the middle of everyone really giving it, and no one else around us is really celebrating as hard as us.
That's Crossy. That's someone that celebrates for the camera right there.
Yeah, well, you got to know where the Getty images are.
I have noticed you've started the running celebration as well now.
Me? Yeah.
Crossy.
Oh. Belly's only just got a celebration. We have to be like, Belly, come on, up it a little bit. But Belly goes for the Titanic. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that. So, Crossy, your favourite moment?
I've got two. My first one, so I don't do much opening bowling for England.
Not an opening bowler.
I'm not an opening bowler, no. And I stood at the back of my mark and I was like, right, take this in, first opportunity to take the new ball for England. And everyone was just waiting. And I was like, Sue, have you shouted play? She said, yes, Crossy. I was like, oh, sorry, I didn't hear you. So I completely missed my moment to open the bowling.
I didn't know that happened.
Yeah. I was like, Sue, I didn't hear you. Did you say play?
For God's sake.
Literally, for God's sake. And my second favourite moment was Wongi's first international wicket. I cake balled it in the slips and then stumps and bails everywhere. And Sophie's reaction was mega because she flew off down to fine leg, celebrating on her own because we called a cake ball. And then we realised we had to go celebrate with Wongi. So yeah, they were my two favourites.
Mine was when you declared, because you were run out, Crossy, but you weren't, like, it was quite close and we were like, oh, she's in, but she's off. Have they declared? Does she think she's out? Like, what is going on?
Yeah, well, I got told basically because we didn't lose any more time if we finished that over. So if we'd lost the wicket on the first ball, I was going in, and we did lose a wicket on the first ball, so I went in, or second ball, whatever it was. But I just got told to get off strike and give Nat a couple of balls to have a dip. And then I was out. So I was like, Nat, why are you not running? But then I remembered she's like on 170 and probably don't want to get run out. So
no, yeah,
fair play from her.
Belly, did you think you were going to have to bat at one stage?
Yeah, I did actually. And I worried about it. And Wongi didn't even have a helmet. And then I gave her my helmet. And then I was like, wait, no, I might need one too. And we went through this stage of being like, right, how are we both going to have a helmet? We might be out there together. But yeah, I was very glad that I didn't have to, actually. The
inner workings of the England women's dressing room are really shining through here. Also, Belly, you had a really lovely day on Tuesday, didn't you?
Yeah, I didn't put my whites on all day on day two.
How good.
Little spa day for Belly, doing a nail.
So no wonder your body feels fine.
I know, I must have done my nails about 5 times that day. That's about all I did.
It was honestly so fun to watch the youngsters come in and like deal with the rain breaks and stuff, because they were just like Wongi. I didn't see her for 3 hours on day 4. Don't know where she went.
She was playing football in the rain.
I found them at one point. They're in the sports hall playing a game of 1-on-1 bounce. I was like, conserve your energy, guys.
Oh God. Right, have we got anything else for Belly?
You wanted to ask about food, didn't you?
Oh my God, yeah. Right, I did want to ask about food. Like test match day when you're bowling and you've been out there all day. Like what food do you eat, and like what's on offer?
What food? The food, the banana and yogurt. Actually, that was everyone's highlight, I think, of Taunton. That was great. What do we eat, Crossy?
Well, we've got a new nutritionist, haven't we? And he's really trying hard to impress us. Like he's really, really buying our friendship. So we played this warm-up game against ourselves, and it was a hot day. And we get off the pitch, and Rob, the new nutritionist, has got us like a cool box of lollies, of like Magnums and Rockets, and we're like, is this a test? It wasn't a test. He just wanted us to get some calories in us. But he sets up his little tuck shop, doesn't he?
Yeah, he puts like who knew there were so many types of energy bars, puts up all the energy bars and like everything. It's like, I think it's his highlight of the day, really, isn't it? Like when he gets to talk about his nutrition. But he's great. We got brownies actually on day 3. That was a highlight too.
We did.
See, back when I played for England, they got taken away from me, those brownies, and I was gutted.
Well, I think I don't know how much that'll happen on shorter format cricket, but right, Rob's big on like you got fuel before you go out and bowl and fuel after, so that's where the brownies came in. But my whoop on day 1, 4,500 calories I burnt. It was a big old day, so yeah, that's why the brownies are allowed.
I could do with a day like that.
It was a big day.
It was a big day.
Okay, before we let you go, Belly, last question. On a scale of 1 to 10, how much did you enjoy playing Test cricket for England?
10, definitely. Hopefully there will be more.
Yes.
Yeah, we've got one
5 days?
we've got one scheduled in 2027, so hopefully you'll be available for that.
Yeah, no, I'll be there. Well, no, honestly, so I got home, one more thing. I got home last night, and you know how our trousers were all really grass stained? And my mum was like, how the hell am I going to get these out? And I was like, Mum, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to wear them ever again.
No,
I was like, when we play a new test match, I'm sure the kit will have changed.
Has it given you like in a hypothetical sense, say you play in the one days or the T20s and make those debuts this summer, do you think you're going to be less nervous now or more nervous because it was a different format? Like, where are you at with that now?
I pretty much know I'll be more nervous for the other two, because in a test match, like, not a lot can go wrong. Like, they're not going to try and whack me over my head. I can't bowl endless amount of wide, because if it goes down leg side, it's fine. And like, so all I really need to do is keep my front foot behind the line, which I can do. And so I wasn't that nervous. Whereas in an ODI or like a T20, like, I could go for 20 in my first over, and that's just way more nerve-wracking than like a test match. Like, you can kind of get into it. Like, obviously I was very nervous, but I think I'll be more nervous.
That's such a measured way of thinking about it, to say that that's your debut. That's incredible.
I know. It's good that we've got thinking about our ODI debut that's might or might not come in 10 days out from what's going to happen. Poor girl's not going to sleep tonight.
Fine.
Thinking about going for 20 off my first over.
She'll be rocking up to watch the England men play now in prep for the ODIs and the T20s. Getting a bit of game time in, homework.
Well, Belly, thanks for coming on. Go and put the test match on. India 161 for 5.
I don't need that homework anymore.
Oh, Belly, honestly, I was saying to Al when we weren't recording, but you and the youngsters coming in, you were absolutely brilliant this week. I absolutely loved getting to play with you. And especially with like the New Zealand trip that you had. You were brilliant over there, knowing you weren't going to play a game for England unless something bad happened. And like the fact that you've come in and made your debut, I'm so pleased for you, and you were just brilliant and well done. And hopefully we see you again in some coloured kit this summer.
Yeah, thanks, Crossy. That's so nice.
That's the nicest thing I'll ever say to you.
Yeah, that's it. You need to remember that forever.
It's recorded, so hopefully I can listen to it again.
Well, thank you very much, Belly.
Thanks for having me.
Well, welcome back to Grace Road then, getting ready for the South African run chase, and what a tall order it is going to be for them. England posting a mammoth 371 for 7. It was just a few runs shy of their own world record score their best for England, 378, which was back in 1997, so not far off a record for England in ODIs. But for South Africa, well, they were just listless in the field. They didn't have discipline in the bowling. It was a hot day. And Anya Shrubsole, World Cup winner, who's alongside me, it's going to take quite an effort for them. I saw as South Africa filed off the field. The shoulders were slumped, as you would expect. That was a long time to be in the field because of the drinks breaks as well. It is simply a long time to be out there, not least when the ball's disappearing to all parts like we saw.
Yeah, absolutely. We thought it was a questionable decision at the toss, and then you see how the innings kind of went, and you think about it even more. I know as an opening bowler, if things were the other way around and Heather had won the toss and decided to bowl, I think I'd have been pretty cross. But there we go. And South Africa, I spoke to one of the England coaches just then, and he said, oh, there was a bit in it, but then followed that up with, but they didn't really exploit it at all. So I think that kind of sums up South Africa's effort.
Yeah, and it is still hot out there, 10 past 6, and as we rightly predicted, the floodlights have been switched on in the heat of the the afternoon. There's got to be something in ICC protocols which at some point has got to make allowances for local weather conditions rather than just stipulating the floodlights must be on in an ODI, because it is faintly ridiculous. What have we got to look forward to here though? Because as much as it is highly unlikely South Africa are going to chase down this score, England made changes to their side today. They brought Kate Cross back. There's still no Catherine Brunt, but there's no Nat Sciver either, no Ecclestone. It means a big opportunity for Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell to open the bowling, doesn't it?
Yeah, I really hope that we see the two of them open the bowling. I think that was a real missed opportunity by England definitely in Bristol, to have both of those in the team and to open the bowling with Nat Sciver. As good as Nat Sciver is, when you've got those two who bowl quick, both swing the ball, I really, really, really hope that's who England go with today. And then you've got Kate Cross, who's one of the best first change bowlers in world cricket to come, and then Charlie Dean, who's had a lot of success in this series as well. So England have got plenty there, but I am desperate to see Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell open the bowling together.
Yep, Izzy Wong has the pace, Lauren Bell has the height and the accuracy and the swing as well. And just talk from a combination point of view, how they complement each other.
Yeah, but Lauren obviously prodigious in swing, gets a lot of swing on the ball, tall, gets more bounce than you think. And Izzy Wong, a bit shorter, a bit skiddier, quick, can shape the ball away, so you've got that contrast between in swing and away swing with those two. And Izzy Wong, as we saw, got rid of Chloe Tryon, has got a really kind of nasty skiddy bouncer. Because she's not the tallest, it doesn't quite get up as you might want it to. So I think as time goes on, they should develop into a really nice partnership with really contrasting skill sets.
Well, here do come England in the heat of the early evening here. Shadows just starting to lengthen a little bit, but the sun is still fierce and the heat is still oppressive. But England have come out looking energetic. I don't know where they got that from, probably because they've spent 50 over sitting in air conditioning as opposed to the two South African openers who are strolling out. They've been in the field for, more than 3 hours for that innings. And it is Lara Wolvaardt and Andrie Steyn who come out to try and get something out of this game for them, because they've been outplayed in each of the first two ODIs, and they've been outplayed with the best of England's bats in this game so far. So they all just want to try and take it deep, try and put partnerships together. England, I'm sure, will want to wrap this up as quickly as they can and spend as little time in the field as they can, given the heat. It will be Lauren Bell to open the bowling from the pavilion end. So already an exciting prospect. Just 2 matches into her ODI career. Tall, long blonde ponytail. As Anya said a moment ago, bowls good in swing. So it takes one to know one.
You feel for South Africa, if they lose a couple early, this could be it's got the feeling of just how long they've been in the field, miles in the legs, tough series so far.
Yeah.
So I think if England can get a couple early, they might well break the back of this innings already.
Some mental exhaustion, no doubt, as well as the physical exertion. Here is Lauren Bell, first ball then, with 2 slips in place into Steyn, and she's put it back up the pitch and stopped by the boot of Lauren Bell in her follow through. She's got quite big boots, has she, for a tall bowler? That was a solid stop, side of the foot.
Taught her well. That was something I did a lot. It's such a long way down.
The energy saver. It's tactical.
Exactly.
Steyn, so far in the series, 21 balls she faced for her 14 in the first ODI, made 28 in the second. Here goes Bell then, up to the stumps, fluid motion, it's angled a touch on Midland leg, turned towards square leg, picked up in the field by Charlie Dean, and England do have a buzzy feel about them already. So far so good for Lauren Bell. 2 dot balls, a good element of control. Good evening to you, Phil Long, as well.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, let's talk about it after this ball. We'll talk about England's total they made earlier.
Bell goes bounding up past the umpire. There is some real in-swing wobbling almost. It's been worked around the corner with the swing down to fine leg where Beaumont is fielding. Beaumont, who scored a wonderful 119 earlier, her 9th ODI 100, putting a level with Charlotte Edwards in England's all-time list.
Yeah, this England women's team sort of getting a bit of a problem with the nervous 370s.
It's a nervy number.
That's right. They've now entered they've scored over 370 on 5 occasions now. Not got past that 378 for 5 that we mentioned back in 97. That 371 for 7 today was their second highest against South Africa. They made 373 for 5 in that World Cup game down at Bristol in 2017.
Famous game. In goes Bell again, worked with the swing, with the angle past square leg. Bit of a stutter, I think, because neither point nor cover was quite sure who was going after it. In the end, it's Beaumont who runs across from wide, deep, fine leg to field. And South Africa are off the mark. And Wolvaardt has 2 to her name now. South Africa 3 without loss. But yeah, that was quite a prodigious swing. The previous delivery that was worked down to fine leg.
Yeah, Lara can really swing the ball. Probably one of the biggest swingers of the ball we've got in our domestic game. So you can see that on show here.
It's only one slip in place now. The fielder short fine on the 45 outside the off stump. Just pushed a bit too far wide by Bell that time. Wide signalled. Deep third and fine leg are back. And then the field here for Bell to Laura Wolvaardt. His backward point, a shortish extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fielder on the 45, and then Beaumont at fine leg.
Yeah, that England total earlier on aided by 27 extras, 15 wides.
Yeah, it was the real lack of discipline in the bowling as Bell is in again. Targeting the stumps and worked past the square leg umpire by Wolvaardt, coming back for the second. Chased back into the deep, and the throw comes back in on the bounce to Amy Jones, isn't able to quite take it cleanly. They're back comfortably. 6 runs on the board with one more ball to come in this opening over. The required rate, just for interest's sake, is pushing 7.5 and over for this mammoth 372 that South Africa's target is. Here goes Bell. Little stutter at the start of her run-up, then well into her stride, swinging down that leg side. It's followed down towards fine leg. She gets some bat on that. Fielded by Beaumont. I think leg by, yes, is signalled by the umpire. So just angling off the pads down to the boundary. 7 runs off that opening over there. Anya, your assessment?
Yeah, some decent shape by Lauren Bell. Probably a little bit too straight. Got hit pretty much. I think all of those runs were to the leg side. Obviously, Laura Wolvaart's a brilliant player through the covers, through the offside region. So you want to be straight, but probably looking to swing the ball back into off stump as opposed to kind of down the leg side. So she'll be looking to adjust that second over and just bring a line across to off stump a little bit more. So we see Izzy Wong bowling.
Yes,
finally.
Izzy Wong opening the bowling alongside Lauren Bell. Made her test debut this summer. Has now made her ODI debut this summer. Played in the last match at Bristol and picked up 3 wickets as well. So let's see what she's got. 2 slips in place, and it's Laura Wolvaardt on strike. As we know, is a fabulous cover driver, wonderful player when she gets going. But Izzy Wong, short-haired, falls full and has immediately been driven down the ground for 4. That was a wonderful shot through very fine mid-on. A straight drive from Laura Wolvaardt, and Izzy Wong pitching it right up there straight away, drivable length.
That's a quality shot from Laura Wolvaardt on drive. It's one of the most pleasing shots on the eye, I reckon. Bit over pitch from Izzy Wong, but you don't mind that first up, looking to see if there's some swing. She'll need to drag her length back a bit from there.
Let's see where she goes. Wolvaardt on to 8 from 4. Wong in again to full toss that time, and it beats Dunkley on the edge of the circle for 4 more. So not quite getting it right yet, Izzy Wong, trying to work her way into this opening over.
Yeah, it's a poor ball from Izzy Wong. She'll be disappointed with that. Width, full toss, and someone of Laura Wolvaart's quality isn't going to miss out on that. So she's just got to settle in here, find her length. Maybe trying a bit hard.
It's still a big occasion, isn't it? One day internationals, when you're making your way on this international scene. But these players have performed in the 100 under similar intensity, arguably more intensity. That one bit of bat and pad, looking to work it into the onside. 72 miles an hour. So see how her paces increase as well as the match goes on. But then we have to take the heat into consideration as well when it comes to the Wong's pace.
Yeah, you'd use a bowler like Izzy Wong in kind of short, sharp spells. I'd be amazed if she bowled more than kind of 3 or 4 overs with this new ball. You just say to her, run in hard, bowl quick, short, sharp spells, and be a wicket taker.
And she comes past the umpire. It's full, clipped to square leg along the ground, well fielded. Charlie Dean making no mistake. And immediately that's a difference between England and South Africa, because those kind of stops in the field were always, well, on the whole, they were just little juggles of stops, which enabled the batter sometimes to come back for a second or at least sneak the first run. So Wolvaardt taps her bat against the ground as Wong is in, struck on the pad. She looking to work it to leg. The ball's also ballooned up into the hands of second slip, so they're saying, well, if there was some bat in there, surely that's a catch. Now, is Heather Knight going to ask to have a look at this? Wong appealed to the umpire, Sue Redfern, and Heather Knight indicating as to whether that wouldn't have been an LB anyway. Was it going down?
From where we are, it looked like it was going down, and then I guess was there any inside edge or anything to get it to second slip? It's impressive to get it off the boot to second slip.
Quite a ricochet.
Yeah, going down, no bat involved.
Well, England making South Africa aware. Their intentions here, keeping pressure on. Here's a defence from Wolvaardt, and Wong falls straight. Wolvaardt having to defend a good ball. So a little bit of a mixed bag from Wong in her opening over. But again, when England have such a big total behind them, it's a great time for Wong and Bell to be starting their partnership, because in a way they've got license. Just do what you do best, and there's a lot of leeway there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the way one-day cricket's going, if you want to try and stop teams racking up loads of runs at the kind of back half of the innings, you need to take wickets up top, and to do that you've got to be aggressive with the lines, with the length that you bowl. You've got to be potentially prepared in doing that to go for a few runs. So you won't mind this from England. You'd rather be fuller than shorter and see if there's any swing.
Lauren Bell again. It's Andrie Steyn on strike. Bell bounding in. Hey, in swing. That is struck on the pad. The ball dribbles away behind square on the onside, and Steyn is running through for one. Some bats in that. But Bell is making some things happen. And the batters are not looking entirely comfortable. Yes, we've seen some balls put away, but they're the poor balls. You'd expect that.
That was perfect from Lauren Bell. That's what I'm talking about. You want to swing the ball into the top of off stump, not swing the ball from the stumps down leg. Steyn stuck on the crease and just managed to jam the bat down in time.
It's showing that ability is to be learning on the spot. Bell in again from right outside the off stump, slashed past the diving point fielder for four. There's a fraction too wide there. She's got plenty of room to bring that bat down hard, Laura Wolvaardt. How many boundaries is that for Wolvaardt then, Phil? 16 she's on 2 from 10. That's her third boundary. 20 without loss, South Africa in this third over now.
So many boundaries in this game. I don't know how many England hit, but it felt like a lot.
And I know a man who can give us the answer.
And already South Africa have racked up 3.
Well, it's this fast outfield. The heat. One slip here. Bell, that one swinging from middle into leg as well, but this time Wolvaardt wasn't able to get bat on it. He's looking to clip it down to fine leg. But finds backward points, and there's no run. One nice line about Lauren Bell and Izzy Wong, and bowling here in tandem together in one-day internationals now, as they are. They were both introduced to cricket by Chance to Shine.
Yeah, I heard that during the Test match. I did a lunchtime thing with Chance to Shine and heard that fact.
Yeah, it shows what initiatives like that can do. Swinging in again. Struck on the pad once more, Wolvaardt. She'd looked to work it to the leg side.
Yeah, those initiatives are amazing. You see players, men and women, playing in the international stage, and all of them have come from somewhere. International cricketers don't grow on trees. They start, whether it be at school or at club or with Chance to Shine or All Stars now, Dynamos. Those initiatives are amazing, and international cricketers of the future will be coming from those programmes.
Wolvaardt crouches, stays very still as Bell's in down the leg side. Not signalled wide, it's been spilt by Amy Jones. They're running one. The wide is now signalled a little belatedly. The umpire just waiting to see where the ball ended up. So there's an extra for the England column, 21 without loss in this third over.
Yeah, that third Laura Wolvaardt 4 was our 50th 4 of the day, to go with 3 sixes.
Yeah, it's felt like a lot.
Yeah, it has felt like a lot. And that is a lot.
Yeah. Sixes, a lot of them were hit down the ground with it. Beaumont, some of those sixes. Fuller on off stump forces defence from Wolvaardt up towards mid-off, and there's no run. But just going back to the chance to shine part of it, I remember years ago going with Charlotte Edwards in the early days when the coaching ambassadors came in and they sort of part coaching contracts which enabled England players to still earn money, still work, but in a flexible way that was much easier than having to say to your employer, I now need 2 months off my normal job, please, to go and play international cricket. As Bell bounds in, that one is wide, outside the off stump, and very, very wide indeed. But yeah, went to a school with Charlotte and was just so struck at how the youngsters at school did not care whether she was a male or female. She was England captain and coming in with a kit on and a baseball cap on, and I just thought, yes, this is, children at that age just want to play cricket. They have no concept of gender or what the norms are, if you like, accepted norms. Fuller again from Bell, an off stump, good delivery, has been eased out towards Sophia Dunkley on that offside. Extra cover to end the over. So a couple of extras in there from Lauren Bell. 23 without loss in the third over. South Africa set this unlikely target of 372. So really both bowlers are still settling into their grooves.
Yeah, you're right, Alison. It's an unlikely target. We might not get a chance to say this very often, but South Africa are ahead of England at the same point in their innings.
Let's keep an eye on how much longer that progresses for. But it does in the face, I suppose, when you look and you say, well, there's no Sciver, no Brunt, no Ecclestone. Those are three key bowlers, so South Africa will have to go into this feeling, well, records are there to be broken. Be very much against the run of play of this series. As Wong is in, doesn't carry to first slip. Finds the edge of Wolvaardt's bat, and it drops just in front of the captain, Heather Knight. She's looking at the heel of her hand. That ball smacked into it quite hard, but it was a definite push. The outside edge found, it didn't carry.
That was a genuine edge, and she'd pushed at the ball and it's comfortably not carried.
See the speed gun and what that delivery was from Wong as she's in again now, chipped in the air, drops again and then stays a little low towards the leg side this time. Then would they be standing too deep at this stage? Maybe thinking Wong might be bowling faster than perhaps she actually is?
I don't know, to be honest. Amy Jones, the keeper, will kind of set the depth. Where she stands, the slips will take it from there. It is quite skiddy here at Leicester, so it might be that they need to come up and take a risk.
It's Knight and it's cross in the slips as Wong is in again, full and straight, driven up to mid-off. Fielded by Beaumont. Just went straight to her. Fires the ball back into the gloves of Amy Jones. So 23 without loss. Yeah, Beaumont making 119 earlier. Emma Lamb 65. Heather Knight 63 off 49. She scored at a really good pace as well. And Sophia Dunkley injected customary energy as well, an impetus with 51 off 53. Wong sets off, shaven-headed, sweatband on her left wrist, and goes to bowl, full again, and Wolvaardt getting in behind one. More accurate from Izzy Wong in this second over.
She's just got control of her length a little bit more, too full in that first over, and she's just managed to drag that back and challenge the outside edge of Laura Wolvaardt, and so far so good this over.
Central Sparks player and Phoenix in the 100, where a lot of people first saw Izzy Wong on the bigger stage last summer for the first time. Back into the pitch, I think that was, before Wong got a hand to it to deflect it away towards Beaumont at mid-off. Which has to have quick reactions in her follow-through when you're bowling at that kind of pace. Not easy for you quick bowlers to make reaction stops and return catches.
That was terrible off my own bowling, so I can't really offer any advice.
One comes in. Bounds in past the umpire, a little bit of width, chopped away past point, and that's 4 from Wolvaardt. It just sat at a nice reachable height, crisply put away. So a boundary off the over from Izzy Wong, and Wolvaardt is 20 from 18, South Africa 27 without loss. We've had 4 overs of the run chase.
Laura Wolvaardt is so good. Fourth stump is almost too wide to her, to be honest with you. She just does not miss out ever, pretty much, as far as I'm aware, with putting the ball away there. So kind of spoiled a good over there from Izzy Wong, but better control of her length, more where she want to bowl.
So Wolvaardt is scoring more comfortably than Steyn at the moment, although she's faced That's 3 times as many balls. Stay's only faced 6, but she's on strike now to Lauren Bell, who's bowling full with that in swing, clipped along the ground towards mid-wicket where Dean is fielding, and there's no run. A little bit more cloud has just been gathering, sort of high, very distant, wispy white cloud, which is giving the players a little bit of respite at the moment. It's been a stiff breeze blowing all day, hasn't it, which we've been very grateful for at our heights. Not sure how much of that's felt at ground level though, are you?
No, I'm not sure much, but it also does feel at times a little bit like a hairdryer breeze.
Yes.
Warm as opposed to cool.
You're exactly right. 2 slips in place. Bell bounds in, swinging it in onto off stump, but it's been worked from that line. Well in front of square, it's a chase for mid-on. Back into the deep, into a right. Throw comes back in on the bounce to Bell. And 2 added, 29 without loss in this 5th over. Don't see you walk across the outfield at tea time, lunchtime.
Yeah.
Is there any breeze out there?
A shortcut I took. I decided it was too long to walk around, so I saw a shortcut and I took it. Not a lot of breeze, it must be said, no.
I think that is something to be said for being up here. In fact, there's a cameraman above us on the roof of our potting shed. Bell is in defence from Steyn, good delivery. Dot ball into the onside. And they've got sun umbrellas up there to give them some shade, but the wind is playing havoc with them. So it must have been that balance between, you know, do I grapple with a sun umbrella to try and get some shade, but then I risk actually being blown off the roof of the pavilion.
I think being blown off the roof is probably not the way to go.
Either way, England managing the heat down on the boundaries. Wong's got an ice necklace as she's fielding in the deep. Full in swing again from Bell. Gets 2 hands up in her follow through as the ball is punched into the ground and goes over her head, and she parried it somewhat, but it's been well backed up, so there's no run. Yeah, it's good use of Catherine Brunt as the 12th, going round the boundary edge and make sure that the bowlers who are playing are well hydrated and keeping cool.
Well, those 3 are having a rest, but they're probably going to be some of the busiest players out there, trying to keep everyone cool and hydrated.
It's a busy job being 12th, isn't it? International cricket. Bell again, another full in swinger, worked into the onside at mid-on, no run. Everyone's got their own sort of mix of drinks, haven't they, as well? You've got to make sure you take the right drink to the right fielder.
Absolutely.
Bell's marshing a field, deciding to take out one of the slips. So this is for Andrie Steyn, who's 4 off 11. Going to catch her in at short mid-wicket now. It's for one that might just pop up onto that onside with that in-swing. So just the one slip, and Bell in past the umpire. It's forced away up to mid-on, mid-off. Straight to the fielder though, and another dot ball. So Lauren Bell completes her 3rd over. 29 without loss, Wolvaardt on 20. Steyn is there on 4, so South Africa's target a big one. No breakthroughs as yet, but we are seeing Izzy Wong and Lauren Bell, who will be the future of England's opening attack, bowling in tandem together. Anya Shrubsole is here, and so too in a moment. Anya will be Aggers.
Been a good last couple of overs from England. Slightly expensive the first 3, but Izzy Wong's last over going for 4, Lauren Bell's last over going for 2 have just slowed things and feel like they've just kind of found their line and length.
Now in comes Wong again, bowls on middle stump, and that's driven out into the covers, and there's no run. She runs a long way, she's got some pace too, and just put a bandana on, so I think she's feeling a bit of the heat as well. We have a Stuart Broad style bandana. But, certainly working up some pace, and she bowled quite a lot at the interval too. Were you watching?
Yeah, far too much.
I thought so.
The enthusiasm of youth, Aggers. That'll go. She'll learn.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised. She was bowling and bowling off the full run as well. 29 for no wicket. A good start for South Africa, but they've got a long, long way to go. Wong comes in and bowls. That's driven pleasantly up towards mid-on. A dive and a miss for the fielder there. And Wong's already pointing, saying, I think that's the end of second slip coming out into the leg side. Well, they're doing the right thing in South Africa. They're coming out and playing shots. I mean, they've got to. They are somehow going to overhaul this stiff target of 372, but they made a good start, or at least Wolvaardt has 24 from 20 balls. And so yes, reinforcements now, 4 in the offside circle. Still a slip as Wong comes in, bowls, and pleasant looking drive up towards mid-off this time, and the throw misses the stumps from Tammy Beaumont up there at mid-off. Single taken. 34 for no wicket. So some terrific batting. We saw a sort of miserable South African team, to be honest. I think they were still trying to get over the fact that the captain put England in on the hottest day there's ever been. It takes a bit of processing, that, doesn't it?
Yeah, you'd be cross.
Oh, I think so.
I had a chat to one of the England coaches, and I just said, just in case that happened, you wouldn't do it.
No, you wouldn't do it. Wong again runs in, long straight run, bowls on around about middle and off, and it's nicely played by Steyn to mid on. No, it was a long hot stint, it really was. And they didn't bowl terribly well, the fielding wasn't great, and runs for, well, the whole of the England top order again. A lovely 100 from Tammy Beaumont. It's a very, very long way for South Africa to go. 372 the target. Steyn waits. Wong rushes in again, down the slope, bowls outside the off stump. Oh, do you know, you take second slip out, and what happens? You get a chance there, and Heather Knight is still at first, but just couldn't get across. That would have gone straight to second slip. How often does that happen? A bit of bounce. It would have been a good fast bowler's wicket, that. Bit of bounce, bit of pace. Bit of a forcing shot off the back foot. Straight chest high.
Yeah, I wonder whether they could have. I've no issue with them taking that second slip out for Laura Wolvaardt. She's got off to a great start. Before that boundary, Steyn was 4 off 13. Do you really need to take can you get that second slip back in for her?
I think so. Wong again comes in, bowls, and she plays that firmly this time through a straight mid-on. Nice stroke from Steyn, and in fact, gosh, how well has she timed that? That has just kept going up the hill for 4, and it was really nothing much more than a push. Very well timed stroke, and this outfield is so parched. You know, it's just like a tabletop, really, and a bit bumpy in places as well. I think the dryness is causing 1 or 2 issues there, but that was a really, really good shot. 42 for no wicket. So we've had 6 overs now, and that run rate, well, they're more or less there at the moment. That was a long, long way to go. And Lauren Bell will continue from the pavilion end. Got a little bit of in swing. She reminded rather of a taller Anya Shrubsole. Same sort of delivery and the same in drift. In she goes and bowls outside the off stump. A big expansive drive from Wolvaardt, and no contact. You helping her out?
Trying to. She doesn't need a lot of help, to be perfectly honest. With you, she's a quality bowler, and it's just, I guess, sharing some experiences, being there if she wants to chat some things through, helping with fields and all of those kind of things. But she's a quality bowler. She doesn't need too much help.
Off she goes again, ponytail swaying around. She bowls on the off stump again. That little bit of drift in. It's played out to point by Wolvaardt, and there's no run. Yeah, because especially one-day cricket, you've got to get that line right with in-swingers, haven't you? Where you're drifting onto pads and the length. I mean, it's really all critical, isn't it?
Yeah, with the amount she swings the ball, she can afford to start the ball outside off stump because the batter has to play. Yeah. And if it doesn't swing, then you bring the outside edge into play.
In she goes again, bowls, that's drifting onto the pads, so easily just tucked away down to deep backward square leg. They should get 2. The fielder rushing around now, throws in. Taken by Jones. And they do take their 2, so 44 now for no wicket. Yes, that was the case of just starting a little bit straight. But she does swing the ball.
Absolutely, she does, quite prodigiously, and probably something for her to work on is that one that goes straight on.
Yeah. Wolvaardt bowls waits rather, and turns that away down towards long leg. What's I mean, the in ball now is that wobble ball, isn't it? I mean, she can bowl a wobble seam ball that just goes straight. To team up with the in-swinger, that's really all you need to do, isn't it?
Absolutely, and it's something that she is working on. I don't know if it's something that she quite thinks is ready to roll out in a game, but I know it's something that she's working on with the bowling coach Tim McDonald, and I think if she can get it right, it'll be a big weapon for her.
Certainly would. Very potent. And she goes again, bowls to Steyn. A little bit of movement off the seam this time. Steyn's on the back foot. Plays that along the ground to mid-off. Fielded by Emma Lamb, who batted nicely today. Well, they gave her wicket away. I don't think she'll do that when she's gained a few years of experience. She'll do a Tammy Beaumont and go on to get the 100, but she did play some pleasant shots. 45 for no wicket. Bell pauses for a moment. She has a little hop at the start of her run. And long strides. She's there now and bowls. Very full. That goes straight on rather than swinging in. It's driven out into the offside, out to cover. Fielded by Sophia Dunkley. And there is no run. So that's the end of that over. 45 for no wicket. Means that 7 have been completed now in South Africa's innings. And they have started well. They've made a good positive start. Certainly Wolvaardt has. But they looked a bit of a rabble coming off. They really did after that session in the sun. They seem to have regrouped a little bit, Georgia. I don't know if you saw. I think you're probably having your dinner when that wicket fell, and not a single fielder went and even said anything to the bowler. I mean, it was just one of the most horrible things I've ever seen on a cricket field. They were just so miserable. They just didn't even go and say well done. None of them. It was an extraordinary sight.
Been a long afternoon for them, hasn't it?
Yeah, no, they clearly they'd not enjoyed the Greystrode experience very much, I think, which is a shame. She's on good form today, the old place. 45 for no wicket, and we've got a change of bowling, and the first ball is carved away outside the off stump. It's Cross who's come on now from the far end. First ball a little bit short, a little bit wide. That was a fine shot from Wolvaardt, classy. Square drive off the back foot. Just preying on that little bit of width that she was given there, but fine shot.
Yeah, she's a fine player through the offside. She likes to stay leg side of the ball, and England have seen that so far this summer, crashing the ball away to that cover boundary.
Cross again from the Bennett end, bowls on the leg stump, flicks away off the pads. That's going to be 4 more. Into the square leg boundary it goes, and Cross not settling in here at the moment. Offside boundary, and then a leg side boundary, and South Africa reach their 50, and they're flying along. They're in the 8th over. 53 for no wicket, showing up there in green and white up on the scoreboard there against the trees over at the far end. I saw Alex heading in that direction looking for an ice cream, but I don't know if she was successful or not. And then the challenge is obviously to bring it back without it having completely melted. Cross again, bowling her medium pace, runs up, bowls outside the off stump, driven. That's a lovely stroke. Well, that runs her flying. Perfect extra cover drive, which has pierced the gap, and it wasn't easy because it was quite well populated, that offside circle. Well, for Wolvardt's playing it beautifully.
She's chased leather all afternoon, hasn't she? And then she thought, I'm going to have some fun myself.
Yeah. I mean, Tammy Beaumont played really nicely. This is the best batting we've seen, I think, today. Really outstanding shots. That was a beautiful stroke. 57 for no wicket. Cross again comes in, bowls to Wolvaardt. I think she's forward, playing down to mid-on this time, and there's no run. Right-handed. She's got a black sweatband on her left wrist. It does show you what a very good pitch this is. A little tinge of green, maybe just give them a bit more bounce to it than usual. Cross bowls and Wolvaardt drives. It's not only as far as the bowler, and there's no run. 57 for no wicket. Broiling hot. It's absurd really to have the floodlights on. There they are, beaming down. Who pays for that? It's an absolute waste of electricity.
It is. I would have no idea.
They're doing absolutely nothing on this roasting early evening. Cross again, skips in, bowls, and Wolvaardt drives and is beaten mid-on. Yes, she has again. Well, fine straight drive, just the onside of straight. And mid-on put a dive in there, but couldn't quite get there. And she's raced to 40 from 30 balls, and that over, Phil. There's 3-4, there's a 12er.
4 fours, 16.
4 fours.
In fact, from the Bennett end, 4 overs, 3 overs Bob Wong, 1 from Kate Cross. They've gone for 41 runs.
Well, it's not the start that England would have wanted here. It's certainly getting South Africa moving. It looks as, we're still keeping the 7 overs drinks breaks by the look of it. So Sophie Ecclestone's trotting out there with a box of drinks, and various other people are dashing on. So every 7 overs, because it is so hot, they're going to have a drinks break. 61 for no wicket. People have been saying, what's it like working up here today? And it's got me thinking, it's rather like, did you ever see Bridge on the River Kwai?
And no.
Oh, well, you should. It's a classic. Poor old Alec Guinness. I think his name was he Major Nicholson? I think he was, Phil, wasn't he? He was. All he tried to do, bless him, was try and escape a few times. And what the Japanese did, but they stuck him in this sweat box, sort of below ground. And how long had he been there for? Quite a few days, I think, wouldn't he? He'd come out every now and then. They'd let him out again, and he would be wrecked. Poor soul. Oh, it must have been awful. It's sort of a bit like that, really. Alec Guinness played it, I think. Alec Guinness played it. So yeah, it feels a bit like that. I mean, it is really, really broiling hot, and so quite right they're taking these regular drinks. So and the crowd enjoying it. I see someone there sitting back and reading the newspaper. I mean, most people have managed to find some shade, because Grace Road is not blessed with stands with roofs, really. In fact, the one that there was, that Geary, was now the Geary bar to the left. That used to be a stand with that little green roof on it, a bit like a sort of a house in Monopoly. A little green roof, isn't it?
Very much so,
It
yeah.
is. So that used to be a stand. George Geary, very famous old Leicestershire cricketer, a long time ago. But otherwise, there really isn't any shade at all. So everyone who's come here today has done very well. They've come equipped, hats and so on. But hard work for those players out there.
As we've mentioned, as South Africa dragged themselves off, it was hard to see them in this position now. They're actually 16 runs ahead of where England were at the same stage.
There you go. Well, let's hope we get a nail-biting finish. It'll be good for everyone who's come out today. Have we had an official temperature yet, Phil? They've actually made a reading of what it's been here today.
37 got mentioned at about 4:15, I think it was, and
was it?
5 o'clock they said was going to be the hottest. So yeah, it got up and above and around 37 degrees, which is plenty hot enough, I think we can agree.
Certainly is. Broiling. So a double change for the bowling, and down here at the pavilion end we have Charlie Dean following her off spin. Fairhead moves in, bowls, tossing it up, giving it plenty of air. She's bowled the first ball. Well, that's not a bad start, is it? I mean, compare that to poor old Cross at the other end. She came on, went round the park, and Charlie Dean just lobbed one up there and hit the leg stump. Simple as that. 1 wicket down, 61 for 1.
Easy game for Charlie Dean, isn't it? I mean, she'd have wanted to make an impact straight away after her duck in the batting innings, but she just yorked herself there. Andre Steyn come down the wicket and straight under the bat. Oh, big celebration.
Bit of a
from
high
Charlie
kick
Dean
from
there.
Charlie. That's very extravagant on a hot day. But yeah, it's a proper high kick there as a celebration. Is that something new, or is that something?
I've
Or is
not
it a
seen
trend?
that before.
No.
But I have not, so I have to ask her about that.
Yeah, it's a bit like a dressage horse. Wow, very impressive. 61 for 1. So it was just a straight ball, full straight ball, and Steyn missed it. So England have their first wicket, and Goodall comes out at number 3. 61 for 1 in the 9th over. So mind you, it's Wolvaardt they want out. 44 from 31 balls. But, she's down at the non-striker's end, and Dean's going to go round the wicket by the look of it. Goodall going through some loosening up, some stretches, twiddle of the bat, that sort of thing. In she goes, left-handed, takes guard, and the fielder's out. Right, deep square leg and deep point, so sort of field you'd expect, really. Now Goodall over her bat, like she's batting around off stump from here. Dean moves in, bowls to her, forward she comes, a slightly crooked bat, sends the ball out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Filled by Heather Knight, who made a nice 50 today as well. 61 for 1. Goodall again. Over a bat, which he holds high. And the next one has a driving. That's a nice looking stroke. Fielded by Dean in the follow through. It's quite unusual to get a first baller when you're batting and then get a wicket first ball when you bowl. That can't happen very often.
I don't think so.
No, I think it's one for Phil. he's had a quiet sort of a day. Here's the next one, tossed up. Oh, a little paddle sweep, sends the ball fine. And as far as Lauren Bell, who's just inside the circle there, easily the tallest player on the field. Runs across to the other side now, so she's short fine leg to short fine leg. 62 for 1. Goodall off the mark.
Have you heard the nickname of Lauren Bell?
No. You better release it in a second, we'll have a look. In goes Dean, bowls, flatter, shorter, turned away, and Bell lets that run away out to square leg. Trotting in, and there'll be one more ball. Go on then.
It's got the unfortunate tag of the shard.